маленьких нюансов. Выезжает вперед карта. И пробитие все-таки есть гол!
Suddenly you have Tiger Brave.
Good afternoon and welcome to the European Wargaming.net League 2016-2017 Season 1. My name is Ryan Murphy. Joining me here is Jordi Vermesi.
Close enough.
Vermesi. For some reason I wanted to call you still Mojo there because I was so used to casting Mojo.
I thought I didn't look like Mojo just yet.
Just that without the glasses, that's what threw me. So we have a couple of amazing matches lined up for you guys today. So let's have a look at the standings after yesterday's matches to see where the teams sit right now in the league.
I mean, no surprise so far. Ding won yesterday, so they're now 3 points out of Utopia, which could change. Go hard, making it even better into that top 4, securing themselves. And so far today, it's going to be the story about the points. People need points.
Anywhere from teams 5 to 10 at the moment are really close. There's only 2 points separating them, and 5 to 10, it has the 2 bottom spots. It has spot 9 and spot 10. So spot 9 and spot 10, well, from 9, 10, 11 and 12, they won't be staying in league once we have split 1. We have 2 splits in this season. We have split 1, split 2. So for the first split, we have 12 teams that go down to 8 teams.
Go down to 8 teams.
Everyone only plays each other once.
Everybody plays each other once. After the first split, we go into the second split with 8 teams where they play each other again, after which the top 2 automatically qualifies. And then we have the online playoff for the last 2 spots.
Yeah, so everything to play for right now. It's vital, basically, that teams stay in that above that 8th spot. 8th spot is the cut. So as we were saying earlier on, we have some good matches today. Let's actually have a look at the matches we have in total. We're going to be playing 4 in total. So our first match of the day, Utopia Rage Quit Daki.
Polish Derby again. Now, Utopia should have no issues cleaning this one up, but we've seen them drop rounds against lesser teams, one would say, and Rage Quit is known for their aggression.
Then we have Legend out of range.
Legend is not performing so far, it's fair to say that, and out of range, they have a lot of experience, they have a lot of skilled players, but for them, it's also, they need points because they are now in a bad situation.
Okay, then we have Wild Bunch, Rusty Roster, and Swift against Kazna. So, some interesting mid-table fights there.
Highlight has to be Swift Kazna, though.
Swift Kazna is going to be a vital game. Both of those teams need to get the points on the board.
They're both come off a loss as well.
They're both desperate for the win, so that's going to be interesting. Our first match of the day, however, is going to be Utopia versus Rage Quit. Now, Polish Derby, you're saying, very different fortunes for these teams. Utopia, we can go into just now. They're currently sitting second in the table right now. What can you tell us about Utopia, Daki?
Well, Utopia, they've always been a team in previous seasons as well. They do very well in the beginning, and then they kind of slack off a little bit further. But so far this season, they've looked very dominant. They've looked very in control. All the issues they had last season, problems with tilting, with repeating tactics, that was still kind of there, but they changed it up now more, even with a single lineup. So all the issues they seemed to have last season, they're gone.
Okay, and Utopia are a bit like Go Hard. They're performing as a team. They don't have in so much as I was going to say they don't have outstanding players. Go Hard has Diplomat and Annihilator right now, but they're performing as a team. Everyone's doing the job right now for Utopia. Now, can you break us through like who we're going to expect to see step up here for Utopia?
Well, I mean, if I would say one person who has been performing insane so far this season, it has to be Miloš. He came from out of range, and he's been playing amazing so far, and also he's helped the team a lot. From people I've talked to, they say he's been helping a lot with the issues they had before. Then Papa Pauian, he's the arty. He can do insane things in that, can be amazing in the lights. And Muka, he's the TD player.
Papa Pauian's one of my favourite names to say.
Papa Pauian.
Papa Pauian, and we have Shrebsher Senian, because everyone thought we'd trip up on that one. But yeah, Papa Pauian's a great fun to say that one. Shoku, I have him in my fantasy team. He's been farming points for me, quite consistent week in, week out.
Kind of have to Bishu. He's like great individual skill, but so far in this lineup, it's not really come to effect yet. If one player could step it up even more for Utopia, it has to be him, because individual skill is, for him, it's one of the highest in the league.
Okay. Well, Daki sat down and talked to one of the players from Utopia. I believe it was Miloš you spoke to?
It was Miloš.
Miloš. Let's have a look at that interview and see how things went.
So Miloš, you took down Kazna crew 5-3. even though you have a historically bad track record against them, one can say last season, when it matters, you didn't beat them. So now this is the first time you took 3 points against them.
Yeah, it's first time. I mean, with first time we were so well prepared against them. I mean, we were training like for entire week, like at least 3 hours a day. So we were especially preparing for them. We were checking their former tactics. We checked their play style, and I think that was the crucial thing. That's why we won.
Miloš, then against Legend, it came really close at some points. You guys surviving with 200, 300 HP left. Kind of felt like you were underestimating them.
Yeah, I think the point is that we just underestimated them, and we didn't prepare anything new against them. We were playing our former tactics, and I think that was the point, and that was the reason why we were so underperforming that match. But still, we managed to get 3 points, so
Yeah.
it's not that bad.
You guys managed to close that in the end, but how did you guys approach that E100 tactic? Because it didn't seem like you guys were ideally set up to deal with it.
I mean, I think we're quite. At the beginning, we didn't know what to do because we've seen this tactic for the first time, and we just made so many mistakes. But at least we won that match. I mean, we lost like our tier 8 for free. Then we took like at least 4 unnecessary shots from E100s, but at least for us, we won that round.
Miloš, a lot of people have told me that you're a very, very important factor in Utopia. How does that make you feel? And they also told me that you're one of the guys that makes sure they don't rage. How much of this is true?
I mean, I don't think that I'm so crucial at that moment, but we are not raging so much on TeamSpeak and so on. It's not that bad, actually, and I'm not responsible for that. But let's say that I'm the one who sometimes make the calls and so on. So I think that I'm the guy who sometimes has the game quite different. I think because my playstyle and, for example, other guys' playstyle and, for example, the thing of our tactic is just sometimes different, so it sometimes influences our gameplay.
So Miloš, let's get into your matchup here. It is going to be against Rage Quit, another Polish derby here. Are you guys afraid of their very aggressive style that could come out from them?
I mean, we had to prepare especially for them because their playstyle is quite different from the teams we have played already. I mean, they are playing very aggressively, they are playing with almost all tanks together, and we just have to prepare our tactics and we have to pick our maps just to be prepared for their tactics and just for the pushes mostly.
Thank you, Miloš, and best of luck.
Thank you.
So, nice little discussion you had there with Miloš, Daki. He's saying that they're preparing specifically for the matchup here against Rage Quit.
You have to prepare specifically for Rage Quit. Rage Quit is a team that drives 7 tanks at you and won't stop. And we've seen it work, we've seen it not work, but if you're not prepared for it, you're going to lose.
You were also describing how Miloš came into the team and he's kind of transformed the team a bit. Now, his previous team, out of range, are sitting 11th. Miloš is now here with Utopia. Utopia sitting second, so quite an important change for him, hasn't it?
Well, his change worked out definitely. He said he wants to be in Utopia for the dollar signs, so it's been working out for him. One could say so far. But yeah, I talked to the out-of-range guys as well. They told me Miloš, he's a great player, great guy. He also makes a lot of in-game calls. He probably helped them with the temper issues they used to have. So all around, he's been a blessing for them.
So Miloš and Utopia are going to be nice and calm. Their opponents, however, are called Rage Quit. What can you tell us about Rage Quit, Daki?
Well, Rage Quit, they're a team, and they like the aggressive style. They like to do traps, unexpected pushes, everything. It's great to watch. Sometimes it works really well, like we saw against Out of Range. That was brilliant. That was great. Although they've been struggling with themselves a little bit. When I talked to them, they said to me that they're afraid that people will just predict what they're going to do because they've been pushing everywhere and they don't want to become predictable. We saw them try more static stuff, more slow stuff, arty stuff. It didn't work out. It wasn't their style.
Okay, and for Rage Quit, who would you say are generally the playmakers here? Is it a team of playmakers, or is it another one where you just have everyone kind of mucking in?
Well, the style they play make it so all 7 players just have to be on point because there's usually no tier 8s, depending. So everybody has to hit their shells. Has been Cactus, has been great so far. Number 1 skills is their in-game leader and plays on the gorilla. He's been performing on that as well. And then we talk about usually about pure skill and Urwis. If they do the damage, then they usually win.
So Ragecoat with a full roster there of 12 players, but they're roughly sticking with the core group, aren't they, right now?
Well, I mean, it's always good to have extra people. It doesn't mean because somebody's on the roster that he has to play, so they could just be extra people in case somebody doesn't make it to training. In general, the rule I want teams to stick to, what I think is the best, is a style of Ding, which is 7+1.
You would only take 1 substitute then?
And I wouldn't even let him play. I mean, 7+1 makes it so every player plays with the other player all the time. They get very familiar with each other. Everybody has to be on the training. Everybody knows their position. There's no replays given, like learn the position. And then, because if you get in a match and then all of a sudden the player has to play the position he didn't play in training, that's what teams cost. So 7+1.
Okay.
One in emergency.
So you would use the player as backup. Would you not want to have a team or a situation where you would have, for example, someone for special plays, like on a particular map, you bring in that guy to do a specific tactic, or he's just simply better at the other guys in his team for that tactic?
No, I feel like it's beneficial more to have great cohesion, great synergy. We've seen it in the past. Teams like Wombats, Navi, all the teams that stay together for a longer time, they just bring the results because they learn how to play with each other. They get the synergy, the cohesion. They're just one unit.
Okay. So as with Utopia, you had the chance to sit down and talk to somebody from Ragequit. Who's it you spoke to?
Micmac.
Micmac. Okay, so let's have a look and see how that discussion with Micmac went.
So Micmac, you guys started off the season really strong, but now you seem kind of stopped in your tracks. What's been going wrong?
Our last week wasn't one of the greatness because few tactics didn't work out as we planned. Few were totally hopeless. And unfortunately, one of the reasons behind is every single team in the league knows our game style, that we are playing very aggressively. We want to take the more control of the map. So it doesn't let us make our tactics successful, and opponents can easily counter us.
So is this why, for example, against Ding, you tried something which didn't really seem like your style, more static, for example, with artillery, because it didn't really seem to work out for you guys?
Yeah, we especially expect the Ding going, for example, in Prokhorovka, behind the railways, but they didn't. Then being catched by themselves on the trap, so it wasn't really good, this matchup.
And then about Team Swift, were you surprised by how well they managed to control you guys, or something you expected?
To be honest, we were expecting Team Swift a little in lower part of the ladder, but this what they play against us, that was unbelievable, and we were shocked too much, losing against them 5-2.
So, Micmac, what do you think has to happen or what you need to improve on, because you have 5 really hard matches ahead of you?
I think our key is to not improve everyone how good we are, because everyone knows how we play, but we're trying to... Now we are starting to think about what tactics we need to play to beat the opposite team, you know. Trying to play something different, who has never played, who has never watched any lineups before. So I think we are mainly focused on this one.
Now let's get into your matchup. It's going to be against Utopia. They are first on the scoreboard right now. They have looked fairly dominant, but we've seen already against Legend they dropped a few rounds. Does that give you hope that you guys might be able to do it? And do you prepare special stuff for them, or?
Yeah, prepare something special for them, but we hope they are too confident to this matchup because they're taking the first spot. They don't really need to be afraid of us because we are on the middle of the ladder. So I hope they easily think that it's going to be an easy match for themselves, but we'll try to take this chance to win against them.
I thank you, Micmac. Looking forward to that one, and best of luck.
Thank you very much.
So, some interesting words there from Micmac as he's saying his team is getting predictable now. Everyone's starting to understand the rush tactics, but they do have some special tactics planned here for Utopia.
Maybe today 6 mouses instead of 6100s.
Maybe could see something completely different in trying to further throw Utopia. I mean, it's going to be an interesting matchup. Definitely, they need the points on the board, but Utopia are looking so strong, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. They've been looking amazing. They've just been. The one thing we can criticize them on is that in the beginning, sometimes they use the tactics too much. But after that, it was great. And the other thing is that against Legend, for example, kind of gave away a lot of free rounds that could have been a lot closer. That was not great from them. So overestimating themselves might be an issue.
Okay, so our first match of the day is going to be on Muruvanka. Are you expecting any kind of unusual picks, or do you think everyone's going to play it safe at the start?
I think Rage Quit will take 7 fast tanks and try and make a push somewhere because it's their style. They did it so great against out of range. They totally wrecked out of range with it. Didn't work at all when they played Ding. But perhaps we can see it work again. I don't expect something breaking the wheel from Utopia.
If in doubt, always say that we're going to have bat chats. So let's have a look at the lineups and see what we have currently available to us. Bat chats and TVPs, although Utopia is also bringing in artillery there, Daki, and an Object 140.
I mean, the RT is not really a surprise, kind of. I'm not sure about the Lorraine, but the good thing about the Lorraine is the fact that you can relocate with it. You're not locked in that D1 position where teams like to put it. You can relocate with the Lorraine over the A line, back towards the forest side if you do decide to switch. But that Rage Quit lineup...
It's very Rage Quit.
we said it. It's going to be a lot of fast tanks here for Rage Quit, a lot of fast lineups. I'm a great fan of the Tier 9 Batshot, even on defense. Just interesting. I'm going to have to see how they decide to use it.
Okay, so we have Utopia on the attack, Rage Quit on the defense. How are these teams actually stacking up on this map, Daki? Does anyone have an advantage over the other?
Well, I mean, Utopia has 100% win ratio and Rage Quit only 50%, so...
Okay, that says all. So let's jump in the first battle of the day as we have Utopia Rage Quit on Muruvanka.
Muruvanka, a map with a great number of buildings, bushes and trees, amongst which teams hide for most of the battle. The attacking team begins the battle from the top of the village, and the defenders start from the bottom of the map. Both bases are better controlled from the hill near the first base, and from the green in the lower left corner of the map. There are many attack directions. The attacking team often attempts to gain the attention of defenders by putting pressure on the first base, whilst manoeuvring several tanks behind the second base to deliver fire into the defending's flank. Team setups are very diverse, but the players often choose the fastest tanks, even for heavy setups. They could even bring SPGs.
Okay, and here we go. Are we going to see tanks playing in Magical Forest, or are we perhaps going to see a cap rush over onto the one base?
Now, Utopia, they realized the lineup from Rage Quit, which makes it so they have to put at least Batshots in the bushes, deciding to go towards that eastern side. This is very Kazna-esque, but Rage Quit, they're just going forward.
Rage Quit look like they're going to cap rush their own base. So, Rage Quit putting up a strong defense over here at number 1. Utopia just rotating around into the bushes. So is this Utopia looking to make the play onto base 2, Daki?
Well, Utopia realized that because there's no 1390, no RU, nothing that can really spot, they have the advantage by going eastern side. If you're wondering what Rage Quit was doing there, pushing forwards with 5 bad shots, imagine if Utopia goes for a cap rush, for example, right? Every team drives through the 5 line and through the 1 line. So both forces are not together. Now, if Utopia did decide to drive through the 5 line with a few bad shots, those 5 bad shots from Rage Quit would have found them and killed them before the other group came into effect.
So Rage Quit taking position on the west side of the map, Utopia taking up position on the east side of the map. Something that Mojo was mentioning earlier on, Daki, was sometimes the team who's attacking, they leave somebody up top north, and they usually get caught out when the team pushes like that. We had Rage Quit pushing up the flank, so good to see that Utopia are not getting caught out for that. Shoku's going to be the anchor there at D7. He'll be able to spot out anything that comes around the top or trying to loop round to his team. And the rest of Utopia are just going to try and look for a spot and decide when they're going to put somebody into camp. But Pure Skill's kind of ready for this, as Milos looks to be the one scouting forward.
Now, what Utopia is doing here, they're sending Milos forward at 140, good turret. It can bounce some shells. If, you know, from bad shots, APCR, they won't really go through that turret. Now, what Kazna did so well is they cleared the forest one way or another.
So it's like Halu and Milos facing off against each other here. I wonder if we're going to get any spots out. Halu's just actually held his back there. Pure Skill just actually got hit by artillery or something. It looks like he took a damaged track, a damaged gun, and a dead driver all at the same time. That was a small hit, but actually took a lot of modules out.
Now, Utopia, this is smart. RT can see if the shells hit or not. He can go from artillery view. He sees if the shells connect. Slowly but surely, they'll work through the bushes. This is exactly like Kazna do it. You make spotting checks, and then you start putting shell after shell through the bushes until you finally find the spotter.
Those shots all aiming right towards where Pure Skill is. It's like a gun line, but they don't know which bush he's in. Any minute now, somebody could connect with him, but they're not going to see the damage because he's not spotted. Pure Skill, he must be holding his breath right now as all those shots are raining in.
Yeah, I mean, it's a matter of time for Utopia. It will take them... For Kazna, it takes 5 to 6 minutes, depending on how many spotters the enemy team has. You make sure that you make spotting checks, you check where you get spotted from. For example, Muka here, he peeks out, shoots to the left, he doesn't get spotted, then he knows there's nobody there. Exactly. Muka shoots, doesn't get spotted, that gives him information. Bishu here does get spotted. Now that already half side of the map, half the bushes are now unavailable.
So very interesting play from Bishu there. He gets himself spotted and gets himself back into cover. So no return fire coming at him as Muka and the rest of his team. Milos aiming right where Pure Skill is. He might get a lucky guess here. Just swings and a miss and misses again, sadly. But they're going to continue to shoot through these bushes, and at some point Pure Skill is going to take a couple of hits and his nerves probably going to go and he's going to want to run.
He really can't run
so
from that
close to that.
position though in the tier 9 bat shot. He has to stay there because if he doesn't stay, one, his driver is dead, so he's really slow. And if he doesn't stay, that means the entire cap would be open for Utopia.
Bishu just get himself spotted again as he retreats back down behind the hill, and he's doing okay. At the moment, there is more shots coming in for number 1 Skills as he's trying to find shots, as Cactus is also coming up behind him to try and get shots across into Wheelkey Kid, who's on a reload. So, Daki, talk us through what's going to happen here.
Well, so far what we see from Utopia, Muka is blind firing like this, Milos like this. Muka doesn't get spotted, which means that these guys can just blind fire like this. All of these, that's a straight line of bushes, right? The great thing about the RT is that Pure Skill's position, as soon as he takes one shell, the RT can see that it didn't go through. Now, what Utopia is doing right now, they're starting to clear bushes by putting a lot of shells in, while they're still covering with this bat shot towards the north, right? Now, Rage Quit, on the other hand, I kind of feel like they need to make a rotation because they're not from here. They can only shoot if Utopia overextends, which is not going to happen. I kind of feel like they already need to take control over here because they know the amount of blind fire coming out. Because if Pure Skill dies, then the entire capture circle is open for Utopia.
So I can tell you the entire time you were showing us this information, Utopia were continuing to shot. Milos got himself spotted, but obviously doesn't have any idea of where that came from. So I wasn't sure if it was Pure Skill or Halu that got the spot. Pretty sure it was Pure Skill with Milos just sticking his head up over the hill. But Utopia continuing just to shoot bush at the moment, trying to find out just exactly where Pure Skill is. And in matches like this, it's absolutely vital that this person who's holding this position for his team on the defensive team stays there as long as possible because it draws the match out. It's beneficial for the defenders. If the clock runs out, the defenders win.
Now, Utopia does start the cap. Bishu found an angle of which he is not spotted. Now it's all going to be that they make sure they spot Pure Skill on time. If they don't, that's going to be one dead bat shot for Utopia.
From this angle, though, can Bishu not also be able to tell his team that he's in one of those bushes in front of him? Because he's double bushed himself.
But yeah, when we were talking about it, Muka shooting from that position with the gorilla makes it so they know that they're not in the bushes. Now, what the thing is, though, this is an effect for both teams. Bishu can pinpoint that he's not in those bushes, but it's the same for Rage Quit, because Pure Skill knows exactly what part of the cap he can spot. So you can see they're not blind firing towards the right side, they're blind firing towards the left side.
Okay, so it looks like a rotation coming around from Rage Quit to come around the top area, but Shoku might be able to spot this one out on Cactus as that shot coming in from artillery there just misses. They'd already moved away from that area. Cactus wanting to move around, but they know that somebody from Utopia is going to be sitting at the top of this map. They know that somebody might get spots in, but they have no idea just how many tanks are going to be there. So that's the risk from Rage Quit.
Kind of feel like Rage Quit at this point. Pure Skill is now driving forward, though.
Oh, that's bold. Milos spots him straight away and gets shots, and Pure Skill is going to get eliminated within seconds here as the guns from Utopia come into bear, and there he goes. But he also gets a spot into Bishu, who's able to quickly run away. He's able to get himself some cover behind the terrain there, so he only takes 2 shots himself. Urwis at the moment has taken a massive hit. Has that been artillery? How much
poor
stuff did he
guy.
have damaged
His
there?
commander is dead, his gunner is dead, and his driver is dead.
How much crews in a bad shot? Is it not 4?
He's in a TVP.
Oh, okay, TVP. My
If
bad.
this was a bad shot, he would be dead. But here comes the counter rotation from Utopia, though. You can already see Shoku.
Shoku getting himself wrecked. Oh, the double bounce from Shoku on the bounce chat armor there at the front.
It's because of the angle, you know, but Rage Quit kind of in a bad situation. You're surrounded by Utopia.
Cactus was that one we said would move in first. He gets absolutely wrecked. So does Gremmick goes down as Papa Powan gets the kill there from artillery. Bishu's, a bit overstepping there from Bishu as he gets himself caught out. Halu coming in here on the flank, able to get all his shots out. One more shot left and he's on a reload. He's not taking any damage back himself, although just as I say that, he does take a single hit.
I think Gremmick just got one shot at by Papa Pavian in that Lorraine. He had a lot of HP and then he had very little after that. I think Papa Pavian and then Lorraine, I just thought Gremmick disappeared. Honestly, I think he just made a massive shot there.
Urus as well has also got a damaged track. The guy's not having a great time here. We just see Moku getting killed. There's also number 1 Skills is taken out as well. So Rage Quit only have 2 players left. Realistically, Urwis is not going to do anything in this battle. Only Halu left. This looks like it's definitely going to Utopia Daki. No way that Rage Quit can come back from this.
I mean, Halu can do whatever he wants with 5 shells. It's not going to be enough.
So, a very quick turnaround from Utopia there. Once they got the spot on the base, once they were able to get out and get some vision, the match quickly went their way.
I feel like Rage Quit, I mean, Pure Skill's position, you know, the right-hand side of the cap is not an opportunity. Before they made the rotation, I feel like every single bad shot they had who were making the rotation, they had enough time, one guy on the cap, needed to put at least one clip of blind fire on the left side of the cap. I mean, Bishu's position, it's an obvious one.
Yeah.
It should be able to be hit.
Do you not think, though, that what surprised me is that they started to do the rotation and he moved in, but his tanks weren't in position when he moved in?
That's another issue. I mean, you don't rotate while you're sending somebody forward. You want to have all your guns aimed at the cap so you can pretty much kill somebody. Now, Bishu's position worked out perfectly against Pure Skill, though, because Pure Skill was already dying by the time he spotted Bishu.
So, Papa Powan in artillery, a bit of a couple of kapow shots. Do you think he's going to be top damage?
Don't think he's going to be top damage, but I think he'll be somewhere around spot 2, 3, maybe 4.
One of the top 3, top 4,
Yeah.
top 5?
I don't think he's going to be first in damage because
He'll
some bad
be
shots got out 2 clips.
top 14 for sure. Okay, let's have a look at those stats and find out actually where he was on the damage stats. Second.
I knew it. I knew it.
Well done. Muka top there, Wilkie Could, and then Milosh. So top 4 damage dealers coming from Utopia. Then the next 3 actually coming from Rage Quit. So a bit of a mixed bag there, but nice damage from Papa Powan. 15 shots he fired though during that battle. So you kind of want him to connect a bit more with them, wouldn't you? But there was probably a lot of blind fire shots going out there onto
It's the power of the
ridge
Lorraine.
line.
It's the power of the Lorraine. They use it because he can clear those bushes. He can always clear those bushes, you know. He has less reload than the M40, so any miss he does, it's not as important. This battle, all he had to do was clear bush after bush after bush to give the advantage to his team. That's the only thing he had to do, which he couldn't do in an M40, so I guess that's why they picked the Lorraine.
It was a bit like World War I with the creeping artillery as it's going ever so closer forward. So we said previously, I always find that I think playing the scouts and those roles would be one of the most difficult, just holding your nerve. Or going AFK, one of the two.
If you leave that bush, you can be 100% sure there'll be some words on TeamSpeak that are not meant to be repeated.
But at the same, I mean, we had it. He left the bush when they were rotating, so there was some kind of miscommunication
There has to
there.
be a call,
yeah.
because
Must
otherwise he wouldn't have left.
Yeah, somebody probably said somebody go, but they were meaning only one section goes. So, team swap round now. Do you think we're going to get 1-1, or do you think Utopia is going to come back and just keep it as 2-0?
I mean, there should be a 2-0 for Utopia, in all honesty. Unless Rage Quit can really surprise them with 7 quick tanks, I don't think.
Okay, well, let's have a look
2-0.
at the lineups then, see if Rage Quit are doing anything different. Now, Rage Quit they're on the attack now. They're going with a different artillery than what Utopia used. What's the tactics with this one, Daki?
Well, the M40 really is only useful for base 1 in reality, speaking about it, because we saw the strength of the Lorraine. It's a quick reload, it's quick relocation. It's everything the M40 pretty much doesn't have. So the M40 is very slow firing. Any miss is very crucial. So I think they have to go base 1.
Okay, and we have an AMX 1390 for Utopia. That's basically going to sit where we just saw the previous Tier 9 batch at, wasn't it?
There's a ton of bushes he can sit in, but yeah, somewhere in that vicinity, he will be sitting somewhere. In one of those bushes, there's like 100 to pick from.
And the IS4 and STB, how are they going to be played?
I mean, it's a common defensive hold. You send the IS4. Well, against the M40, the IS4 will probably not push to the corner at the cap. He will sit further back so he can't get spotted. STB in the 1-2 line, he also needs to make sure he doesn't get spotted.
Okay, so Rage Quit on the attack now, Utopia on the defense. Now, you were saying earlier on one of these deals that Utopia 100%, Rage Quit a bit ropey.
Well, Utopia has a 100% win ratio so far on Moravanka, just overall, and Rage Quit only had 50%, so even statistics are in favor of Utopia.
So Utopia very dominating here. I think it's going to go 2-0 to Utopia, so let's jump into battle number 2 here on Moravanka between Utopia and Rage Quit. How do you see this one going from the start, Decky?
I mean, I think it's going to be a fairly common start here from Rage Quit. Send somebody to the E line to control that, send the I7 towards D2, and then maybe some guys in 1-2 line as well. Get the RT to A4 and then to D1 so you can get pretty easy shots.
So it looks like there's been a bit of a team switch there in Rage Quit, is that correct? Now Yuki Homuri is playing with Rage Quit. They've subbed in one of their players.
We see him from time to time come in. They're one of the teams that like to switch players from time to time, but already Papa Pavion is not taking a usual push. This is a more offensive one because he has 3 bachelors in support.
Just thinking that's a very bold move from him there, pushing up really high, but Rage Quit actually have, it's almost like they've frozen. they've gone up and then just stopped. There's obviously no number 1 rush coming in and no real sweep round to number 2, so curious to see how Rage Quit are planning to do this one. Is it going to be one of these situations where they hover around 1 and then do a late rotation, or are they just going to perhaps try and engage Utopia in a fight?
Really, they're just waiting for their RT to get in position, if anything. They're just waiting because he was moving all the time. If anything's going to be the trigger, they're just waiting for RT to be in position, to be aimed, and then they'll send the I7 forward, as number 1 skills now does drive forward.
So RT actually taking a little bit of damage there. He's bumped off of something, or one of his teammates, probably one of the IS7s, probably turned into him or something. Small amount of damage. I wonder if that could have a major impact later on if somebody gets a low roll. So number 1 skills counted here in the IS7. He's already been spotted. He's going to peek up. You have Diabel, Forbidden, and Milos. As a shot comes in and just misses Forbidden. Very lucky there. Almost a great shot there from Gremek as he was able to land that shell arcing over the hill onto Utopia, but Forbidden able to just dance away and miss that one.
The great thing here for Utopia, I'd say, is that they have those 3 bad shots in the south, which makes a good east rotation. Only Urwi's there, Yugi, Seba. As soon as number 1 skills get on the cap, we've seen it before, you can reset them from the forest. If they push back Urwi's, then it should be an easy cap hold for Utopia.
So Diabel with an area that usually gives teams vision over onto the number 1 spawn, but they know they don't quite need that. As actually number 1 skills might do a cheeky little, I was going to go into a cheeky little cap there and just try and see if we can start something, but no, he's just playing on the hill here, trying to get spots for his artillery. Diabel getting shot there from artillery and getting himself tracked. That was a nice shot. As 420, he's not on fire, thankfully, but he's able to just drive away, and he does have extinguishers, so he would be okay if he was on fire.
Okay, Diablo's just blazing away right there after the 4-2-0. Now, the thing I was going to say, I fully disagree with Diablo getting spotted there. I want to say I don't like it when STBs get spotted in that position because he doesn't need to get spotted. There is no point for him there to peek over. There is literally none. There's no cap pressure. There's not anything. The only thing Rage Quit want is for Diablo to get spotted and to get hit by Artie.
So blind shot there coming from number 1 skill, but he's be as well as shooting another match there, a map considering how close that shell was. There's nobody near where he was aiming into. Everyone else at the moment just staying passive and staying calm. There's no need for Rage Quit to do anything too aggressive right now. And Utopia on the defense, they're quite comfortable to sit and wait for Rage Quit to make a move. The advantage is with them. If the timer runs down, the longer the match goes, the more in favour it is for Utopia, because if the clock runs down, it's a win for the defensive team.
It's like we said, that the IS4 will not push up to the corner unless he needs to. And Diablo getting spotted there again.
He's going to keep moving.
If he gets one shot, it's his own fault.
He's moving back and forward. He's still lit just now. I'm imagining Gremic is just wishing him to stay still so he can get the shot coming in.
Now, I'm guessing Seba will be going on that cap to put some pressure on Utopia. I mean, they already lost 4 minutes. They haven't really done any damage. So they kind of need to put some sort of pressure.
So we have Milosh and we have Forbidden just sitting around the corner. Seba's going to edge his rear end into this cap circle and see if he can bait something out. So it could be coming in close. It looks like the IS4 and Batcha are going to move up the hill here, Daki.
Yeah, as I'm going to need to explain, RT has shots from here. He shoots onto here. That's why the IS4 decides to sit in that area, not to get spotted. Diablo here doesn't get spotted either. The thing what Utopia will pretty much do is, you know, as soon as this cap here gets started, you have 3 bat shots here. They will go with the 30-90 like this. And we've seen it before. Once you take these positions here and here, you can very easily reset like this. And it's not a lot of times of Rage Quit in position to deal with that. So I see that should be the response from Utopia if Rage Quit does decide to drive in the cap.
Okay, so it looks like Rage Quit not wanting to start the cap, so they had perfect situation there. Number 1 skills just playing peekaboo on this ridge line, trying to spot anyone from Utopia so he can give his arty something to shoot at. But Utopia holding their ground and doing very well at not getting spotted. They know where number 1 skills keeps peeking up from, so long as they can deny vision from that area, then they're not going to get themselves spotted. And number 1 skills, IS7 not the greatest tanks to roll up and down the hill like that, but looks like Papa Powan's wanting to make a move, and Utopia going to perhaps rotate around the bottom because they're expecting something from the number 1 spawn, but at the same time, Rage Quit are rotating around the top of the map to come down where Papa Powan was. So Papa Powan might have just saved himself there.
It could be a great read here from Utopia coming out, realizing that with time running so slow and no real damage being done, Rage Quit might decide to rotate towards that eastern side because they haven't done the damage to be able to cap that number 1 base. We talked about it. If they do, it's an easy rotation for Utopia towards the east. Now, this is great from Utopia. This is really great, amazing even. They realize the time that's left. They adjust. They now reposition Papa Pavian. And now Rage Quit, where they didn't do any damage with the RT on base 1, now they have to clear out Papa Pavian from the bushes. So
good move from Papa Powan to relocate. He would have been shot to pieces from where he is now, but this is kind of what I said at the start might happen, that Rage Quit would linger too long in one area, then rotate arguably a bit too late in the game. Shoku gets shots into Urwis here and runs away as Forbidden takes a shot from Crossfire that looked like from the forest as well there. Just peeked over, so Urwis, they know exactly where he is, sitting behind the building, so he's not going to threaten him anymore, but Milosh and Forbidden need to be careful here because they're spotted and they could get hit by artillery.
I think Urwis knows what's up as he's now starting to blind fire those bushes. He doesn't know exactly where Papa Pavian is very, very close to the road. It's a very aggressive bush as well. He has to be careful because if Yugi decides to push up, then he is dead. But look at the rotation from Utopia. Already 4 tanks. We talked about it. Cactus and Ardy's still there.
This is so scary for Papa Powan. He knows the hit's going to come in. There's one, but he's not spotted yet. Yugi Homri's going to spot him, and he's going to go down. He is spotted now. Urwis gets the second one, third one. Yugi Homri's going to get the shot in, and he kills Papa Powan. So good play there from Rage Quit to be able to filter out
Cactus
exactly where the scout is.
Cactus is 100% dead in this one. He's just trying to clip onto the side of Milosh there, but that's one bad shot gone.
So Cactus getting himself taken out there. We've also lost Papa Powan. Milosh is about to go down for Utopia as well, but he might just hang in there on 16, but he has a damaged ammo rack. Number 1 skills is now dropped as well as Utopia are starting to clear house behind them. Relocate a little bit, try and get themselves safe. There's always the danger of that huge artillery shell coming in. Urwis now in the cap is getting shot at. Cap's down to 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds. Can they actually do this? They might be able to make it, but the resets are coming in now. Shoku having to kill himself. Bounced there off the front of Halu, might save him for a bit longer, but Utopia getting all the shots in now. There's the next one dropped as Urwis goes down. Seba's being focused, but Halu's at the back. Milosh is finally dropped by Seba, but at what cost? As they're having to break away. Only 2 minutes left on the clock. Utopia need to pull back, find a bit more defensive situations and get ready for the push from Rage Quit because they feel confident with the armor and they feel confident with the guns.
Feel anything, Rage Quit still has a decent advantage here. Yes, they have only 3 guns, 3 bad shots versus the guys from Utopia, but still they have that RT. He only needs to really connect 1 shell right here to change the game.
Just needs a single tracking shot and a yell in TeamSpeak for additional coverage, so you're going to have Gremic looking everywhere there. Yugi Homri actually getting caught there from Bishu. Dybel bouncing a shot. Yuki Homuri could go down here from Bishu. This is good play. And he does go down. Advantage going almost back into Utopia's favour. Actually, they are slightly leading the health pool here, but then Dybel's dropped. Halu gets dropped by Forbidden. Seba's now the only one left who can actually do damage. Seba takes down Forbidden, but now Moku's going to take him out. Bishu and Moku the only one left. They need to run away from artillery, but Gremek is on a reload. They don't know that themselves, though. Right now, they're panicking. They just want to get out of sight and get out of vision.
Unless Gremek channels his inner Kusok, don't think there's much chance in this one. I mean, the only thing Bishu has to do is control him. He knows where he is. Muka goes safe into K1. This round is over. It's done and dusted. Bishu, he can decide what he does. I mean, if he goes for him now, Gremek won't have reload to make another shell. And on a map like Moravanka, there's no chance he's going to blind shell him.
So Bishu going for the scout. If it fails, then Bishu gets one-shotted. Muka running away so that Gremek doesn't have time to find him. So they're running down the clock, but they're playing safe. So very good from Utopia. Yes, but I'm saying he's still just playing completely safe.
I mean,
they're not taking any risks.
Bishu can go for it if he wants to. I mean, extra fancy points.
Oh, shotgun shot coming in. Oh, no, he misses. Nice shot from Bishu. And that's it. Utopia 2-0 against Rage Quit. Do you think this is going to perhaps go for a 5-0, Daki?
I mean, not with our next map. I don't think.
Oh, okay. Yes.
But I mean, that was great play from Bishu there in the later part of the game.
Good.
His peaks were great. Yugi was the only one with real HP there. He was full HP at that point. His other bachelor was 1.4 but had a damaged gunner, so it makes it a lot harder. Great play from Bishu, great peaks, and then Utopia coming out on top in the end.
The other thing as well is Bishu was untouched. Still had his whole health the entire fight there. So good fight there. I mean, when the fight happened, it was a bit scrappy. There was tanks like dump to dump to dump to dump, but good focus fire from each team as well. They were making sure to take the guns out of the battle. It wasn't spread damage. It was like take him out, quickly take him out. And in the end, Utopia just didn't have enough when the fight started. They had too many people that were slightly low. So if they quickly got focused, they were down. And Yugi Homuri getting caught down at the bottom was quite big. He didn't add to the fight once it happened.
Cactus overstayed there a little bit as well. He was doing great damage onto the IS-4 from the side, but that bad shot, I mean, he could have done 3 shells and pretty much taken Utopia guys around the map. He stayed for 2 more shells instead of turning around, running away. If he did that, might have been a different story completely. And then the cap getting started got really close at some point as well, but wasn't really
down to 5 seconds at one point. So let's have a look and see the damage there in that match and see if Bishu was actually coming out on top. No, actually, so he's down at 7th. So he survived, but wasn't the one fully committing to the battle. But Muka for his team and Forbidden, they did great.
Yeah, both of them doing really well. Muka here, great performance. But a lot of Rage Quit guys there, which usually means that on the second page, there's going to be a lot of Rage Quit guys on the bottom. I feel even Gremek in that RT, 1,950, all nice and well. But in a game that takes pretty much 10 minutes, well, 9 minutes before the last real kill, I feel like he does need to do 3K to make him worthwhile to be in this game.
Could have done a bit more. You had Papa Pau in there. He was scouting, so he wasn't really going to do much high damage. Number 1 skills was basically doing the spawn for his team. Yuki Homer there, were, as I identified earlier on, didn't do quite well when the fighting started. He got himself caught out at that.
They didn't expect Bishu to peak.
That crucial fight,
didn't think so.
That crucial fight at the end, you would want him to. He was a batch at full health. You would want him to get in and get his clip off.
They really didn't expect Bishu. It was a great play from Bishu to decide to make the peak, because a lot of teams, even if you're full HP, they wouldn't dare to make that peak because it could go wrong. Bishu making the individual play there. Yugi had to reposition, try to land shells, then the peak from the top. Great coordination.
So very nicely played from Utopia. Now, you mentioned when I said it was going to be a potential 5-0, not on the next match. So our next match is Ruinberg. Let's have a look at the tanks that are going to be used in battle number 1 here. Lots of objects I see, Daki. Talk us through this one.
Object 140 is coming out on the offensive side for Rage Quit. We've seen this before being used, but the 140s are really great for is pushing down that middle road. There's a little bit of hold down, you could say, for the 140s there, just past the entrance of the middle road there, where they can play around, catch maybe a heavy off guard. We've seen it being done before, and then the bat shots probably towards the 0 line, because then they can control anybody that tries to peek on the 140s.
Okay, so not much in the way of armor on Rage Quit there, really, is it?
Well, I mean, it's Ruinberg. If you take armor, you lose map control. If you bring a lot of armor, you don't have the required tanks to take the map control. The defender takes the 0 line, and then it becomes really hard.
Okay, so let's see if Rage Quit can take a match or battle back here against Utopia as we jump into the first battle on Runeberg.
Runeberg, a mixed type map. The defending team starts the battle on the green, and the attacking team starts at the centre square of the town. Bases are located quite far from each other. Both bases are better controlled from the village when playing a heavy setup. It's better to attack the first base through the top direction with the help of several well-armoured heavy tanks. For the attack on the second base, it's better to use a more mobile setup and either play through the centre or split forces. In general, the map is not easy to play on. Teams often use blind shots and risky shifting of the forces from one flank to another.
So, Runeberg, a map that generally favours the defending side. Can we see a strong push from Rage Quit and this one goes to attackers or not?
Okay, so far we see the 140s driving down the middle as we expected. I'm not sure if they're going to keep... Oh, so they're sending pure skill first here. So this is a different thing. You send the 1390 first, after which they'll try and land any shells onto Papa Pavian.
Okay, so shots coming in there, Papa Powin, 2 connected, 3 connected it looks like. No, 2 connected on him, so Papa Powin down to about half health. Pure skill still lit, but nobody's in a position really to shoot him. So he gets himself safe behind a building there. Fairly standard positions, I would say, from Utopia. Shoku up the top and then the rest of the team moving down into the field. Are they looking, Daki, do you think, Rage Quit to try and go for a base, or do you think Rage Quit are going to try and look for a fight?
Well, that lineup really only works on the eastern side. Those 140s, they don't really work great for pushing the A line. Now, Shuku being there in a Bacha, you might wonder, hey, why don't they leave an IS-4 there or an IS-7? Well, the thing is, if they do decide to push that A line, Shuku can land 5 shells on them, crossing the IS-7 lands 1, the IS-4 lands 2, and even then.
Blind shot coming out there from Cactus as nobody's home where the shell lands. Now, Rage Quit sticking in their little group that they always kind of do. Halu being left down at F1, does he have coverage all the way down the road there, Daki?
F1, I mean, it allows him to... I really dislike the position, actually.
Okay.
I hate it.
Okay, tell us about it then.
Because it spots D3, right? All nice and well. It spots that road. But if somebody decides to come to the 1 line, rotates over the B line, all the way to... so he starts at A6, drives to the B line, then comes down the 1 line. That position makes it so you don't spot that. If 2 guys come there, you're dead. What I also strongly dislike so far from Rage Quit is the fact that they left to such a passive start with just such a fast lineup, right? You see what happened now.
It's in the fountain.
You see what happened now, which is Bishu and Papa Pavian, both of them took 0 line. And digging that T62A out, good luck with that.
Okay, so like you said, Halu is aiming up towards the diagonal line from F1 to F2, but if someone was to loop round and come down that 1 line, he wouldn't see them going across. So getting out of that fountain, I imagine it's not going to be super quick. He has the danger of turning his tanks or getting himself caught in terrain. Bishu getting spotted there down in the bottom corner. Papa Pound's down there with him. Cap being started by pure skill. Nobody spotted him yet, but imagine the minute he gets spotted, he's going to get deleted off the map as Milos is going to poke his head out. He has to be very careful he doesn't overextend when he pokes his head out to get the shots. Milos is spotted, but in return doesn't spot pure skill, but I'm pretty sure he has a rough idea which push he's in.
I mean, it has to be somebody from the 6-7 line coming out to spot that, to be honest. Milos here has to be careful in FE215Bs. If those 140s manage to track somebody, they will shred through him very quickly.
So Gremic takes a shot to the face there that actually kills his driver, and he doesn't have a medipack for that. So Gremic, there in the Object 140 that you're saying is all about the maneuverability, and he's lost all the mobility. Milos getting absolutely pummeled here in the crossfire. Near skills coming down. Great shot from him, number 1 skills there. Seba's the one that actually kills him, but Milos really cut out quite tough there in a crossfire there. Papa Powen coming down there to spot out pure skills as pure skills get shot at. A little bit of a sacrifice in health there from Papa Powen, but he's able to survive. But for how long as he gets shots into pure skills and tries to shoot back? Really unfortunate there for Milos to get shot like that. Race Quit taking hits all over the place. Gremic now has a dead driver. He's down 2 crew members. Forbidden's able to get the kill on number 1 skills there. Pure skills trying to get shots into Papa Powen. They're trying to trade, trying to see which one can take out the other. Diebel takes a hit as well.
This could still be good for Rage Quit here now. Forbidden gets caught out. Shuku is on reload. And that is 1 dead, 113. Cactus is the one to pick it up. Now, the good thing is here, Shuku is really alone over there. Everybody else is towards the 0 line. And we talk about it as well. Gun in the game, which is currently in favor of Rage Quit. Yes, they don't have the HP, but they have the guns.
So Rage Quit with 6 guns in the game. Utopia only with 4 guns in the game. against well in Utopia's favour. Rage Quit technically only have 5. As Gremic with a dead driver and dead gunner, his aiming is going to be horrendous and his movement's going to be horrendous. I don't imagine him moving very far on the map from now. So many shots there coming into Bishu's. He was able to bounce a couple, but it looks like some more onto him. Rage Quit know exactly where he is. He's going to dance the dance back and forward before he gets himself unspotted. And knocking the tree down, Bishu, not really a great idea. Just giving them more information about your location.
And this is great from Rage Quit. They realize the advantage they have right now. 4 guns from Utopia. They can't cover everything. There's just not enough guns to cover every single angle of the map. They're sending Shuku back, sure, which is nice and all. The difference is now they have still a full HP Batshot as well themselves, and Urwis is decent HP as well. They can push them across, and there won't be enough fire cover. I mean, Shuku has 5 shells, Diablo will have 1, and maybe Muka 1 as well. It's still not enough. If Rage could play it right, this is still great for them.
So Rage Quit going to rotate round, and imagine they're going to switch to put their highest HP tanks at the front, which is going to be frustrating for Shoku, who's going to want to try and get shots into the weakest ones. Gremic himself's on a 1-shot, Seba's on a 2-shot, Cactus is going to need probably 3 shots into him, Pure Skill is going to need 2 shots into him, so already they're shooting at where they expect Shoku to be. He wasn't spotted, but Shoku has to be very careful because any shots coming into him is going to greatly affect his staying power.
It's the reverse bait here from Rage Quit. This could be even better than what I said, actually. Now, Halu driving into the middle road, he takes the ramp position. What Rage Quit did here, they put some blind fire towards Shuku, right? Which now makes Utopia think exactly the same way I thought. They're going to rush to north. Now, if you look at the positions left for Utopia, Bishu is isolated completely in that T62A. If they drive over there, he is dead. Diablo is very far back, Muka as well. Could be really good from Rage Quit, actually.
So mind games from Rage Quit as they're trying to make Utopia guess where they're going to go, but they're not there. A bit like a magician right now, Rage Quit. It's like, now you see me, now you don't. Utopia not with much map coverage here at all. Very, very low vision. By the time they spot what Rage Quit are doing, it could be all too late. Rage Quit have to be a bit wary of that clock, however, as it is always counting down and will always be in favour of the defenders, but I'm pretty sure Rage Quit have something cooking right now.
The timing, look at the timing. Bishu, he's running away now, or Rage Quit. That being a little bit passive is costing them now, but if Bishu does decide to go back now the mind trick is gone.
Yeah.
I mean, Diablo and Muka will now reposition. If they do decide to go for Bishu, they will take a lot of damage. Look at the repositioning. So now this is not working out for them.
Bishu just coming up there, and then the cap starts, and he's like, hang on a minute, and turns around and goes back saying, I need to spot here at the bottom because something fishy, something's not, they're not, because Shoku's now saying, guys, after those shots, no one's came here. I think they've re-rotated, I think they've gone back down. So Utopia is still having to guess right now. Oh, there's Shoku, as we just said, he's like, nope, no one's here. Guys, I'm coming down into the middle, they're definitely not top.
Well, Pure Skill is in the same bush as before. Now, Bishu doesn't, you can see the rock is covering him. So Bishu doesn't really have a shot. It has to be one of the guys from top, and then those 140s will pounce, I guess. But I think Rage Quit is favored here.
This could be very bad, because this is where Milosh got himself caught out, because he did the push where Diebel is, and Milosh got caught from the guys in the middle, from someone in Halu's position. Pure Skill acting as bait again. Can take 2 shots before he has to run. Bishu just trying to find out which bush he's in. Can't get over because of that rock. Diebel's actually going to try and side scrape to get the shots in. Is he able to get line from the objects? Are the objects able to get line into him?
The objects, if they peek from behind those houses, they can get side shots onto him, which is going to be great for them. I mean, there's going to have to be a commit. They're going to have to commit here. I mean, 26 seconds left on the clock. I think it's going to have to be Shuku to be the one.
Shoku building up speed here. He's going to come flying over the road to get shots in. Halu's going to see him and get a shot into him. Shoku gets hit twice. Pure Skill gets a shot in. Shoku might die here. Can he take out Pure Skill? He takes out Pure Skill, but he's going to probably drop himself, or can he get a shot into Gremic? Diebel's managing to kill Urwis there. This could actually go in Utopia's favour. They're running down the clock. There's only 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Shoku's managed to get himself safe. Seba there, going to come in the back. Halu sweeping around the back. This could be great play from Halu if he can get a drop on someone. But at the end of the day, Utopia just want this clock to run out now. Cactus takes out Shoku. Halu coming in here behind Muku and Diebel. Can they turn around and get shots into Halu? Diebel spotted from Halu.
Halu is the most important factor in this game right now. Diablo, I think he is dead.
Halu misses his shot. Diebel gets a shot back in. Halu connects with the second one as Diebel can just get himself safe just a little bit there. Moku's able to get a shot into Halu, and that means Halu has to back off. Diebel still surviving, but now he has a broken track. He's not able to move. This could be a really, really close play from Utopia. Is Rage Quit going to just have to flood them? Rage Quit have to go in now. They have to go all in.
Well, they have to wait for Halu's last reload. That bad shot, he is somewhere halfway done with his reload. They have to wait for him. Without him, it won't work. They just don't have the firepower. Nice shot from Cactus, taking down Diablo, but still, 28 seconds.
Down the bottom, we have Gremic trying to fight off against Bishu as well. As Mocha is trying to fight for his life, he has to survive for 20 seconds. 20 seconds, he's able to help out. He kills Gremic, Bishu survives. Bishu needs to know, no, Cactus kills Bishu. Mucka's the only one alive for Utopia. Can he hang on for 10 seconds?
I don't think he can.
Halu's got a reload, Cactus is coming in behind him. Mucka's not going to survive this, it's going to go right down to the wire. Rage Quit, you need to kill him, you need to kill him. You have 1 second, lads, come on. Right on the dying last second of the game, Rage Quit do it. The last second. That counter was 0-0-0-0. Wow, that was cutting it close.
Utopia kind of falling in the end there. Now, this is one of the things we talk about on Runeberg, I'd say. I mean, boys, where's your Clippers? Where are your 50Vs? Because I didn't see any.
That was, tactically, that was a bit scrappy. Utopia,
Tactically, that was terrible from Utopia.
Utopia at the end, I mean, you had the rotations. Utopia didn't kind of guess the rotations, but they didn't have the vision. You had the nice rotation from Rage Quit, then the background, but then they didn't take advantage of it when they came back round.
The only thing Utopia had to do was stay in the bushes on the corner with the gorilla, send Papapavian in to go scout, go spot for me, go scout for the rest, not lose Milosh for free, send Papapavian straight over the road, spot him, kill Pure Skill, GG, they now won the game.
That was so unlucky. Bishu won that fight in the corner. If he'd managed to survive down there, it would have been okay, but then Cactus got a shot over.
Bishu misplayed there.
That
I mean,
was...
Bishu took 1 shell before from Gremic, right?
Yeah.
So he was 700, then went down to 400. Bishu, right there, is a misplay, where we talked about it was great. He should have pushed straight over the road and killed Gremic.
Yeah.
Who is a one-shot. He pushes over with 700 HP. There was only 1 guy in position to hit him. He takes 2 shells. He survives. He drives behind the houses. They win again.
Yeah, because they could run down the clock. That was the thing. So
exactly. So he should have pushed.
Let's have a look at the damage done in that battle and see who came out on top for their team. Halu in the back chat, 3,000. Bishu in the T62A there with 3,100.
Great play from Bishu up until the final part there.
So unlucky, so unlucky. Then Cactus, Seba, and Urwis there from Rage Quit coming in their 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Then Shoku, then Daibel.
Milosh,
oh,
my
Milosh.
friend.
Oh,
I put
Milosh.
you on my fantasy team and you do
Don't worry,
this to
guys.
me.
I'll spot. Ah!
I have him on my fantasy team, I
Really?
think. Yep.
I have Shoku in mine, I believe. So good pick there from Milosh. I'm sure he'll bounce back for the next game. Papa Powin, previously we've seen him wreck on the artillery. Not doing so great there in the T54 lightweight.
They should have sent him into scout. I mean, really? First off, Papa Powin's scouting run was not good. We talked about it, that if the Rage Quit guys do what I said in the beginning, drive the 140s into the middle, he is dead. They will auto-aim in on the move and kill him, probably. 1 track is enough for him to die against 140s. And then he lost half his HP and then didn't go spot for the team.
Not a really good example of how to play a scout in that kind of battle. But Runeberg it's a map where it's just like so much stuff goes wrong in Runeberg.
Well, you can't lose a defense by putting a 1390 in the cap.
Yeah, but I mean Runeberg is a tactic runer. You know, the name is of the map is well suited to what the kind of matches we see in it.
Well, Utopia swiftly threw that one away.
Ah, there we go with the puns, Daki. It's shocking. You're going to make chat turn into the Wild Bunch in a minute.
Shockish is going to be shocked.
So let's have a look at the lineups for Battle 2 here on Runeberg. We have Object 430.
Object 430. I'm thinking for what he can be used.
On attack, do you think he's going to go into Cap 2?
He's low profile. He could go into the cap. He could also go middle road. He could also drive into the window, but I don't think it.
Drive into a window?
Drive into the window on the 6th line. drive
Oh,
on
it's
top
a
of the ramp.
specific position. I thought you meaning he just drives into a window, like, you know.
I'm still missing a clipper on Rage Quit's side. I really like everybody playing with the gorilla and all. It's really cute and adorable.
Ah.
But missing a clipper, a 50B. If Utopia had 150B in that game, I think they would have won it.
It could have been very different. Although Utopia having the grill there was able to do some huge damage that actually lasted just a bit longer. But if they had a bit more HP, they would
But
have survived that.
he didn't. Muka was full HP in the end. That's the issue with it. Doesn't share
Okay.
any.
So let's jump into round number 2 here on Runeberg. Can Rage Quit bring it back to 2-2, or will Utopia stretch it out to 3-1? What do you think, Decky?
I think Utopia might actually lose this one. I'm not 100% sure, but defensive side on Runeberg is always an advantage.
You think it's going to be a Rage Quit from Utopia?
Maybe, perhaps.
Okay. So, Pure Skill coming down, covering the one area. He's going to just think up and sit up there. Wheelkikud and Shoku. So, strong defensive position here from Utopia covering the number 2 area.
So far, Rage Quit sending Pure Skill over. That's fine, because he can shoot them in the back if they do decide to go for that. Still wondering what the 430 here is going to be used for.
It's Papa Powen who's sitting in it. So, what is your plan, Utopia? How are you planning to use this? Be interesting to see where Papa Powen goes or what they plan to do with him.
Okay, so they send Milosh to the window. That's fine, because he has the better turret. The 430, I guess, will sit in the 0 line then. Low profile and all.
Cactus and Milosh trading shots there off, so Milosh able to roughly about the same damage there. So Cactus got a low roll. Milosh reloading quicker, gets the second shot in there. Cactus missing, so Milosh...
That was a really nice shot from Cactus, actually.
Crossfire coming in there from Shoku, so Shoku gets 2 shots in, but Shoku in response is getting smacked in the face there on his back chat. Bit of an overextension there. Milosh has actually got a dead gunner now, so he's in that spot in the window, which is really nice, but it's going to drastically affect his aiming at whoever he's going to be shooting at.
So unlucky for Milosh. That shot from Cactus was really nice because he needs to hit the cupola and Milosh's position is so strong. So that first shot probably saved Cactus for the rest of this game here.
And Milosh's shots, his follow-up shots are missing there, but we have a cap here from Utopia. We're already down to 30 seconds on base 2. They have 2 tanks sitting in there, Shoku and Forbidden. Milosh giving coverage from the window, and we have Wheelkikud sitting up in the town as he spots out Halu. Down to 20 seconds here. I think Rage Quit are going to make a push just through the town here, coming over. They have 2 tanks to reset, and imagine Forbidden's going to be the first one hit. Cactus is spotted, but Shoku's not spotted yet. Shoku making a bit of an early move there, a bit of a nerves. Down to 5 seconds, we'll see the reset come in here. Shoku gets a shot into Cactus and kills him. 3 seconds, and Shoku is just eliminated by the Grill 15. Great shot there. Forbidden now has to run behind the rock and save himself. Rage Quit Utopia exchanging shots here on the town line here at the E line. Forbidden getting a cross shot there into Pure Skill it was. The Seba's trying to get shots across into Bishu. Milosh is up here proxy spotting these tanks. Milosh himself has to be careful he doesn't get shot as the team's back off now.
Milosh in that position, you see how strong it is. Cactus pretty much his skill solely. So strong in that position now. Rage Quit losing the 0 line so early in the game is very much costing them at this point, as you can see. They still have more HP because they have the heavier lineup. But still, Pure Skill will go down, and then we talk about gun in the game. It's going to be in Utopia's favor. Glad that Seba retreated, though.
As you can see by the emblems beside the names here, that Pure Skill, as he's getting focused by Bishu and Forbidden here, he had a dead driver, so his maneuverability was going to be really bad. He's not going to get away there. Bishu taking a couple of too many shots there as he's overexposes. He gets a shot back onto number 1 skill. Not sure if that trade was worth it to take away the AMX. They had a dead driver, but of course they don't know that. Only we can see that. On Utopia, however, Papa Powen has a dead loader, so his loading time is going to be affected in his tank as well. So Utopia, they've got the guns, but it's realistically what is their effectiveness of their guns is going to be quite telling in the fight to come.
They really need to take out somebody from Utopia here, because the more trading they do, the worse they'll trade for now, because they've been trading terrible compared to Utopia so far. That made the HP even at this point. Now, they really need to take down somebody, somehow.
So Bishu looking down south, as you can see from the camera view, just worried about a rotation coming from Rage Quit as they try and sweep in from the back. But as we can see, all of Rage Quit are at the top of the map, although Seba is trying to sneak round. So Bishu covering the right area, trying to watch for the rotation. We have Forbidden in the cap. Bishu covering him south. Milos still up in that window. Wilkie on the right-hand side, and then further back, Papapowan with his dead loader. So Milos actually takes another hit there.
Well, yeah, Milos here, what is to note about it, you see when he positions himself, nice one into Urwis. When he positions himself, his back end is kind of sticking out.
Great play fair, as we were discussing earlier on, from Bishu covering that area, which was very well done because he would have got shot from Seba if he wasn't. The Gorilla takes out Forbidden there, so that's 2 resets coming in from number 1 skill. First he deleted Shoku, and now he's deleted Forbidden. He's actually doing well for his team with the resets. He's just being able to pick out the guys that are already damaged and just eliminate them from the battlefield. So, balanced out here for guns on the board. We still have 5 and 5. Where do you see the advantage with now, Daki?
So far it has to still be with Rage Quit, but they need to cover Gremek here. If Wilkie gets a free clip, it's going to be terrible.
Wilkie getting some shots back into him. Gremek taking a huge amount of damage there, 1,540. The IS-4 is a tank you want to soak hits, but you don't want him to soak that many. Milos trying to get a sneaky shot over there on Gremek, but looks like he just missed and hit the ground in front of him.
There's still so much time Rage Quit has to hold on, and Gremek taking so much damage. That's bad covering from his teammates there. Somebody should have been covering the 0 line. Now they favor back with Utopia, I'd say. One guy on the cap here, Papapowan, that 430. Milos is still in that position. He's still controlling everything. And Wilkie, getting that free clip off, he's still on a lot of HP. So if anything, Utopia's in favor.
Is this going to be another roll over the hill from number 1 skills and just deleting somebody? Or somebody in his team going to get a shot off first? I mean, number 1 skills is quite far back. He's rotated all the way back up to C0.
Yeah, so he can
B0.
shoot Milos. He can shoot Milos. If the more distance he takes, the possibility there is to hit Milos in the top of the turret, but still, that T62A, you can only see a small part. It's a very hard shot. The only important thing here right now is the cap. I mean, they're going to have to send somebody to deal with it.
Wilkie could just checking down the bottom area, making sure there's no rotations, as he's going to say to Bishu, come now, but I'm not sure if that's a good time for Bishu to move away. Seba's going to come over and try and reset the cap. They've lost the coverage from Bishu. Bishu just sees that coming around too late, as Papapowan's going to get shot at by Seba. Milos is proxy spotting, and Papapowan's going to take 2 hits from Seba, possibly even 3, as Bishu now starts to come back round. Bishu has a full clip, but doesn't have a lot of health. Papapowan's in danger of someone just poking over from the town. It looks like Urwis is going to try and do that. Papapowan perhaps wanting to use his teammates' wreckage there as cover to save himself. Wilkie could getting caught in a crossfire. He went down that middle road. Really bad play from him as he got spotted out and is absolutely focus fire there from Rage Quit. So good focus fire from them, dealing with what would have been a very dangerous threat coming around behind them. Papapowan now finishes off Seba to deal with that threat. Urwis coming round as well. Every advantage that one team has keeps going against them. They keep losing it. It's just not really working out for either team as they try and poke and prod each other and try and see where they can find an opening.
Major overextension there from Wilkie. He really shouldn't have peaked there at all after that first shot. Now Milos, I think he wants to take down Urwis, but look at the amount of bushes in between. Can't spot him yet. And slowly but surely, time is starting to run out here.
Utopia have to be very careful. Nice play from Milos. He does have a dead gunner, so he took a lot of time aiming in that shot. I was just going to say, they have to be careful not to get caught in the crossfire there from the shots down the street from where you have Gremek's number 1 skill. Number 1 skill looks like he's lining up a shot on someone, just holding his time, waiting for them to step into his gun sights. Wilkie Kid looks like he's perhaps the one that he's aiming at. Bishu and Milos coming back round to help Papapowan in the cap.
Milos has the crucial position there. He will spot the crossing of the road. Muka is covering the other angle. Lands a nice shot onto number 1 skills, and I actually do feel like it's over for Rage Quit at this point.
Bishu finishes off number 1 skills. Gremek you saw shooting at Muka. They each missed each other. Muka gets a huge hit into Halu, 701. That's going to affect Halu's performance as he wants to come in and try and deal some damage and tank some damage. Gremek needs to shoot at Bishu. Bishu's got 1 shot in the clip, but they don't know that. Milos coming round here in the T62A to get shots behind Halu. Muka takes out Gremek. Halu takes out Bishu in return, but Halu has no health left whatsoever. He's on 427. Basically, Utopia are going to fight over who kills him. Mushu gets a shot into him. Muka comes round. Milos gets a shot into him. And there we go. 3-1. Utopia. Again, just like the first match, Daki. Scrappy again from both teams, really.
I mean, if anything, more scrappy from Rage Quit in beginning, throwing away a full FE215B for nobody knows what reason. Cactus there. This is the issue you get when you give up complete 0 line control to a team. Utopia, they play from it. They've never played Runeberg this season, but they still know how to approach it. It's not rocket science, I'd say. And if anything, the only reason they became close again at points is because some overextensions from Utopia.
Yeah, every time Utopia tried to do something, they were getting caught. Like, or people were, like you said, they were overextension. Wilkie could, great move to come round like that. Great move to come round and give his
It's
team
the one shot
crossfire.
too much.
But then he just pushed a bit too far, and they focused him.
It's the issue with a lot of players still. That one shot, you take the first shot, that's fine, because nobody is expecting you to be there. You take the second shot, it's still okay, I guess, and then the third shot, and you go down to 300
By that
HP.
time, they've got their guns on you. So let's see where the damage came from in that battle for each of the teams. Bishu there on top, number 1 in the AMX 50B, 3,970 damage. Your buddy Milosh a bit better there, Daki, T62A with 3,300 damage. Not bad for a tank that in the first half of the game had a dead gunner.
Yeah, dead gunner, but jack of all trades, helping out there.
Jack of all trades? That's right, because these guys have all the skills, so
Yep,
it's not really a dead gunner then, is it?
It affects it, but jack of all trades, you know, commander takes over. He's like, don't worry, I'll aim as well.
Commander's like, I'll do both things, just jump between the two seats. So, good for him. Shoku, sadly there, my team. Shoku, why?
Well,
why Shoku?
had to jinx it, you know, had to ask about it.
That was because you said about Milosh, and I said Shoku's in my team, and
Exactly.
they just switched round.
The
Not
gods,
cool.
The gods are on my side.
Highly doubt it. So, we've had Muravanka, we've had Runeberg. Now we're going to go to Cliff. What are we going to see here, other than lots of bat chats and auto-loaders?
Well, I mean, Rage Quit has played it with RT before.
Okay.
You always have the potential to see T49, RU251. I dislike the T54 lightweight completely.
You don't like it?
It has no role in this. It has no role in this at all. I'd rather see 239 bat chat. We've seen, but it's going to be, so it's either going to be T49 with bat shots, TVP, or you're going to get maybe one single shooter, and that's it. Really.
Okay. So yesterday we saw a Scorpion being used. Do you think that's a good idea, or do you think it's a bad idea because it's just too predictable?
Well, I told you before, like 2 hours and a half before, the Scorpion's going to
go there.
Scorpion's going to go
right
to
here.
A5. Then I was watching the broadcast.
Yeah.
It's like Daki said he's going to go A5. Oh, look, he went to A5. What a surprise. Magic.
It's like you used to be a pro player, you know these things.
No, I don't like it. It's like
you don't like the tactic, but you like the tank.
I mean, sure, I like the tank. The thing is, it's very predictable. Putting anything like Grill, Scorpion, anything with a high alpha accurate gun is giving away your tactic that you're not going to go middle, which gives the enemy team so much info, so much potential already to react to it.
Okay, so let's see the actual lineups that the teams are going to be playing here with Rage Quit versus Utopia. So, wow, we do have an artillery there, a Lorraine specifically, a T49 TVP, and as is always a safe bet for Cliff, bat chats everywhere.
Do I get extra points for?
You get a bonus cookie, Daki.
Let's go. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Lorraine. I'm not a fan of RT in general on Cliff, unless Diplomat is playing it.
I don't believe that. I know for a fact that you're a fan of artillery. I have a video of you playing artillery on a trackpad.
Yeah, that's true. That's because, you know, once you drum long enough, you want to see what it's like to be a guitar player.
You're a drummer. I forgot about that. Yep.
Drummer in the free time, mate.
Yep. Brainstorm.
Kappa Pride.
Oh, God. There goes chat. Sorry, guys. Sorry, moderators. So, T49 TVP on Utopia. For defense?
It's a balanced lineup. I'm not a fan of T49 on defense. I'm a fan when teams decide to bring the double 29 Batchat, because T49 is such a hit or miss tank this season. We've seen it as well. Sometimes it does 3k damage, and the next time it does 300.
Okay, so Utopia almost a match point. Can they get 4-1 against Ragecut, or Ragecut make it 2-3? Let's find out as we go into Cliff.
Cliff, the most dynamic map in the league. Battles on Cliff always turn into desperate double-edged fights. Teams start from the same spots as they do in standard battles. The first base is located near the defender's spawn point, and the second is at the bottom of the hill. Sometimes teams split their forces and send several tanks through the 1-2 line to the left of the small hill, but usually both teams play at the center. The attacking team can send one of the tanks up to the lighthouse or behind it. Fast and quick-firing vehicles are better suited for this map, mainly medium tanks, including tanks equipped with autoloaders.
So mainly medium tanks or tanks equipped with autoloaders. It's pretty much all we see here on Cliff. So standard tactics, Daki, or are we going to see something like they said? Rage Quit said they had special tactics. Where are these special tactics?
Well, Rage Quit's going to have to kick into overdrive, bring some atomic performances here all night long as they are driving towards the middle and leaving the RT.
It's a very exciting match, Daki. I would say the adrenaline is pumping right now.
Adrenaline is definitely pumping. But so far, RT there, I'm not sure how many shots he's going to get. Like in reality, for him to be effective, A1 is where he has to be.
A1.
I'm serious, like if he goes to A1, he would have shots on their back, but then they still need to control the middle. So it's like...
Halu's the first one to take shots, and a shot comes in from Gremic there, but Milos had already moved off that area and gets himself safe. So very standard area. Is Milos actually just running up the hill there?
That's brave play from Milos there. But he knows...
Is Shoku
but,
going to go up behind him?
It's not brave play, actually. They know Rage Quit. We've criticized them for this before. They like to play a lot of tanks under the hill. And Papapayan spotted pure skill, so they knew nobody went 1-2 line. And the only position he can get shot from is 1-2 line.
4 tanks to do this boost. Is Milos just going to poke his head over and spot them?
Oh, look.
Halu.
Kaizu, I hope you're watching right now.
Halu makes it. Kaizu, you have 4 tanks here going to show you how to do it. Cactus, pressure's on him. Can he do it? Can he do it?
Hey,
oh, there we go. There's 2.
Number 3.
Number 3.
Oh,
there we go.
Yeah.
Yep,
Number
Urwis.
4.
Okay, here we go. Oh, Kaizu, man. There's 4 tanks doing it. 4
They did
tanks.
it all on the first try as well.
Wow.
I hope Break and Positive are watching as well.
Wow, that's how you do it, guys. That's how you do it. You don't need to take 3 attempts to do it. You don't need a teammate to come in and do it for you. All 4 guys get up there, no problem. So this could be a nasty little surprise for Milos. Cactus and Milos proxy spot each other. But Milos doesn't know the rest of the guys that are there behind him.
Forbidden here in the TVP. Not sure if I'm a fan just yet. I mean, he can help if they do decide to peek the mountain, but we've seen it before if a team decides to push, you know, with all the batches at the same time. I think we saw it yesterday even. If a team does, I think it was even Go Hard in the Go Hard match.
They can do it with a focused fire.
Yeah, if they just drive straight forward, then you know that TVP is useless.
The interesting thing is there's no crossfire coming in at all. So if there is a fight, it's going to happen just purely on the top of the lighthouse here. I'm pretty sure we're going to get some awesome rotation round to be able to see all the fight as it happens, because we don't have to worry about crossfire. There's only pure skill down there. He doesn't really have a view across. Muka's able to come up and support his team right now. It's almost like Utopia know it's going to kick off on this hill. Well, this is going to be actually quite cool, Daki. We're going to get a King of the Hill scenario here.
Well, the hill is always the most important part here. I would like to quote my buddy Deadzone, as he would say on Mines, if you don't want to take the hill, don't go for it.
Yep.
So far, Utopia only sending 3 guys. Not sure, now the 4th. It's going to be great.
So
I mean, Bishu and Shuko are kind of in a trap.
If the fight happens on Rage Quit's terms, Halu taking a shot, he's already, I was at the start, he took a shot. So if the fight goes on Rage Quit's terms, Utopia doesn't have the additional guns there.
Imagine if this proxy spot Bishu and Shuko. Gremek can actually hit that. I mean...
Oh, arc over. So
easily even.
If the fight happens on Rage Quit's terms, Utopia doesn't have the additional guns to cover.
Well, the pusher always has the advantage, I'd say, in close range. I mean, if you push around the corner with 4 guys against 4 guns, there's a big chance you're going to be winning, because at one point, you know, they have to turn their guns.
And there goes Milos over, stuck his head a bit over more. The fight's coming on, the shot's coming on. Cactus is the first one to be focused on Rage Quit. Milos backing off there. You're going to see that Gremic shot over, but he looks like he's missed. Cactus getting dropped, Jurvis getting dropped, Halu getting dropped. Jurvis is going to be the focus. He's the first one down. Milos is able to kill him. Seba's coming around the back trying to get shots into Bishu. Milos is coming over, he's got 1 shot left, he wants to make that count. Muka's coming over, 2 shots, he wants to make them count. Cactus is going to drop. Can Muka get a shot into Halu, or is Muka going to go down? He's overextended here. He's trying to push Halu off the cliff, which he does, but Halu's in a bit where he can recover from. So, advantage going to Utopia there. Shot coming in from Gremix, just misses again. Bishu has a damaged commander. Shoku has a damaged track. Muka's dead though. Advantage Utopia, but that was quite a rough fight there. As another tank drops, Wilkie taking out Halu there. Advantage definitely now with Utopia.
Yeah, Wilkie Koot just coming there and finishing off 2 tanks. And we said if you don't want to fight for the hill, then don't go for it. I'm not sure why number 1 skills is sniping from the back and pure skill is over here.
Skills, Daki, skills.
Not
That's what
number
it is.
one for
Not
this
number
game.
ones. There's not number one skills. We're not seeing pure skills from these guys. They're not really contributing to their team fight right now, and they're being isolated from the rest of the fight. All you have left is Gremix and these two guys.
That was a nice
Although,
shot.
as we see, that number one skills just picks off Milos off the top of your hill. No longer King of the Hill Utopias. They've all came off the hill, but they smell blood. They know where Rage Quit are, and they just want to finish this one out. Number one skills is going to be the next one. Focus down as Forbidden and Bishu get the crossfire in. Pure skills is going to try and get shots. Papa Powan gets the big shot into him. Welkikud gets the finishing shot there, so Welkikud looks like he might have done an actual bit of damage. Shot coming in from Gremix into Bishu there, misses. Gremix going to try and run, but it's not going to happen. He's going to get just shot as he runs out to middle, basically to end this one.
Oh, but over Gremix, dodging here a little bit as Bishu picks it up.
Bit of missed shots there. So there we have it, 4-1 to Utopia. It's going all as planned for Utopia really right now, isn't it?
I mean, I don't really, they go for the hill. Artie, we know it doesn't have good shots. You want to play for Artie, then play for Artie. Don't play for the hill when you're playing for Artie. Like, they needed to take 1-2 line control earlier. Yeah. They take 1-2 line control. They keep those 4 guys on the hill, and then they start rotating because they will see on time if what Utopia is doing. Instead, they try some push without clearing the hill. I mean, boys, Utopia, they're really good right now. Why would they leave Milos alone on the hill?
Yeah, they're not going to have just one guy there. Like, it was sneaky. They had 2 guys just drop down.
Yeah, but it's obvious. I mean, it's like a team like Utopia will never just leave Milos there. Never just leave Milos. Why would they leave him?
It could have been mind games. It could have been mind games. You never know. You never know. So let's have a look at the damage done on the teams there. I'm interested to see Welkikud, how much damage he did. 4th place, but the top 4 spots all Utopia, Daki.
I mean, the story is written here. Bishu, Shuku, Muka, Wilkikud in that order.
Where's Milos, Daki?
Milos somewhere. He was the bait, okay?
Every time we mention...
He should get extra points for being the bait.
Every time we mention Milos
I'm
or
going to
Shoku,
send him an email.
They're swapping position.
I'm going to send him an email about sending Shuku first and then him. Because I cannot agree with this kind of play.
Dear Milos, please
Dear
don't
Milos,
do this because of my fantasy team.
Dear Milos, next time, go to the red line. Thank you.
You are giving me headaches. I am having a brainstorm.
EXO Daki.
Brain power, not brainstorm. Brainstorm's a team that play in Russia. Okay, you should use your brain power more often, Daki.
I'm not sure if you're capable of using any.
Nope, 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 nope.
You see
nope,
what I mean?
Nope, nope. Okay, so we're going to have another match here on Cliff. The teams are going to switch rounds. Do you think Utopia are going to take it 5-1, or do you think Rage Quit are... I mean, they're on a downward slope right now. They've been back-to-back wins for Utopia. Rage Quit, they're sitting 8th in the league. They desperately need to get the points on the board. Utopia sitting 2nd, desperately want points on the board, which will bring them back level with Ding, who are only 3 points ahead of them.
I think if Rage Quit wants to win this, they're going to need a legendary performance, if anything.
Really? Do you think that they're going to need to go hard?
They're going to have to go very... they're going to have to go very hard.
Or do you think this battle is just out of range for them?
I think this was a very swift victory for Utopia.
Puns. We need to get some better.
Now Shokish is going to write me an angry conversation on Skype. I'm like, Daki, your puns are horrible. And then I'm like, no, I go hard every time. And he's like, oh.
And right now, chat will be the Wild Bunch. Okay, so we have Cliff. How's it looking on Cliff for the teams? Does any one team favour Cliff over the other?
I'd say, I mean, they've been played in almost equal this year. Cliff, it's been an equal map so far, I'd say.
It's never really Cliff's never really a map that truly favours one team, is it? It's always a map where all the autoloaders go in and it's like I say, it's like a gunfight. It's like
it only favors
like, oh, I need
teams
to
with
reload.
great cohesion. Teams with great cohesion do great on Cliff because it's all about the right peaks, covering your teammates, working with your teammates when to peak. It's all about the great teams with great cohesion. And we saw when Ding played against Kazna, we saw some great cohesion there. And even then, it was only a 1-1 map.
It's always very important as well with the crossfire. If the teams can hold that area on the west side of the map, with the area with this like Applewow's little home now, his little monument there, little memorial for him.
Rest in peace.
Teams can get that area and they can get the crossfire onto the hill. That is like massively vital when the fight starts on the hill.
Nobody dares to drive in 1-2 lane anymore because the meta was so long so far. Everybody boosts on D2 and then you boost some guys on E4, especially on the grand finals. We saw that a ton where they pushed 1-2 line from the south and the enemy team all of a sudden had 5 tanks there. Everybody's afraid of pushing 1-2.
Okay, so we saw last night the spot coming up from Diplomat absolutely erasing someone off the map. He got himself spotted in a normal area that was a fairly common place to go to by a huge one-shot. Do you feel that on these maps that is on Cliff that taking artillery is worthwhile, or do you think it's only worthwhile if you have a player like Diplomat?
I think Diplomat is a god.
Really?
I mean, the guy always said he was talented. I always said he was great artillery as well. I've always said that, especially playing with him. I mean, I'm just saying. I've always
Just say, oh, I've always said, yeah.
I've always said that he was a great artillery.
Yeah, next you're going to tell me you taught him everything you knew. He's always saying that you were his inspiration.
I mean, I haven't taught him everything I knew, but like
You got to keep some stuff secret. Maybe
like,
keep some stuff secret.
maybe like 25% of what I know.
Maybe 5%.
Maybe something like that.
I like crayons.
I mean, if I teach him everything, Kaizu would know how to climb mountains.
That's true. But he's the mountain goat. He should know how to climb mountains.
Climbing mountains is hard.
Really?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So, Cliff, this is match point. I think Utopia's going to do it. No offense to Rage Quit, I'm sorry, but Rage Quit, you're 8th. Utopia are super strong right now. I think they're going to do it.
I don't think that this is a team Rage Quit can take points against. Utopia right now in its current form, they also always have been a very heavy momentum team. If the ball gets rolling for them, it continues. They usually are very great with momentum. If they lose that momentum, it's an issue though, but I don't think they're going to lose it.
So saying Rage Quit currently 8th position in the league right now. The next match we have coming up after this one is going to be Legend and Out of Range.
Legend is sitting just a little bit lower.
Legend are sitting 12th, Out of Range are sitting on 11th. But if Out of Range get points on the board, it's going to have changes at the bottom. Because after this as well, we have Wild Bunch versus Rusty Roster, and we have Swift versus Kazna.
It's all battle of the bottom.
I said to Mojo today that I think this weekend is going to be the one that defines the split. It's going to have some clear people at the bottom. I think there's got just now you've got.
I'm not sure actually. I think
it's 5 to 9 right now.
I think it will stay like.
Or 5
I think
to
right
10.
now the only 3 teams, the only maybe 4 teams that have seemed okay is Ding, Utopia, Go Hard, and then maybe Oops if they're in a good day.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think everybody else is fairly close. I don't think I've ever said that about Kazna right now, but they haven't looked good.
I think Kazna need to make some changes in their lineup or something, to be honest. I think they need to. They've got the Dead Zone on their team, who's not really featured a lot, and they also have another player who they've not been using.
Theirs hasn't played.
Possibly, yeah. I think perhaps maybe rotating those, bring a bit of freshness in. They're looking stale. They're looking rigid. But you have roughly about 5 teams right now, fighting over 2 spots, or I think it's about 6 teams fighting over the 2 spots, the spot 9 and spot 10. 11 and 12 are pretty much Out of Range and Legend, the 2 guys that are going to be fighting each other. Legend looks like, no offense, Legend.
If Out of Range lose against Legend, they should disband it.
Legend look like they're not going to be staying in, but they're still going to fight all the way, which is quite good to hear. I mean, they've still got Zet, still capable of potentially pulling up upsets. They did take 2 matches off Utopia. Rage Quit right now, I've only taken 1 match off them. So there's still the potential for Legend to maybe cause an upset. Out of Range, they're not looking good at all right now, are they?
If anything, the bottom teams will decide who goes to the next stage. If a bottom team takes points of a team that's number 8, for example, and they lose against a team that's number 11, then that's pretty bad for them.
Yeah. Okay, so we're ready to go now on the second battle here for Cliff. Let's have a look at the tanks involved we're going to see here, Daki. Now, no artillery this time round, Batchats everywhere, and an RU-251 for Utopia.
Still not a fan of those tier 8s. I mean, I'm a fan of the tier 9 Batchat. Every time I see a tier 8, it's kind of like, yeah, okay, if he gets into a fight with a tier 9 Batchat, he's dead. If he gets into a fight with a tier 10 Batchat, oh well, he's also dead.
Okay, very, very intriguing information there, Daki. Yep. So if a low tier gets in a fight with a high tier, the low tier's dead.
No, it's a matter of, the RU-251 needs to play it much more careful than a tier 9 Batchat. That's to do with the tier 9 Batchat with the 6 shells.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
It's way more useful than a tier 8. I mean, the only map it isn't is Muravanka defense, because you need to put somebody in the bushes.
They could take a tier 9 Batchat instead of the RU, couldn't they, with the points?
Yeah, they could take 5 Batchats and 2 tier 9 Batchats, or, 4 Batchats, 1 TVP, 2 tier 9 Batchats, which is a better lineup than RU-251 or T49, in my opinion.
Okay, so Utopia on the attack, Cliff on the... Rage Quit on the defense. Let's go into the battle now and see if Utopia can take this one to 5-1 or Rage Quit can take it back to 2-4. Daki, this is going to be a fight in the middle again, isn't it?
Not sure just yet. I think Rage Quit might be wanting to go for it, and hopefully it is, because it'd be great. So far, both teams are biasing themselves towards that middle area, and it could be a head-on engagement.
Oh, a little split off down to the 1-2 line from number 1 Skills.
Could still be a middle fight. If they drive up here, they go to the mountain. Number 1 Skills there as well. He can get a crossfire. This is what I talked about. This is the 1-2 line counter, pretty much.
So number 1 Skills has gone up, and we had Yuki Hombre staying down, so he's going to loop round. Papa Powen and Dibel coming around as well to counter these guys. Papa Powen has to be careful not to overextend her. He's going to get nailed as he goes round that corner. Good stop from him. If he carries on and peaks, that's going to be a bad day for him at the office.
He knows he has to drop off. That RU251 really can't do much. Now, not a...
Dibel just took a small hit there from 66. Cactus is taking a hit. Is that Dibel colliding with a teammate?
Could be some dropping damage as well, seeing as his position. Probably took some dropping damage coming off the cliff.
So
Nothing important just yet.
Bishu and Mucka able to climb up the hill here as well.
But the thing is, Rage Quit, this is not a good setup. I mean, what Utopia does now is they put...
Milosh has not made it.
It's not a good setup. I mean, they drive one guy into the 2 cap. There's a little hole down area there where you can sit perfectly safe. You drive in there, you take the hill, you keep one guy in the middle. Now, when Cap gets started, what does Rage Quit do? Because really, I don't see any option for them to win this game.
Shoku coming all the way around the flank here, able to get some good vision. He has Milosh right behind him. So Milosh dropped down off the cap. At first I thought he had perhaps failed to go up, but it looks like actually he was coming down to do a new tactic with Shoku. Both him and Milosh spotted at the exact same time by pure skill. Shoku has to be a bit careful not to overextend, but there's plenty of deflates that he can hide down in here. Deflate, I should actually say depressions or something like that. It's a fancy term for a bump, basically, that people can hide down. Milosh takes a shot into pure skill. Pure skill bit exposed here from this, to be careful. Shoku's no longer exposed, so he's going to continue to go along, but then Gremic is going to spot him out as well. So Shoku playing a bit of a dangerous game here, but getting a lot of information as he advances up the edge of the map.
There's a lot of lower area there where Shoku is, a lot of area where he can cover himself.
Pure skill trying to shoot a range with the T49, not something it's very good at. It has a massive aim time and it has a massive aiming circle, so it's not a long range sniper. Shoku's now able to come over and he's able to get the killing blow onto pure skill, as he's also able to force Gremic back over that hill. So strong push from Utopia as they're clearing out the side of the map.
So what we talked about, look at the crossfire coming in from the hill here from Utopia. What does Rage Quit do against this? Because you can see Utopia has complete control at this point.
Utopia shooting down into Rage Quit. It's like shooting fish in a barrel, as Rage Quit are all caught out on the open as they're desperately trying to scramble up to the hill to get some shots in. But Bishu and Muka just more or less playing a defensive role here as the cap started out, but they're coming out of the cap to sweep round. Milosh coming round in the back. Yugi Homri's getting caught in the back. We've just seen Cactus dropped by Forbidden, as there's Forbidden getting focused now as well, but Dibel's coming round. Bishu and Muka coming over. Bishu with 1 shot, Muka with 3. Dibel's able to take out number 1 skills. Yuki Homri goes down as well to Muka. Papa Powen down below taking shots back in counter, but the overlap is coming. Shoku's taking hits. He's on a reload. He has to try and make himself safe. Halu's getting shots into him, but he only has 2 shots left. He's taken out by Muka. Milosh now, he has a full clip, able to look for targets. Shoku's still taking damage, but he's almost reloaded. Gremic having to back off and drive down the hill carefully, which he doesn't do. A bit too much speed there as Gremic kills himself. That was not good driving at all. Rage Quit with 1 tank left. Oh, Daki, how's it? Oh, Dibel! In like a wrecking ball.
That was, I'm very sorry to say it, Rage Quit, but that tactic is one that is never going to work. Please throw it through the trash bin.
It goes.
It is such a bad setup. I mean, everything about it works out against you.
Yeah.
1-2 line control from defensive side. Big thumbs up for that. But after that, you don't control the hill. You can't sit on A5 because it's spottable. Shuku, you saw how he drove there. There's a lot of lower area where you can just drive through, get in that position. Pure skill, the only one there, dies in the T49. There's the little deflate. The tank sits up here. You can't reset him.
Yeah.
Utopia just puts tanks on the hill, spots you crossing, completely wrecks you crossing, after which you still have to drive on the hill. They just leave the cap and kill everybody.
It's a really nice push from Shoku. I really liked how he was able to get so far and not take hits when he was doing it.
He's completely in a lower area the entire time. There's hardly any shots he could be taken. It's like a lot of lower area, like I said. It's very easy to drive there.
So let's see if it's Shoku or Milosh is able to do the most damage for the team here.
If you want a story, only the
Bishu.
first 6 places here are from Utopia.
At the start of this, you said Bishu was one of these kind of pocket players for Utopia, that he's one that people need to watch out for. He was playing pretty consistent across this entire series between Utopia and Rage Quit.
Yeah, he is that high individual skill player as well. We're still expecting more from him than just this. I mean, has to prove it in every single match. But Papa is the only one there.
Papa Power.
I mean, it's like, 6 players from Utopia in the first place, the only one, Papa Pau in the Tirade, who didn't do anything.
Yeah. I mean, pure skill T49, 0 damage, but we knew he was in a kind of locked out area. But Cactus getting no damage at all in the back chat.
He's supposed to be one of their best players.
He's not going to be happy with this performance.
My fantasy team isn't going to be happy with his performance either.
Pretty sure if it was Mojo's fantasy team, all the people who didn't play today, I think Mojo, we just actually found out somebody else Mojo picked is on holiday right now. So
I think Vale he picked.
yeah,
I think Vale is still on holiday.
Mojo just deliberately picked everyone who he thought wasn't going to play. So that's the battle finished. Match is finished. It's gone to Utopia. Who do you think is going to be #1 damage for the post-match stats? Maybe Bishu?
Muka, Miloš, Bishu.
Muka, Miloš, or Bishu.
One of the
Somebody
3.
from Utopia. Let's have a look at the post-match stats and see who's top damage.
Yay!
Yay!
Well, I mean, actually, I got it pretty right. Muka, Miloš, Bishu, they're the top 3.
I just went singly for Bishu, so I'm nice and happy with that. So Bishu top damage for Utopia. Then Muka. Halu then next top damage across the entire series there for Rage Quit. Then Milosh coming in 4th. #1 skills, Grimmick, then Shoku down at 7th. So good play from Utopia. Although they have 3 tanks that were the bottom 3 damage, there was some substitutions coming in, some rotations there.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom ones don't really matter if the top ones are so far ahead of everybody else.
It's true. If they do some massive damage, then that means that they're going to stay there. I mean, like I said, there was some player rotations. Jugi Homre, for example, came in, I think on Runeberg, he came in after Muravanka, or he came in perhaps, maybe
Came in Muravanka.
the second match in Muravanka. He wasn't in the first one, and he featured in the rest of the fights. So, a bit unlucky. I mean, it was good to see teams make... I quite like it when teams make substitutions, to be honest. I know other people just want straight 7
I won't buy
players,
the
but
old Rage Quit, the one that just pushes with 7 tanks.
just 7 and all the time, just non-stop, just go.
Aggression.
Divide.
Aggression,
I know,
aggression,
yeah. All the
aggression.
way, non-stop. Just go for it. Go hard
Pretty
in a
much.
way. Very shame Go Hard don't do that. They just go crazy all the time. But no, just be Go Tactical is what it should really be called right now. So that's us. Match #1 down. We have 5-1 Utopia Rage Quit. Coming up next, we have no, we don't. We have Legend versus Out of Range. So this is a bottom of the table clash. Very interesting to see how this one goes. It's another one that has the potential to go all the way. We had Legend versus Rusty Roster, when Rusty Roster were sitting 11th and Legend were sitting 12th. If there was any other team that Legend are going to take points from, it's potentially going to be Out of Range, isn't it?
I think Out of Range should just be that. They were a top 4 team, in my opinion, when the season started. So if they go to tiebreaker with Legend, which they are going to lose because they haven't won, they can't win in tiebreakers. Out of Range, they lose every single tiebreaker.
That fifth match is just.
If
out
it
of
goes to
range for them.
tiebreaker, I don't know. I'm gonna
You will-
I'll be very disappointed in a sense.
You will Rage Quit.
Yeah, very swiftly. I will go hard.
Okay, so Legend Out of Range is going to be our next match. We're going to have a short break and we'll be right back. So stay here, guys, and we'll see you soon. And welcome back, guys, to the Wargaming European League Season 1. Once again, my name is Ryan Murphy, and joining me here is Jordi Versamesi. Bam! Got it right that time. Jordi, also known as the Killzor, me, myself, also known as Ektar. So, we're back here with match number 2 for the day. We have Legend versus Out of Range. Daki, how do you think this one's going to go?
It has to go out of Range's way. I mean, Santi and Deja were on holiday the last match day, I think, and now they're back. They're both on my fantasy team. They're going to create. They're going to do amazing things.
Okay.
And Legend, I mean, looking player by player, Out of Range is higher on every single step, except for maybe Zed.
Okay, except for maybe Zet, yeah. Zet is definitely turning into a huge player for Legend. I've said before when Legend are playing, it'll be unfortunate if Legend don't make it. Well, I'm pretty sure Legend are not going to make it at this stage. I'd expect to see Zet move into another team in the Gold Series. He's a very strong player. So there we go with the Legend lineup, Daki. What else can you tell us about this team?
I mean, I'm not sure what much there is left to say about them. Zed has been doing great so far. Other than that, we're really missing almost the entire team. Like, sometimes you get good performances from players like Killsteel and Nino, Dima, but they're not consistent. It's just every game it seems like there's Zed and then there's nobody.
Okay, and the pronunciation I constantly got wrong in the previous matches. I kept calling him Leprous, but I believe it's
Ipurush.
Ipurush. Okay, Ipurush. So, trying very hard here, ladies and gentlemen, to make sure that I pronounce people's names correctly, because people in chat like to point it out. And the thing that's confusing for me is there's so many names that are one thing in English, and the names that players chosen are chosen from their particular languages. For example, I have to apologise to Vetso and Kaznakru for constantly calling him Veko last night.
Vetso.
Vetso. There's no way in the English language that the C is pronounced like Vetso. So I was always getting pronounced by that. I just have somebody in my ear tell me that I got Wilkie Could pronounced wrong as well.
Could.
So just stick with Wilkie.
Wilkie's suit.
Wilkie suit. So it's just going to be Wilkie from now on there.
Just
So
like Tina, it's Tuna because he
it's
pushes
Tine.
people.
It's Tine.
It's Tuna from now on for
It's
the
Tine.
rest of the season. It's Tuna.
Daki's a little bit salty because he got pushed out in a
He
random
pushed
battle.
me around
by
the corner. I took only 100 shell for that. That is not a tiny thing, okay? That broke my heart.
Oh,
So he's Tuna for the rest of the
it's
season.
Tuna. Okay, so we don't have a video, sadly, with Legend this week, so we're going to jump straight in to discuss now about their opponents out of range. Now, you said earlier on, Daki, you thought that out of range were going to be one of your top 4 for the season. What's happening with them?
I don't know. Sometimes even I can be wrong, I guess.
Sometimes.
Very sometimes. I mean, they have such great players. Like, you know, you can see here, Piotr, very experienced, Raging Potato, super experienced, Vala, experienced, Formula, experienced. There's just a ton of individual skill and experience on that lineup. New multi-show as well, Santi, Deja. They're all great players, but they haven't meshed together yet. They're not a team.
So, are we going to go just with Piotr, Kasper, and Rysek, or are we going to go with call me Piotr, call me Kasper, call me Rysek?
Call me Piotr, call me Kasper, call me Rysik.
Really? Okay.
I think it's Rysik, I'm not sure.
Call me Rysik, Rysek.
Rysek.
Aha.
Rysek.
The voice from God above us there tells us how to pronounce it correctly. Cox, obviously, Raging Potato, Vala, Formula Adin, Kerloff, Dizik. Should be okay with those names, I think.
You never know, Ryan.
I don't know. I'm sure once the action starts, I'll drop back into just reading the names as I see them and pronouncing them all wrong so chat can go, what, this guy can't pronounce things right, doesn't speak English.
That's the best impression of yourself I've seen you do all month.
I'm surprisingly good at impressions of myself, would you believe?
What a surprise.
Practice in the mirror every day. So, unfortunately, we didn't have the interview with Legend, but we do have an interview here with Out of Range, where Daki, you sat down and had a couple of questions with them, didn't you?
Yep, I did.
Can you
I
remember
talked
who you spoke to?
New multi-show, actually,
New
this time.
multi-show. Okay, so let's have a look at how that conversation went.
So, Multi, you guys played the Wild Bunch last week, and it kind of felt like they outplayed you. What happened in that match?
So in last match we were struggling a lot because of lineup, because of bad team play. I think that this match was horrible and we need to improve a lot. Our biggest weakness is that we didn't have all players from main lineup, and that was the problem. But also, we weren't playing good that day. I think it's just bad day, and we need to look in future and next match days.
Definitely look in the future. Now, Multi, how does the leading go in your team? Because sometimes it felt like a little bit static and indecisive.
In our team, we have 3 people leading mostly. Usually it's Piotr and Karolf. And in last matches, I think that we weren't prepared well, and that was the biggest problem. We are practicing a lot, but sometimes in matches, we can't do this move which should be done to win the game, and that was the biggest problem.
Multi, do you feel like against the Wild Bunch, they kind of knew what you were going to do, especially on Himmelsdorf?
Yeah, it felt like they know our tactics, but I know that they had good idea how to counter our lineup, and they did it well, so it's very good for them.
Multi, you talked about not the main lineup being there now. Is Senti and Desha going to be back in this week?
Yes, we are going to play in full lineup, and I think that it will help a lot. We should finally show our good side of team.
Now, Multi, I think it's realistic to ask you guys really need to step it up. What needs to happen for you guys to survive phase 1, because it's getting close here?
I think that at the moment we need to mostly improve our communication, because it was the problem for last matches, but also our tactics. It felt like we have tactic, but we can't really react on team moves, and now we have some changes, and I think that it will help in next match day.
So, Multi, let's get into your matchup. How did you prepare specifically for this one, or you're just preparing in general?
We are not preparing for teams, like we usually prepare for all matches, because we never know what team is going to show in next match, so we have to be prepared for everything.
Thank you so much, Multi, and we're hoping to see the good side of Out of Range. Best of luck with your match.
Thank you.
So Daki speaking to New Multi Show there, a player known previously for his very skillful plays on autoloaders when the esports used to be around tier 8s and most teams only had a few autoloaders. Now we see a lot more autoloaders being used. Is Multi Show still one of the go-to guys to watch how to play autoloaders?
He should be. I mean, don't just lose those skills. He's very high skill. I mean, you can see it on his YouTube channel as well, how good he is. So, he should be.
Okay, now in the interview there when you were talking about how they did last week and talking to how things are going to go this week, New Multi Show was saying that the team, this is coming from a lot of teams who are not performing well. They're admitting, hey, we're not being prepared, which is a bit crazy to admit to, especially in such a crucial part of the season when 4 teams are going to drop out. So 4 teams are just not going to continue. That's it. They're not going to get a chance to win the Gold Series. They have no chance to go to the Challengers Rumble. They'll have no chance to go to Grand Finals if you can get to that stage. And then when you also asked him about how they're preparing for future teams, he said they're not performing, they're not going for teams specifically. Do you think they're just really not taking it quite so serious as they should be?
I mean, I think they are. If they admit that they weren't prepared, they realize where the issue is and they should try to fix it. I also don't agree with preparing for individual teams.
Okay.
It's one of the things that ends you up losing in the long run.
Right.
If you prepare every counter for every team, sure, you'll win some matches. You might even make it to the finals. Once you get there, they're not going to play the same tactics, and then you lose.
Okay, right. So our first match of the day we're going to be playing on is going to be Muravanka. Lineups, Daki, what do you think we're going to see here?
No real surprises, I guess. I mean, bad shots, E5, IS4, maybe TVP, maybe STB, maybe RT.
maybe Artie. So let's have a look and actually see the team lineups on here for Muravanka, where we see Out of Range are going to be defending, and we see that Legend are going to be attacking. Well, Daki, it's almost like you have the team list in front of you right now, isn't it?
I swear I didn't look.
I don't know why I throw you this question every time.
I never look.
I really want to pick your
swear.
brains, but I know that both of us have actually got written down exactly
Yeah,
what's
but I
in
don't
front
look
of
at
us.
it. I really don't.
It's bat chats every time. Bat chats. Okay, so match number 1, Out of Range against Legend on Muravanka. Okay, Daki, are we going to get a number 1 base rush, or are we going to get some rotations?
I don't think either of these teams is going to go straight for the number 1 base. No RT2 and no multi-show either on the out of range lineup.
No new multi-show. Very interesting. I wonder if they're going to rotate him around and bring him in for another map or not. So we have Piotr and we have Raging Potato, Kerlov, Desha. Okay. Legend sending some people into the magical forest where usually tanks go to die. Raging Potato just getting coverage over onto base number 1 as he gets a shot at him from El Nino but is able to dodge it. Spotting out each other, Raging Potato just trying to go for a bit of additional spots. He'll be able to see if anyone comes round that corner on E1, but looks like Legend are playing a bit more passive this time.
Yeah, Legends so far very split here. I think their final play for now will be pushing towards that K line, trying to take control over that, slowly trying to close out of range.
Cox getting shot there from someone. Didn't see where that shot came from. He's taking just a single shot of damage, perhaps from Ipo Rush or perhaps from El Nino.
Probably from El Nino, who only has 4 shells left now.
Ah, yes. Good spot, Daki. Good spot. Cautious play at the moment here from Cox. He's covering the base number 1. We have down the bottom Zet coming in. Zet could be driving into his death here, or he just might, as long as he doesn't peek over the hill too much. We have a little trap set, it looks like, by Out of Range. Are they going to spring it against Zet? Taking out their key play here for Legend could be a huge thing at the start of the battle.
Zet and Formula actually spot each other, so it's good for Zet.
Zet gets the first shots in. His Formula also gets hit in a crossfire. There's a shot you can see coming in from Zet's right-hand side. Formula's having to back off, but Davidoff finishes him off, and that's actually a really good play by Zet. He's able to seek out 2 tanks there from out of range. Desha hasn't been spotted yet. Kerlov wasn't spotted either, but Zet in a reload here is actually in a good position. The backup he's got is actually really far back as well. Zet gets himself spotted again, takes a shot. Just be careful not to peek over that hill until he's reloaded. He doesn't actually do himself any favours by getting hit. Desha's now getting spotted. Alnashal getting spots into him. He's not actually able to connect. That's 2 shots out. No return fire. Now he's on a reload.
Yeah, Ali trying to land on Desha there, but Desha is kind of hard to hit. Now Zed, this was really lucky so far. Karov not spotting him and Formula Adin getting set on fire. Didn't expect Zed to be so aggressive over there.
So Raging Potato trying to get shots into Killstill as Killstill backs off round behind the mill here that we have. Raging Potato quite open where he is, but there's no crossfire coming in. El Nino looks like he wants to reposition round and come back in through the town. Legend getting the drop on out of range at the moment, even although, yeah, out of range dropping a bat chat. It's going to be quite vital for them when the fight actually kicks off again. Kerloff just having to hold his nerve in that bush. We've talked about it so many times. When you have a scout in that area, he is in a strong position, but he does nothing for the rest of the battle. And when he's spotted, he's dead. It's not a nice position to find yourself sitting in. He's going to get picked out by Bebe as he comes over here. Kerloff gets a shot in. Very slow reactions actually finding where he is. That's 3 shots coming in. Kerloff able to get shot. Ebby's going down. Kerloff runs away. Ebby hiding behind this building as we see Ali getting the shots into Kerloff now. So another tank down for out of range, and this is going completely in Legend's favour.
Yeah, so far so good. I don't think Ebbe actually knew where Kerloff was. He was more lining up to go to the house and got a lucky spot in return. But now 2 tanks down already for out of range. I kind of feel like they need to take an overmatch somewhere, and so far Ipurash is looking as a nice target. If they can get past him quickly, dodge the damage and kill him quickly, there's a chance there.
So Legend slowly tightening the vice here on out of range as they're squeezing. Ipurash pushing into Call Me Porter. Call Me Porter's going to get caught in a crossfire as well. Shots are coming over the top, but it looks like instead they're going for Senti and Cox. Senti's dropped. Ipurash is still surviving there. Cox is taking damage as well. Desha's taking damage. Bouncy's coming off Raging Potato there as he's taking hits. Ebeb goes down, out of range, taking hits everywhere right now. Raging Potato dropping damage. Call Me Piotr dropping down. El Nino getting taken down there, and Legend as well. Legend down 3 tanks. Out of range down 3 tanks. It's still anybody's battle right now, Daki.
That was a terrible play there from Cox in that match. That Santi tried to come back in the STB. He blocked him, and that STB went down for free. And that was terrible from Cox. Pretty much selling out his teammate there.
Not what you want to see from a teammate when you're trying to back off from shots and you reverse into one of your teammates behind you. Cox is on a reload coming out. Desha's on a reload as well. Him and Killstill trading shots up here on the west-hand side of the map. Killstill's able to hold down the top area to stop any rotations coming out. As El Nino and Davidoff make a move here. They're looking to get the drop on someone. Both of them have full clips. They're going to try and focus down a single tank here. Looks like Desha might be the one sacrificial lamb up here, as Killstill is also coming down as well. Zet's coming around the bottom. As he gets spotted, gets tracked, loses his driver, gets a shot back into Piotr, but actually misses the shot there and Call Me Piotr. A bold move by Zet, taking a lot of damage that he didn't need to take there.
Decha here is in a lot of trouble. I think that match shot is done for. Actually, Killsteal blocking El Nino there. Again, not so great, but ooh, what a nice shot from El Nino onto Cox though.
Killstill covering his teammate there from the damage of the rush, but he's actually saves him and he's able to get a counter shot in and save his teammate as well. Legend coming up here, 4 tanks still in the battle. Out of range only have 1 with Call Me Piotr. He's going to go down here to Davidoff and Zet. Battle number 1 going to Legend. Daki, did you think this was going to happen?
No. That was something. Not good, but
Legend
something.
bouncing back. They're not going to take this line down. Now, the bottom of the table, but they're showing people, look, okay, we had a rough start here at the start of the league, but we want to...
I think Out of Range just lost it by positioning. I mean, Formula and Decha are there, and Out of Range should realize there's a potential to sneak up to the K line. Formula getting caught out like that should never happen.
Legend have 1 point on the board now. They're more or less playing for pride, but the way the league is going right now, if Legend win all their matches back to back, they could secure that spot. They could finish
if
safely.
Legend win all their matches back to back, I'm gonna eat my pink princess hat.
Your pink princess hat.
I will eat it live.
And that pink princess hat has many teeth marks on it already, ladies and gentlemen. So, actually, Legend, please teams, sell your players, give them to Legend. We can see Daki eat a hat on stream. It's got to be worth it. You know, it's got to be worth it.
It's my favorite drumming hat.
Favorite drumming hat. Okay, let's have a look at the post-battle stats then, as we can see who the top damage dealers were coming in there.
Oh, what a surprise!
What a surprise!
Oh,
Zet on top. I mean, Zet should just be Carry Zet, should rename himself. El Nino bringing the storm in for the back chat, as he was coming in second on his team. Cox coming up there, 3rd place for his team, with Call Me Piotr right behind him. Call Me Piotr was one of the last ones alive, though, so arguably his damage was coming from him still being alive, as Legend doing the correct thing and focusing out the auto-loaders of Out of Range.
it was just in general Out of Range. Once they lost Formula, the game was pretty much over for them. You see Formula there with 1 shot, then they lost Karov, and Santi got blocked by Cox and went down for it.
I put us there in the E5. Bit of a, I mean, the E5, they have such a swing game, the E5s. E5s
It's just a bait, if anything.
Yeah,
he's
they
not supposed to do any damage. He's just supposed to bait him over the mountain, which is exactly what they did. And it would have worked out for Out of Range if Cox didn't block Santi in that SDB. I have him on my fantasy team.
I know what I want to say there, but I'm not going to say it. So there was a block from a teammate there. We're not going to say that particular term, but yes. Unfortunate for Out of Range. They could have survived a bit longer there. Now, Legend 1-0 up. They've got the momentum with them. Do you think that they can keep the momentum?
No.
Daki, come on! Give the guys some support
I'm
here.
just speaking
They have Zet with them. Zet's playing tremendous.
It doesn't matter that Zet is in their lineup. When they played against Rusty Roster, it was exactly the same story. One team would go up 1 round, the other team would come back 1 round. One team would go up 1 round, one team would go...
Think it's going to go tiebreaker?
Legend doesn't seem like the team that can win round after round after round. They've not proven it so far, so there's no need to support it.
But today could be the day. Today could be the day, Daki, that they do it. Have a little faith, Daki.
What do we say
Have
to
a little
the
faith.
gods of Legend winning today? Not today.
Nope. Stop hitting me with those negative waves, Daki. Stop hitting me with those negative waves. Let's have a look at the lineups for battle number 2 here on Muravanka. Do we see anything different here? We do see an artillery being used from Out of Range, Daki.
Artillery being used, probably Dezek in it. Raging also plays it pretty well, but Dezek's been the main guy so far. Gorilla on attack, it's okay. I mean, it all depends again, like in the previous match where we saw, Artie needs to do damage. If he doesn't, it's hard.
And we're going to see this poor AMX 1390 down as a sacrificial lamb. So whoever has him in your fantasy team, that's going to be a bit unfortunate, as he's probably not going to get you very many points. So Legend now defending against out of range's attack. Do you think we're going to get a cap rush from the back chat, Stacky?
No. With Artie, if they cap rush, it's a bad idea. They need to work with Artie for a few minutes and then decide upon that how much damage they have done and what they want to do.
Okay, so let's jump into match number 2, or sorry, battle number 2 here. Muravanka with out of range and Legend. Can Legend get this down to 2-0, or will out of range bring it back to 1-1? I think Legend can do it, Daki doesn't, so let's see who's right at the end of this.
So far, so good for out of range here. Fairly common split coming out, sending some tanks to the forest, sending somebody towards F2, which is Piotr, who probably will go spot. And for Legend, it's also a little thing that we see. They send an aggressive AMX 3090 in case out of range does go there. It's a different variant. It's almost the same thing like Utopia did.
Okay, so Ipurus is going to be in the AMX 3090, taking up that forward position, like you said. Raging Potato and Zet spot each other out. Zet's going to just make himself safe. Common Piotr's right in front of him, considering parking his tank into the cap circle, but it's not going to happen because he's also spotting for the artillery in his team, where you have Dezek and the M40, M43, who takes a shot and just misses Zet as the shot came in. Ali just popping over here in the IS4. Additional coverage there for Zet. Being careful, he's been spotted, but he knows the artillery's on a reload, so can't risk standing still for too long as he takes a counter shot back here from Kerloff as Ali takes 401 damage.
But look at the rotation coming out from Legend here, already very aggressive on that eastern side, the thing that Utopia did and they are doing now. I think so far the only option left for out of range at this point is to push the one line.
So out of range, getting hemmed into the northwest corner of the map. Dezek setting up there in artillery. Strong push here from Legend to rotate round. Raging Potato takes a hit as Alna Shaw takes another shot there on the IS4. The IS4s are there as a bullet sponge, but you don't want these guys to take all the hits at the start. But at the same time, it's good because your autoloaders are still there. Artillery shell coming over on the top of them there. Senti has additional coverage of Common Piotr and Desha with him. Kerloff there also. Legend have to be careful that they don't get completely counter-rotated here.
Yeah, this is a weird start here for Legend. Kerloff taking some damage as well. Piotr as well. It's nice shots coming in, but now Ali goes down, so that's the IS4 down already. SHP is in favor of Legend. And kind of positional. They have a nice round, but they're almost out of ammo, most of the guys.
Iporish and Formula Adin right on top of each other, haven't spotted each other. Formula has been spotted now by Iporish. Going to get some crossfire in as Iporish gets some shots in, but also his teammates come in. Formula's in actually really bad place at the moment. The crossfires come in. Iporish is going to get another shot, and just before he gets around the corner, no, he's still only in 1,015 damage taken down. El Nino takes 753 damage there. Iporish staying around for a bit too long there. Mojo said this before, I think it was you said, sometimes you want to get those shots off. You take one, you take two. By the time you go to get your third one, the tanks and the guns are pointing back at you.
So far, Raging Potato has been playing really good on that Gorilla. I think it's the second or third shot already. He landed this round in that grill. So great play from him. And Legend, yeah, they have a lot of map control, but they're going to start losing gun after gun. Raging does take a lot in his grill, but...
Raging Potato getting massive shots coming into his. Desha's also trading shots with Killstill, but there's additional backup there from Killstill as he has Ebe and also Davidoff giving him covering fire from the bushes. Raging Potato just looking to position. Iporish is able to keep him spotted, perhaps keep him lit. Iporish wanting to push up here onto Dezek, but Formula Adin's coming back to give him additional cover. Iporish is overextended. He's going to get taken out by Formula Adin.
Yeah, Formula should be able to clean it up very easily, and he does clean it up. But still, look at the HP. Legend is actually very far ahead at this point. I mean, Decha dying there, it was really unnecessary.
So out of range with 5 guns still in the battle. Out of range with 4 guns still in the battle and an artillery piece. Legend still with 5 guns in the battle, so Legend have the advantage right now. They have almost double out of range's HP. trade for trade there, tank for tank as we get dropped down, but still the advantage with Legend. They need to start focusing tanks down out of range. So Colin Piotr's going to get shot at. Ebeb and Davidoff going to get shots into him as he's on a reload. And as we say that, Raging Potato they now switch their guns onto. Ebeb needs to get over that hill and get himself safe. And he does. So, Legend on 3,774 health, out of range on 1,520. What is going on here, Daki?
I have no idea what out of range is doing. They're throwing away so much HP, so much tanks here. But Legend, they've been hitting all their shots so far. Great play coming out from them. Yes, Porash went down. But they've been hitting a lot of their shots, which was really good. And Piotr and Formula Dezek, I mean, I don't think there's any chance for him to do anything in this one. Zed is still full HP almost.
Can Zet get both of these tanks, or are they going to focus him? So Zet takes one. He's going to turn and get onto Piotr. He has the HP. He's getting help from his teammates. Zet gets the second shot. We identified him earlier on. If he's having a good game, Legend have a good game. Zet doing absolutely outstanding at the moment, and he is inspiring Legend here. They're coming on to their second win. Legend have never won any games of the match, any of their matches, any of the maps here, 2-0. They're going to do it here against out of range.
And Zed picks up the last kill there onto Dezek, and Legend do it.
We were joking about Mojo earlier on. Mojo did say he picked up Zet and put him in his team. I wanted to do it, but didn't do it. He's fast becoming an MVP. As we said, probably not going to survive Gold Series. Legend not going to make it. Other teams have to be looking at him. They have to be thinking, even if he's not going to be in the first team, he's a very strong.
The issue is he's very young.
But he's a very strong substitution. He's a very strong player. He's shown these guys, hey, look, teams not gelling together, but he's showing.
The issue with young players is usually the ego and all that kind of different stuff. It's
not like we don't have egos in other teams, though, is it?
Yeah, but it's different if you're already in a team than if you want to get picked up by a team. If you have a big ego and you're not picked up by a team, then it's harder.
I think he would be a very strong pickup for a team. So let's have a look and to see how much damage Zet did in that game, because I'm pretty sure he's going to be top damage again. I stand corrected. Davidoff, 4k damage. Whoo, that is huge. He only shot 2 shots more than Zet and did almost 2,000 damage more than Zet. That's impressive.
Zet maybe doing some blind shots or something. Don't think Zet will miss that much. But Davidoff, great performance from him. Both between those two, 5 kills, and then Piotr Dezek actually, but I mean, where's the rest of out of range?
3 players there. There you go. They're on the second page. Kerloff in the 113. I mean, he's not one of the tanks you would expect to do a lot of damage down in 13th place. Ali was getting focused at the start. He was kind of caught out of position, not doing so great. Iporus there in the AMX 1390 is another tank you would not expect to do damage. You would expect to see him on the second page. The Gorilla of Raging Potato looks like he only landed 2 shots. He only shot 5 and landed 2s on 15,000 damage. So when you highlighted him, it's probably after he did 2 shots back to back. But
and then he didn't do anything after.
Of that, he got wiped out.
It's the power of the drinks.
The caster curse, as we say, yeah. So here's a score we never expected to see from a lot of people. Legend 2. Out of range now.
I'm really starting to feel like I put too much faith in out of range. Like every match they come in like this is gonna be the one. They're gonna turn it around. They're gonna get rolling. And every match is like.
Good call, Daki. Good call. And you said you're never normally wrong. So map number 2 is going to be Cliff. Bat chats all around. Let's have a look at the lineups and see if there's any surprises in there with the bat chats. Artillery there for out of range on the defense.
On the defensive side. Can work. We've seen Diplomat do it.
TVP and a T49 there for Legend, only difference on attack. How do you think this one's going to go? Do you think Legend on the momentum now, Daki?
Well, Legend has to change their play style against RT. You always have to, because you can't really drive into that middle area. We've seen it when Diplomat removed Leech Bear of the map. So you always have to play a little bit more passive, a little bit more thought out, make move after move after move, make sure you don't be too spotted for too long.
Okay, so this is looking great for Legend, looking really bad for out of range. They desperately need points on the board. Legend obviously would like the points on the board, but with the matches that Legend still have, it's going to be difficult for them. So let's jump into map number 2 on Cliff as we see out of range versus Legend. So, Out of range on the defense, Legend on the attack. Come on, Daki, any fancy tactics?
Fancy tactics. I don't think there'd be any for out of range. You put the RT in the base and you play control after. You control the middle, you control the hill. But you don't really go for it. For Legend, they need hill control and they need to take 1-2 line as well at one point. Because that's the only really way to kill the M40. You take it all the way to D1 and the M40 can't do anything.
Out of range, all going to the west side of the map. All of them going apart from Davidoff, who's like, hey guys, we're, hey guy, okay. So, out of range, out of range are going to do a fairly standard move, although they are rotating far to the right. They're going to get up onto the hill there. Legend just completely ignoring the hill. Are they perhaps going to go for some kind of push on base 1?
Well, they want to take down the RT before he gets an effect into this game, so they're going to split. They're going to go to B1.
Senti spotted.
It's going to be hard for Samti to survive this one because look at the 2 bad shots on the bottom already. They're getting a lot of control. RT won too much in this.
El Nino spotted, then only Ebebs gets spotted right now as he gets shots onto Senti, but Ebebs takes 2 shots there, 3 shots for nothing in return. El Nino rushes in now. Dezik's going to have to try and get a desperation shot off to try and save his teammates. Davidoff and Alnashal drop down in the middle there. Call Me Pure gets a shot off, and it was Artillery that gets a shot off, but Artillery drops now in return. Bit scrappy here from Legend. They're committing a lot of tanks here and they're getting caught in crossfires and they're getting singled out. Raging Potato gets dropped now. Oh, actually, he drops Zet. Out of range, having the huge advantage here. 6,037 damage. Health to Legend's 4,319. What is going on here, Legend? That was a bit of a suicidal push. What? It's not really worth it, was it, Daki?
A Legend tried to take out the RT, but out of range saw the overmatch on the bottom side and went for it. Desha picks up El Nino as well. And the 2 forces here for Legends are kind of split away from each other. HP is even, but gun in the game, we talk about it, 5 guns are out of range, they could just trade a lot better.
This reminds me of Steps when Legend took Rusty Roster into the tiebreaker, and then the only tactic he could come out with was just to rush down a flank. And this is pretty much what they've did here after winning 2 games on the trot. Now, Call Me Pure is on top of the hill, but he's not in any real risk of getting shot of, although Ebeb gets shots into Raging Potato, but now he's caught in the crossfire, shots coming in from behind and in front. Senti still survives that. He was the guy sitting in base when he got rushed by 2 Batchats. He still survives now on 621, so he's been able to get his clip off, reload, and then get shots back in to Ebeb, who was down the bottom of him. Kill still here on full damage, but not for long as Colin Pure slides down. Has to be careful not to get in front of Karloff, but Formula Arden is the one that gets the shot on him. Raging Potato finishes off Hyper Rush, and bam! It's now 2-1.
I mean, as we said, they want to take 1-2 line control. Suiciding 2 guys below, though, not really worth it.
There was the peak, and the first guy took like 3 shots and didn't land 1 in return. And then his teammate came in. Ebeb comes in to take shots. But Ebeb doesn't connect with his shots
It's
either.
very hard to take out the guy in the base because you can cover him from the north, you can cover him from the middle. Really, usually doesn't work out. Would have been better if Zed and his buddy there, I forgot who it was.
Would it have been better if they had if they'd went up higher rather than come round the bottom?
Perhaps, but then still, those 2 guys in the base would probably die. You really can't just go and try and kill Artie. You need to take control first and force rotations.
You had the 2 guys coming round into the base. Do you think it would have worked if one stayed up high to get shots rather than
No,
both
because
going?
the one guy coming in the base would have died straight away. TVP covers him, Batchat covers him. He takes 3 shells driving up, and then the guy 1v1s him and kills him.
Okay, so damage in that one's not going to be Zet top damage. Who do you think is going to be top damage?
Piotr perhaps, or I don't know, Formula.
It's definitely going to be somebody on out of range, I would say. Now, let's have a look and see if we can bring up the damage statistics and see. And Senti, the guy who stayed in base and survived, he manages to get both clips off. Almost full clips.
Well, you could see 2 guys going for him, and it's still not enough because of the fire support. It was just Legend. We talk about Artie. A lot of teams overreact when they see Artie. It was an overreaction. It was a play that really wasn't going to work out. It's been tried before, it's been done before, and it's not worked before either.
So top 4 damage coming in there for out of range. Kill still trying to get something back for Legend. Caster's Curse, as we just sang the praises there of Zet on the previous round, and now he comes 12th damage for his team in the bat chat. Dezik in the M4 M43 was only able to land 1 shot at the start of that fight while they rushed him. Davidoff in the T49 was absolutely limited. I think it was Davidoff that was beside Zet. He was taken out very, very quickly at the start.
Well, we talked about the RT factor before. Could have been it was Mojo, but I talked about it that RT is a scare factor. RT doesn't always have to do damage. RT can change the entire strategy because they're afraid. If you see an RT, your original plan might not work, which means you have to adapt. And sometimes teams' adaptations aren't on point, and something like this happens.
So, Legend being baited in a way to rush the artillery, which didn't work in their favour, and they've just dropped their 2-0 advantage down to 2-1. Hopefully they can try and get a match back here, as we're going to look at the lineups for round 2 here on Cliff. Now, they're on defence.
I approve both of these lineups. Both of them get my seal of approval.
Daki's favourite Tier 9 Batchats in with a TVP. Very strong lineups from both teams on attack and defence here.
Just all around great lineup it is. I mean, yes, it's a lot of bad shots, but it's just a great lineup for a map like Cliff. You can't take single shooters on Cliff. Even one TVP is more than enough. You just need clip, bad shot, 5 shells. It's just so much better.
So we have out of range on the attack this time with Legend on the defense. Legend would like to see it going to 3-1. Out of range obviously would like to bring it back into 2-2. Daki was saying earlier on he thought it's going to go punch for punch, match for match like it was with Legend Rusty Roster. I'm hoping Legend can perhaps take it in a couple of straight games, but we'll see. It could be really interesting. This is going to be a big fight in hell, isn't it, Daki, as we jump into match number 2 here, battle number 2 here on Cliff with Out of Range and Legend.
I'm hoping just both teams drive at each other in the middle. An old-fashioned head-on-head brawl, A
good old slobber knocker, as they say. So, Legend just pushing up here through the middle. And it looks like Out of Range are going to split their tanks. Almost doing what Legend did, but not quite committing everybody as much.
There's 2 things to watch out for here, I guess. There's a bad shot doing the one-line boost. Not a fan of that. It's very predictable here. And I like this from out of range because there's nobody spotting there from Legend.
Oh, Iperish, you could have a really bad game in just a second.
Nah, he'll be fine. He just drives into the bush and just spots them.
Spots everyone and then drops off at the back. He's reloaded. Everyone's now loaded. Guns are ready. Searching for targets. Good spot there from Iperish, though. He's able to give his team some valuable information with 3 tanks over there. El Nino takes a shot, just poking his head a little bit too over-committing there. It's a dangerous place he can be. He doesn't want to roll over that hill because there's always the rotation that can come round from the tanks are lined up on the west side of the map. Kerloff just kind of going up the back area of the hill. He's actually not going all the way up there. He's only just stopping at the spawning bit. Common Piotr, do you think he's going to go up the back area of the hill, Daki?
No, I think he's just controlling the middle for now, if anything. It's going to be interesting to see how much Gilsteel can do from his position, though. He's boosted up in B1, does get spotted out now, so they know he's here. He could land some shells onto the 1-2 line, but he has to be careful getting spotted.
Okay, so it looks like Zet and Ebeb are going to go up the other side of the hill to try and counter the out-of-range tanks that are up there. I did notice a rotation coming around there from Desha, but he got himself spotted. Zet slabs down, didn't actually make it all the way up there, so are they deciding to come back off the hill? Is that tactical rather than accidental?
I think it was accidental, because if they can get hill control, they shoot. It's always important to have somebody near the hill, especially seeing as Davidov, tier 9 Batchat, a 5 position there, can cover if they do decide to take the hill. And they don't have to take it all the way, they can just sit on the ramp.
So, call me Piotr there, just coming around in support of Kerloff, who's up on the hill. Desha going round the long way. Formula Adin also rotating round to come round the back as well. Bit of blind firing there from Piotr, just trying to see if Iperish is still over there, but Iperish has already rotated round and avoided that area. Piotr's going to get off his full clip and reload, just making sure that there's nobody there. Desha rotating round as well. Is Desha just going to hold up in this area, Daki, yeah?
Yeah, Desha climbs the hill here. That gives him great control of controlling the 9-0 line. It's fairly good so far, but out of range, they still have to make a play at some point. I mean, they can climb every mountain they want. At some point, they're going to have to kill Zed and the boys.
So, out of range on the attack, what they need to do is either cap base 1 or cap base 2. So that means they need to stay in the base circle for a timer to count down to allow them to cap it. Or they can just simply kill all of Legend. Now, on Cliff, this is a map that we very rarely see teams win by capping. don't think I've honestly seen a cap on Cliff. It's always ended up in a gunfight. It's always ended up in a team winning by killing the other team.
Yeah, and also this season, I don't think we've seen a cap, but before. But still, slowly but surely, there's some damage being chipped here off of Legend as well. They have a good defensive position, but they're still kind of vulnerable for a middle push, if anything. Just straight down the middle, catch El Nino, get cashed as well. There's not a lot of cover for that.
So all these initial shots extremely vital, because when the main fight does happen, the tanks that are on low health are likely to be the ones already focused, because that's a shot that people don't have to worry about taking during the fight. You can see everyone's reloading right now. They're expecting something to happen very soon. Nobody's wasting shots now. It's very important that everyone keeps all the shots ready to go in their magazines.
Yeah, of course. We've seen it a lot before. If you only have 3 shells instead of 4 on the TVP, it can cost you 4 instead of 5 on the bad shots. But still out of range. This is fairly common. I mean, I'm expecting the last T9 Bachelor to also drop off at some point and join his team on the eastern side.
So tactically, Daki, how do you think this is going to play out from here?
Well, they first need to win the hill, that's for sure. And after that, they have to rotate around right through the middle.
Okay, so everything just staying calm. Previously, everything's nice and calm at the moment. We don't have any movement going on. The out of range, playing it passive, but have to be careful that the timer doesn't count down. So show us what you think's going to happen, Daki.
Well, they're going to play for this area here, after which they'll probably make a rotation like this towards here, since there's a little bit of cover there where you can shoot like this from. At the same time, this TVP has the angle from here, so then they get a nice, and this entire area here is under crossfire from all sides. It all depends on how much this guy is going to be able to do and how long this guy will survive here. These 3 are the vital positions.
Okay, so the action's still passive, still cautious. Both teams desperate for points. Both teams want to win this one. Legend would love to sit back 2 above out of range on battles. Out of range would really love to get a battle back, so they take it back to a draw and onto a potential tiebreaker, or just to get some traction as they won the last one. And then it's going to be back-to-back wins for out of range. Just when is the push going to happen? Zet looks like he's all alone up on the hill here from this angle. Senti and Desic down below, trying to get crossfire in. You can see whenever a name comes up in yellow, that means that the tank spotted us. Looks like at the top there's a shot coming in. Desha gets hit. Zet's desperate to push over and try and get some shots in, but Desha just overextending a little bit. There's a rotation coming around. Looks like Raging Potato is going to get jumped on by 2 tanks as we have Killstill and Iparush jumping onto him. Zet's taking shots on the back of the hill as he's rolled over. Raging Potato getting focused down. Killstill going down. Iparush is going to follow him all the way down. Raging Potato surviving longer than you would expect right now. Iparush is going to get the finishing blow on him. Killstill has to be careful he doesn't die. Iparush having to run around after him as Raging Potato is playing Ringer Rosie's here. Ebeb gets taken down by Desic. Desha kills Davidoff. Oh, what's Iparush. Raging Potato's now reloaded. Oh, it was so close. Oh, we needed some music there to go with that.
Iparush chasing. Killstill was kind of sure he was going to kill him, but didn't work out. But in the end, like we said, the rotation came out of range, and it was that eastern side rotation with Raging Potato covered like we just played on the minimap, and it worked out beautiful.
So in that exchange where the push came in from Legend, 2 tanks over there to take out 1 tank, which was Raging Potato, during that entire exchange, Legend lost 3 tanks. That was not a good exchange, that was not a good push.
Well, no, it's the position from Legend. We talked about it. They're very vulnerable for that eastern side, which is exactly what Out of Range played for. Going for Raging Potato, I'm not sure if it was the best option there. They took a lot of time, and then Zed, he took a lot of damage before that push even happened for no reason from that TVP. It was easy to pounce on to him after.
So Zet no longer a player there in his team. He's taken out as we see El Nino getting focused on the crossfire from Desic and Formula Adin. Really good crossfire coming in here as now El Nino is singled out and removed from the battle. He had the damaged ammo rack there as well, so even if he had stayed into it, he would be able to get shots on being on a much longer reload. Killstill and Ali are almost, well, Killstill's 2 shots, Ali's on a 1 shot, so Ali can get taken out by anybody. Only Iparush is the one that's left with 1,115 health to try and carry something from his team, but in counter you have Desic with a lot of health. Senti not on a one-shot. Formula not on a one-shot. Kerov on a one-shot. Call me Piotr. Dead Commander, dead gunner. He slides off the hill. Good kill from Killstill, but at what cost is he's going to go down? Desha and Hyperrush fighting on the hill here. Desha has the HP to be able to do it, and there we go. So, match number 2 goes back to out of range. It's like what you said, Daki. I think we're going to go punch for punch here. I think it's going to be...
I don't want to say I'm right, but...
But you were wrong earlier, so...
Yeah, but I could still be right out of
You can
range.
still be right. Even when you're wrong, you're right. And even when you're right, you're wrong.
That's the 2 rules. 1, I'm always right. 2, even if I'm wrong, rule number 1
Rule
applies.
number 1 applies. Okay.
Exactly.
All right. Right. So talk us through this one, Daki. What actually went wrong there for the team?
Well, Legend tried to take the hill. Zed took too much damage on the hill. Out of range did the rotation we discussed about, which was perfect, fine. Because then they get crossfire onto the hill. They lost tanks on the hill. They went for Raging Potato and a TVP, who already clipped onto Zed, was on reload, was not a non-factor in that. They took the hill. They took down everybody around there. They pushed everybody back. After that, fairly easy close.
Okay, so let's have a look at the damage done there by both teams and see who came out on top for out of range. Desha stepping up to plate, 3,897 with 10 shots. That's fantastic play in the back chat.
I'm not going to say that he's on my team, but he's on my team.
Now, is that landing all 10 shots?
Yep, 2 kills as well. I mean, the only way you can do that damage is by, landing every single one of them.
Nearly 2k more than his teammate there, Desic, coming in. Back chat in the tier 9 as well, not in the tier 10.
Yeah, the tier 9 is just a great tank. I mean, it's really, really good. Been a fan so far. It's great on randoms as well. Really, it destroys tier 9s.
So poor Davidoff there coming in bottom of the place, and then Ebeb coming in just above him. Formula adding, then Raging Potato of out of range. So I mean, a bit of a carry there from 2 tanks out of range. Top one being almost 4k, next one being 2k.
Well, it's what Decha has in the team. He's supposed to carry. He's supposed to be doing the damage. He's one of the highest skilled individual players on the European server. So.
Okay, so somebody you would recommend using in fantasy?
I mean, I have him on my team, so.
Okay, it's just luck, I guess. Just luck. Okay, now, next match we're going to have Ghost Town. Do you think we're going to see any special tactics from either of them? We're going to see some surprises. We know what the tank lineups are, but if you didn't know what the tank lineups, you didn't look. Okay,
I didn't look. I never look.
So, do you think there's going to be anything special?
No, I think it's just going to be the standard 50Bs. We've been seeing E100s out of range done it. Legend also brought E100s. That might be in there. And then maybe tier 9 heavies. And that, I think, will be it.
Okay, let's have a look at the lineups then, see if Daki's right.
Oh, look. I'm right.
Oh, come on. E100s is an easy guess. I'm surprised you didn't say Batchat. It's always a safe pick.
I mean, I don't even have to say that anymore. Let's say tier 9 heavies.
Okay, tier 9 heavies. So
I mean, I got that right.
BZs, IS7, AMX50Bs, Batchat, FE215B. So a mix of tanks there on
and Legend
out of range.
T100s.
On the attack. And then we have the E100 on defense. We have Batchat, T10, AMX50B, FE215B.
It's a good defensive lineup. E100s, lots of HP, lots of armor. I mean, the way you look at it, if he's angled correctly. Just the big alpha guns as well. They can push very easily. But then for out of range, you have the IS7, who's just great once he gets into the capture circle.
Yeah, I was going to just ask that. Out of range have the IS7, and they also have the 2WZ. So any 3 of them can go into the cap circle. But let's find out who's going to win. Ghost Town. Is it going to be out of range? Is it going to be Legend? We'll find out as we jump straight into the battle.
Ghost Town. The first absolutely symmetrical map made especially for 7 versus 7 games. The teams start the battle on opposite sides. There are numerous ways to attack here. One of the bases is located in the central square, the other one at the top of the city. The hardest battles are usually fought for the top base, and this calls for the use of heavy tanks. Sometimes the teams choose fast tanks for spotting and base capturing.
Okay, so here we have it, Daki. Out of range Legend going into Ghost Town. It's tied at 2-2. Who do you think is going to step up and make it 3-2?
I'd favor out of range a little bit, I guess, in this one. Depends if they can get the E100s to rotate. But so far, I mean, it's a normal start here. But I think once the I7 gets into the cap, then it'll be really hard for Legend to recover.
Okay, so rotations going around. We don't have anyone going up to this sniper spot kind of area, A1. It's usually where tanks like to sit up and get good vision across onto the number 1 base. We're expecting something from the number 1 base as out of range have that IS-7, which so often ends up in that area, giving a really good...
If Desek doesn't run with it now in 25 seconds, he's going to die. I'm serious. The rotation coming out here from Legend, Desek is dead in the water right where he is.
Desek is going to get completely singled out. Laddie, you need to make a move on right now, and you're
He's
still
dead.
staying there.
He's done.
Desek, surprise! El Nino is bringing... Oh, El Nino. Oh, Laddie. He misses his first shot. El Nino is now getting counter-fired. Desek's now getting focused by Ali, who's desperate to get shots in. Ali's probably going to go down himself. That is an overcommit. Ali. Greedy for the shot there, greedy for the kill, and he completely overextends.
That was... They had to rotate around the corner, the G8 corner instead, and it would have been an easy kill. That was not good from Legend, but they traded Santi and Desek most of the HP in return. Now out of range needs to slow down this game and get that IS-7 into capture circle before he dies.
So Santi getting shot in the rear here as another shot comes in and completely misses him because he's shooting his teammate. Do they not have the shots on Santi there? Davidoff shooting into the tank beside Seth, who's shooting into Kerloff. Kerloff's got damaged fuel tank now. Santi still survives, but at the same time, Ebeb gets dropped by Desha.
Yeah, those 50 Bs, Piotr and Desha completely soloing out at FE215B. That's what they're great at.
There's Desek getting dropped. Kerloff and Santi here hardly have any HP, but they're still trading as El Nino looks to come round. He has 2 shots. He needs to get 1 into each of them. There's 1. Can he get 2? Yes, he can, but he took a very long time staying there. Raging Potato was able to get counter shots, but at the same time, Raging Potato takes a huge amount of shots back in return. So Legends still have 4 tanks available. Out of range still have 4 tanks available. Call Me Pure has a damaged loader now. Damaged ammo rack, I do believe, sorry. And damaged tracks. Raging Potato considering to take damage, but Pyotr's going to get the drop on Icarus here.
Decha has to be careful though, only has 1 shot left in his 50B here, and those E100s, they might be low HP, but if they hit you, it is still going to be a lot of damage. It's not over for Legend just yet, even though Davidov is ammo rack, so those 4 shells are going to be the only one he does.
Kills still getting focused here as Call Me Pyotr just wipes him out of the battle. Now we can see Formula Adin taking out Zet, and it is all changed now into out of range's favour. Poor Davidoff here's going to get some shots off, but when he tries to reload, it's going to take an absolute eternity. All he can do is turn and run, but he's caught in an absolute perfect crossfire, getting shot at from 3 different angles. So there we have it, 3-2 to out of range on Ghost Town. Legend are starting to fall to pieces.
I mean, back to their old habits, Legend would say. Great on the first map, not so good on the second, and yeah.
It's three battles in a row now they've lost.
Oh,
After
they're
winning
always,
the first 2.
the last matches, they were always great on the first map.
It was like,
worst on the second map.
Ready to go, guys.
And then worst on the third map. And I mean, it was very easy to see what went wrong in there. The 250Bs, they should have gone around the other corner, not that corner. They got completely crossfired, and they lost Ali there for nothing.
I mean, he went out to help his teammate who was getting shot. It was El Nino. So El Nino was the first one round. El Nino misses his first shot. You can't be missing shots in matches like this. So he misses the first shot. He spends ages to line up the second shot, by which time Ali has to come round because he's getting shot at from his left-hand side.
Ali should just never peek after El Nino misses the first shot. If El Nino doesn't track on the first shot, they both back off and they're fine.
Ali stays there to keep getting the shots, and Ali goes down. That is just silly to lose a 50B like that at the start for going after a WZ. So
Ebeb's positioning was off as well. He got caught out by 250Bs. You should never be away from your team if you have 2 100s and the enemy has 250Bs.
Yeah. So let's have a look at the stats for that battle and see who came out on top. So Call Me Pyotr is actually Call Me Damage Dealer. Yep, that's 4,121, so that's a reload he's got in 12 shots there. Spectacular damage. Desha there, wow, Daki, your pick for fantasy. Coming in there, second top damage in the 50B, 3,371. Then we have Kill still in the E100s, and Davidoff for Legend, able to get the damage in for the team, but just not quite enough as the rest of the team coming in. You can see at the bottom, Ebeb there, and Alnashal, not good at all there.
Well, the players we were talking about, Ebeb in the FE215B, positioning was off, got caught off guard by those 50Bs. If you let those 50Bs rotate and get clip after clip after clip, then they're great, really great. When there's E100s, you can't really split off from your team because it's very easy to get an overmatch.
So, unlucky there for Legend. Out of range now starting to take the lead here, 3-2. They were down 2-0 at the start of this. Now they're starting to come back into it, 3-2. High chance they're going to come back into it again with the next one and take it to 4-2. Or Legend might take it back and make it 3-3. Could potentially still go to a tiebreaker.
In the end, I might be right anyways.
You might be right. There's always a 50% chance you're right. I mean, 60% of the time you're right every time. Okay, so
That saying is as old as the internet.
let's have a look at the lineups for the next round here on Ghost Town as we see Legend going into the attack and out of range on the defense. Easy estimations again if you were just to go E100s, 50Bs, maybe Batchats.
No, E100s weren't picked before on Ghost Town. It's only this season they started coming to
because
effect.
arguably there's no waffles. It used to be such a they could lay out some firepower and it would negate.
No,
the,
it's more because of everybody started becoming lighter, much lighter with the tier 9 bat shots and stuff, and tier 9 bat shots with APCR, not great at penning E100s.
So artillery here on the defense, do you think it's going to work for out of range? Where's it going to be used?
I mean, Dezek, he's just going to go sit in the normal position under that, in that B1 position.
B1, okay.
Yep. And the issue is with E100, if he misses one shot and they put 3 on the cap, they lose by cap. So they have to have more than one plan to deal with it.
So you're thinking there's going to be a cap rush then?
No, it wouldn't be a good idea for Legend, but I'm saying if they did do it.
Okay, so let's go into round number 2 on Ghost Town. Can Legend bring it back to 3-3, or are out of range going to push it to 4-2, Daki?
Time will tell. But as expected, I mean, Legend is not going to go for the cap. It's the most obvious thing to do. And with RT, it wouldn't be a good one.
Legend and out of range really need to get some Twitter going because we can see the links at the top there. Every so often, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have the social media links for the teams just pop out beside their names. So if you're a fan of either team, drop by their Facebook or drop by their Twitter and give them a follow. But sadly, neither out of range or Legend have Twitter. So don't go to Twitter and say hello to either of those because it won't be those teams.
It's a very aggressive push here from Legend with two tier 9, with the tier 9 bat shots crossing over.
Iparosh and Ali running across there. There's a cap started as we have the taps actually in the middle. Are they going to stay there or just driving through to try and bait them out?
It's a push out here from Legend there. Oh! Dezek!
Hit! Dezek wrecks Ebeb for 1,700 damage. He gets a shot back off from another team, and that's Ebeb dropped. El Nino's dropped. They've lost 250Bs already. Legend, this is an absolutely horrendous start. Davidoff trying to run in there onto Formula Adin, but he's able to get shots from Senti, who's able to cover him. Zet's trying to push off against Senti, but Zet's going to get shot in the back by the rest of the team. Desha's coming in to help him out. You have a tank on the other side who's probably going to be the one that kills Zet. No! Zet gets the shot on Formula Adin. Zet still squaring off against Senti and Desha here. Desha's in a reload. As soon as Desha comes off the reload, he wipes out Zet, as we just see there. But Zet was able to take down 2 tanks. Great fight from him, but Legend only have 2 tanks left himself. They have Kill still in E100, 2,000 health. You have Al Nashal, 1,170. Out of range, you have 4 tanks left. This is not going well at all for Legend. That start, that shot from the artillery was absolutely insane.
It was pretty brutal.
It was savage.
Wrecked.
So, what can Killstill do? He can't do anything right now. He's just going to get crushed out by Raging Potato and Kerloff. Alanashaw's going to try and come in, but he's tier 9. He has to get around the side of Raging Potato or around the back of them. He's not shooting. He knows he wants to get... Actually, he doesn't have ammo. He's reloading.
I mean, he can clip onto Raging. It doesn't matter at this point. Once Kerloff gets reloaded.
Here it comes. Oh, he's reloading. Oh, Nashaw's caught in the terrain. Oh, mate, you just signed your death warrant. Here it comes. He's going to get around the corner. No.
Well, he got it right.
Oh, he missed. Did he miss?
I think he hit the gun.
Whoa.
I'm not sure, but it looked like he hit the gun.
Aldishaw's gun. He shot the gun. The gun took the whole shot there. Oh, he come around the other side. Oh, man. Death by E100. I can't believe that last shot. Like, on the gun, you saw the gun just get destroyed.
Guns are good bullet stopper.
Guns are good.
Even 100 bullets, it can be taken by the gun. The gun would like literally be twisted completely.
It'll be gone. It'll be like on another map. That shot from artillery though. Whoa, what an opener to start the fight.
The entire plan from Legend was kind of flawed from the beginning though, you have to say. I think even if he doesn't hit the 50B, I think they still win.
with Ghost Town, Ghost Town's a symmetrical map, but the spawns are not symmetrical. So the map itself is symmetrical, spawns are not. Spawn location's not symmetrical. Base location's obviously not symmetrical. Now you have base number 2. Most people, if they're trying to cap on Ghost Town, go to base number 1. You can put tanks like the IS-7, something with a nice curvy, bouncy turret, bounce shots. If you go to 2, you have to be prepared for a fight. I don't think Legend were...
People only go to 2 to bait though, because you physically can't cap 2 because it's too easy.
Yeah.
It's resettable.
But if you're on 2, you don't bait by then rolling down the
no,
north
that's the
side
thing
of
though.
it.
That's the thing though. You get somebody to come up to reset you, and then you push with 3 guys and you take him out, which didn't really work
Didn't
out.
really go in Legend's favour. So 4-2 out of range. Let's have a look at the damage done in that battle. It'll be interesting to see the artillery. He got at least 2 shots in. So E100 from Raging Potato there actually being top damage dealer. Ali getting in 3,100 in the bat chat tier 9, so that's really good play from him. Kill still getting in there 2,851 damage in the E100. So Legend players still in there, still trying to do what they can, but on this page, 4 out of 7 are all out of range players. Zet doing what he could there in 7th
And the bottom
place.
ones are also from Legend. So out of range has a much tighter spread. We talk about it, that it's better to have them spread, for example, from 3 to like 12.
I think that's Dezik's only 1 shot that landed.
I mean, that's all he had to do.
Yeah.
It's all he had to do. But like I was saying, out of range spread is much better. We said if you're spread from 3 to 12, it's a lot better than being spread from 1 to 14, because there's just more damage.
So strong play from out of range right now. They were down 2-0. They're now in charge now on 4-2. Legend. Like
oh wow, this is not looking good for Legend.
Legend. Next match. Where are we going? Where are we going to?
Runeberg and out of range is going to be defending.
So why don't you tell us about out of range's record here on Runeberg?
The record on Runeberg, it's 100%.
100%.
They've only played it twice.
And Legend's record?
Let me cheat. 33%.
Okay, so Runeberg are, you say out of range going on the defense?
Yep.
Okay, so you have to favourite here to out of range on the defense. Runeberg is a map that favours the defense. So let's have a look at the tank lineups and see exactly what we're going to be seeing brought into the match from the team.
This lineup from out of range I prefer much more than the ones we saw before in Runeberg, because they have 50 Bs, they have something to clip. They don't have a Gorilla that doesn't share HP, because the main issue I've always had with Gorilla players in most cases is Gorilla is great, but because it's so vulnerable, they really can't share HP or they just drop down. So they usually end up, like we saw with Utopia, on 1.8 HP.
Okay, so defensive side out of range, they have the advantage. Runeberg is a map where it always favours the defenders, as we're saying. The attackers sometimes will bring crazy tactics or crazy lineups just to try and do something different. We've seen E100s being used on attack. We've seen the Mouse being used on attack by some teams as well. So let's jump into the action on Runeberg. Out of range versus Legend. Can out of range make it 5-2, or will Legend bring it back to 3-4? It's anybody's game right now. Let's have a look. Okay, so are we going to get a cap rush Daki, or are they going to play it safe?
I think Legend's lineup is not really based around the cap. You see that T62A, if you remember, Miloš played out as well. Probably
Yes,
going to the same position.
The window, as it's just called. The window.
To the window.
Don't sing. Don't sing. You're getting. I'm getting you in one ear. I'm getting somebody else in the other ear.
I mean, that was great. I got completed there. By the way, I want to point out,
there's something not right with the color. I think we need to get somebody to change the 4 watt settings and just turn it down a little bit.
yeah, I think the 4 watt settings,
Yeah.
they need to turn it down a little
somebody's
bit.
listening, can you turn down for what, please?
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Right, so Zet rushing up here, getting shot at. He's trying to take shots back. He has a good shot back into Call Me Pure there as he backs off, runs for the cap. Is he going to stay there and linger? That's not a very bold situation, I would say. So getting shots across now into Kerloff. Zet doing what he can for his team, trying to get him right back into the battle. Call Me Piotr, hello, your ammo rack is damaged. That is not good for a bat chat.
70 seconds reload, boys.
He's taken 3 hits there, and he has a damaged ammo rack.
That's
so
70 seconds of pure reload for him right
70
now.
seconds of just sitting there and counting the time, counting down.
He needs to make every single shell count at this point. But so far, that was a good start for Legend. You see, if you look at the HP bars here, you can see now out of range sits on 12.7. Legend sits on 12.9. When this started, out of range was up a little bit more. They were up 2,000, I think, just by starting HPs, which is now completely even already.
So, good start from Legend, as Daki's saying there. Out of range, just playing defensively. With the defensive team, the way this match works is obviously you have to have base 1 captured, or you have to have base 2 captured if you're the attacking team. You can also win by killing everybody on the enemy team. Each team can do that. Once they kill the opponents, that's it, the game's over. The defending team, however, has an additional advantage where you can, if you're the defending team, you can run the clock down. You can survive by just running the clock down. If the clock gets 0, then you win. So Daki, what are we going to see here from the teams?
Well, first, I guess I'll explain the defensive position here from out of range. So this guy here, this Bacha, he spots like this, right?
That's actually Piotr that's up there, yeah.
This guy spots like this. It's a nice crossfire as well and tries to push across. It's the 54 here, has angles on here. These two guys cover crossfire here, and these two guys cover crossfire here. So they have a crossfire no matter where Legend goes. Now, for example, Legend, what they're doing now, if they drive like this all the way here, then those 50Bs will move down here and also create a nice crossfire. So it's a strong position from out of range.
Okay, so right as Daki says, we can see the rotation coming round for Legend down the bottom. Once this happens, we're going to have the 2 tanks on the right-hand side come down to give additional support. And I believe that's Formula and Raging Potato are the ones who are sitting north, and we have just below them, we have Desha, and then we have Senti, I think it is below him. No, Senti looks like Senti's on top with Call Me Piotr, so it's sorry trying to see these names, but they're just cut off by the edge of the map, so we can't actually see ourselves. Desha and Dezik it is actually, we can actually see from the viewpoint now.
Get off his rip in this one, I'd say. There's 2-9 batch that's coming for him.
He's gonna goodbye Kerloff as they roll over and annihilate him. Gonna use his body as cover now. It's very nice and appropriate for them, so they can hide behind his wreckage. Rest of the team can't come in. Looks like Zet's getting some more. No, Zet's not getting any covering shots. Desha actually kills Iporis there down in the bottom. So trade for trade there as Davidoff is now getting focused by Raging Potato and Formula Adin. Desha taking lots of hits and counter, and Desha gets dropped by Davidoff. Killstill's coming over, going to try and get another shot into Dezik as Dezik's backing off. Trade for trade right now here, going for Legend out of range. The advantage with Legend, they still have 6 tanks on the battlefield, whereas out of range only have 5. But they have a lot of health pool in each tank right now. Just as we see this, Ebeb gets himself shot at by Senti coming through the middle there. Ebeb looks like actually Legend want to take the fight into the town. They want to try and eliminate the tank that's up there, so they're going to try and squeeze into Dezik and get him taken out of the battle.
Yeah, Dezik here in that FE215B, but at the main time, they're trying to take down Ebeb in the T62A as well. Dezik gets himself around the corner. You can see Raging Potato is still waiting there, and they do take down Ebeb, so still, it's looking good for out of range.
Ebeb is not... Where is he? Where's Ebeb? Ebeb actually just dropped, yes. So, Ali's able to take out Dezik. Sorry, El Nino's the one able to take out Dezik. Ali's there with him. They're on a reload, both of these tanks backing off now. Out of range have 4 tanks left, a lot of health pool, but they still have Piotr on their team who has the damaged ammo rack. He's on a 2-shot. Raging Potato just loses his gunner, quickly heals him back up. Doesn't want that in the AMX-50B, he wants to still be able to land these shots. Legend with the 5 guns now down against out of range's 4 guns. Can they make them count?
I just want to point out, look at Killsteal. What did I talk about at the beginning of the game about Gorillas being terrible at sharing HP? Killsteal is currently sitting on 1.8k HP. Now that's a big factor, something to take into account because Killsteal will not be the one pushing first.
Killsteal's going to be sitting back, looks as far back as possible right now beside Davidoff as they're going to try and bait out of range into coming to push for them. If Senti goes round this corner and gets tracked, he's going to be in a lot of trouble.
Senti here in a nice hold-down position,
his
though.
Teammate to hide behind. Okay, so is he going to push the wreckage forwards? He's just going to use this to his advantage.
He's going to use it to side scrape off of it. That gives them a lot of advantage.
Looks like Formula wants to come round and get shots in as well. Senti and Alnashal trading shots here. Formula trying to come round as well. Formula gets a huge hit from the grill. It's about 765 it looked like. He's down to almost half health. Alnashal trying to get shots back. He takes one back from Senti again. This is really working in Senti's favour. He has good coverage from his teammate and he knows exactly where Alnashal and El Nino are.
Yeah, Senti here is doing really great in that 1-1-3. It's hard for him to pen every single shell, but the damage he's doing is pretty vital. Now the rotation on the side is also super crucial here. Zed, Killsteal, Davidoff. Zed needs to make the plays. He should really go all the way through the A-line and come from behind.
Zet looks like he's just stopping, trying to decide where he wants to come through this middle road, or does he want to go north. Formula Adden takes a huge hit there, 805 health dropped from him. Senti getting caught out in the middle here again, so Senti's tried to back off and takes 2 shots for his troubles. Legend might just squeeze this one back out against out of range. They might be able to take it back.
Piotr didn't manage to penetrate anything there in his bad shot.
Raging Potato finally kills Ali there. Senti now pushes into El Nino. Senti's basically saying to his team, come on mate, there's just one guy here, let's push on him. Senti takes another shot back as we have Davidoff covering fire, I believe, into Raging Potato. But El Nino was tracked there, side onto Raging Potato.
El Nino didn't pen the shot onto Senti. If he penned that, he'd be dead right now. But Killsteel, that grill has so much HP, but what is he going to do with it?
He can pop round and get Senti, but he's going to get...
Formula is going to blast him.
Counter shot in return. Oh, he bounced.
He bounced.
Okay, that shot went way up sky
I mean, it's
high.
the third of the 1-1-3. He's not going to go through that by not, you know, he needs to aim onto Coppola. If he doesn't, it's not going to go through.
Zet's gone all the way round to the north as Colmy Piotr has gone. I don't know if he spotted him or Colmy Piotr is just going to counter what he thought would be a push. So Zet actually sneaked all the way around there, not been spotted. He has, because now he gets shots into Colmy Piotr. Colmy Piotr, actually, remember, has a damaged ammo rack here, so his reload is taking forever, and he's in the middle of a reload. Zet doesn't know that, though, so Zet is scared about staying out for too long and taking shots. If only Zet knew he had a damaged loader and was on a reload, Zet would have stayed out there to shoot.
Nice shot here from Killsteel onto Raging. Trades one in return, though. They need to do a lot of damage to this Gorilla to make this worthwhile. They need to trade Killsteel.
Zet has taken out Colmy Piotr, but Killsteel's going to go down as well, so he's getting focused by 3 different tanks. Now we only have Zet and Davidoff left. HP left on the battlefield. Legend actually have the advantage, 782 to out of range is 521. All of the out of range tanks are on a one shot. As we just say that, Davidoff takes out 1. It's up to Davidoff here. Can he take out the other 2? The advantage is with Legend. They have the health pool, they have the auto
both
loaders.
one-shots, though. Both Zet and Davidoff should be one-shots for these 50Bs.
They've got to defend from 2 different sides, though. They know that Zet's going to be there somewhere. Zet knows they're probably going to be dropping back. Both of them spotted. Zet gets 1. He's going for the second one. Davidoff is going to come in as well. Zet spotted by Raging Potato. Misses that shot, but uses the rocket's coverage here. Davidoff's going to come swooping in while Raging Potato's focus is on Zet. This looks like this one might go to Legend, Daki, unless we can see some super save from Raging Potato.
He spotted him.
He spotted him.
Now Zet will come from behind, though. Zet should come from behind at this moment right now on Raging Potato.
Davidoff can't get through the gap. There's a wreckage there. Davidoff can't come in and support his teammate. Zet manages to do it and steals the game there from out of range as we have 4-3 out of range against Legend. Ruinberg defense. The attacking team won. Well, Ruinberg, the plan ruiner, as we keep saying.
Well, that was ruined.
It was ruined.
Ruined.
So,
not like these.
Not like these. Good play from Legend to come back into the battle there. That was a heck of a fight at the end there with teams trading. The ammo rack from Piotr that you highlighted at the start, you pointed it out on the screen when the battle was happening. That was quite a huge thing for the rest of the battle.
70 seconds, you know, Piotr couldn't do anything. I mean, still out of range, fairly throwing. I don't understand why, if Raging gets spotted, why does Formula try to cross over as well? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Let's have a look at the stats there and see how much damage was done by Zet in the end there. Whoa! 4.2 damage there in the bat chat.
He got a lot of crossfire from that middle position onto Formula in that 50B. Hit him twice, hit Santi once. He did a lot of damage from there.
And Raging Potato doing what he can for out of range coming second there. Then we have Killsteel. Then we have... Is Killsteel? Killsteel?
I don't know.
Okay. Then we have Senti, Alan Ashul. Plenty split. I mean, poor Iparus always ends up playing the low tier tanks, and he didn't really have a very good game there. Colmy Piotr, second bottom there in the bat chat. Karloff in T54. Desha, El Nino, Ebeb, Dezek. So, I mean, on the first page...
Decha, he was... So far in Ruinberg, we've seen a lot of F215Bs be caught out because they're too far in. That's exactly what happened to Decha. And Dezek losing a lot of HP there as well. You could see Davidoff picked him up then from the 0 line. Really shouldn't stay in that position. I mean, you can hit it from behind the buildings as well.
It's also one of these maps where sometimes if they take the 215s, they get caught out on just a slight incline. and they can't get their gun to get the shots over the. So they're getting shot at in the front, but the layout of the FE, their turrets at the back,
It was
so
just
they can't counter shoot.
Yeah, Hero was Decha just making bad peaks, to be honest. He got hit by the Gorilla once. He then, stayed in the open for Davidov in the tier 9 bat shot. It wasn't great.
It was, I mean, it was messy from both teams, but Legend were able to scrape out the win there. I mean, out of range, we're going full steam there. It looked like they were on match point. They're still on match point now. We're going to have match number 2, battle number 2 here on Ruinberg. Let's have a look at the lineups and see if there's anything unusual planned or if it's going to be fairly standard.
Very light from out of range. Very heavy clippers. 350 Bs, 3 bat shots. Could do anything really with that, but still they have to make sure that they have to push up to the buildings and take down people. If they want to win, they have to push the little city very aggressive.
Okay, so you're not expecting anything. I mean, do you think that Legend are going to try for something rushed, or do you think Legend are just going to try and play it safe?
I think Legend will play it safe. I mean, with the T62A, T54 lightweight, both those tanks, we've seen it when Utopia played it. Going for the 0 line could be the same here for Legend, especially that T54 lightweight should go for 0 line.
Okay, this could be interesting if it goes to tiebreaker, because that's twice in a row then that Legend have taken the team who are immediately above them into a tiebreaker. So, like we said before with Rusty Roster, if there was points to be made, it would come from these guys. So we're ready to jump into battle number 2 here on Ruinberg. Can Legend take it into a tiebreaker, or will out of range see off Legend 5-3? Quite excited about this one, Daki. So let's see how it goes.
So far, standard start from Legend, sending the T62A north. This is one of the other variations to A7. But look at this already. This is a split here from out of range, if you know what I mean. There's going to be an A-line push here from the batch that the 50Bs will drive in the 6 line, try to clip anybody that comes back. This is very hard to pull off. Let's see if they manage to do it.
So ball play here from out of range. You've seen shots like this happen and players get caught in the crossfire here from the tanks in the town, but first shot comes in, misses. No other shots coming in right now as the Batchats duck and dive, trying to avoid the shots here. Davidoff is probably going to have to back off as the rest of the tanks in the middle come back to give him covering fire. Call Me Pure, Senti and Formula Adin are the 3 tanks up here on the north of the map. In the middle you have Kerloff, Dezik and Raging Potato taking shots as they're trading with the tanks in the middle. Ali's able to come through and not take very much damage himself. El Nino's getting cross shots as well in the autoloader. El Nino's taking a huge amount of hits in return, however, as they can all focus their guns on them. Damage dropping off everywhere from both teams. Advantage with Legend with the health, but it's coming back in their favour.
Out of range needs to triple cap at this point because the 50Bs will go down here. They need to pull back Piotr Santi onto that capture circle right now. Get the rotation coming in from Legend because these 50Bs, they are done for. They will die. They need to block as much as they can. And I'm not sure if triple cap is even going to be enough because you can already see the tank in B0.
So Alnashal backing off here as Desha gets some shots, and Desha's got split targets here. He doesn't know where to shoot at Ipuris, or doesn't know if we go to Alnashal, as just as we say that Ipuris gets dropped, Ebeb comes in to help his teammate Alnashal to try and take out Desha. Desik's right behind him though, he's got a full clip and he's going to clip away. Ebeb gets taken out, Alnashal gets taken out, Desha's still there, Desik's still fighting in against Ebeb. Ebeb's still going, he's going to ram him for the end there.
That's great ram kill actually.
Desik and Raging Potato are the ones, oh nope. Dezik dead now, so El Nino is still going right now. Zet's trying to run away. Formula Adin, advantage with out of range. They have 4,325 health against Legends 3,703.
Some misses here from Formula. Really needs to land his second miss from Formula.
Big misses as Zet's able to get around the corner, but he just drives into trouble. Killstill's able to kill Conme Piotr and try and get his team back into the battle. Zet has to be careful and not poke around there. Raging Potato taking shots back for his team. Zet took a huge amount of damage there, but he is safe at the moment. Out of range, still in control of this battle by quite a bit of health.
I mean, out of range can do anything. Santi here in that bad shot, he can go A-line, he can go south. El Nino is not in good position. Raging knows there's the potential for him to get flanked here. So he's covering both angles. Zet doesn't have the HP. I mean, realistically speaking here, there's not much Legend can do because 2 bad shots, full HP, that's a lot of rotations.
So Zet able to back off here as Senti comes rotating round to come down north. He's actually going down the middle. He's spotted by Zet. Can they trade each other? His team's fighting in the middle. Senti comes back round the corner again, trying to make himself safe. He's got a full clip. Zet only has 1 shell. Of course, oh, Raging Potato gets taken out by El Nino. And in return, Adin takes out El Nino. This is in out of range's favour, Daki. This is not going well for Legend. They had a chance.
This is all but over for Legend here because, you know, Santi is full HP, Formula is full HP, Killsteel needs 4 shells to kill either of them, and Zed then needs to land all his clip, while in return they only need 2 shells.
Yep. Even if Zet and Killsteel were able to focus on a single tank, whichever single tank they focus on is going to try and get the shots into Killsteel. So that single tank will go down, he'll take the death, but then he knows it's his teammate against Zet, and they know they're going to have the HP advantage. So as long as his teammate is fully loaded, he can just basically engage Zet one-on-one and trade health. Unless an ammo rack comes in, which is very unlikely. At the moment, out of range they have to do something because, well, they're on attack. Legend can try and run out the clock. They've hidden up at base number 1. I doubt that out of range are going to try and do anything with capping. I think out of range are going to want to try and find them. They just have to be careful that doesn't go on too far where trying to cap just becomes a completely
Out of range just
non-option.
need to stick together if anything. They just stick together. They play it safe. They will realize that, you know, the further they push, they go together, they clear 0 line, they clear A line. Then they will realize that they're either in the city or they're in that A3 position or A1. Both of those positions could be commonly used by Legend here. It's all about out of range, just, you know, going together, because as soon as one of the Legend guys gets spotted, he's dead.
Okay, so good rotation coming round as they're sticking together. They're going to get spots onto A3. It's actually a good approach onto A3 because they're covering across the field, and that's not where the engagement is going to come from. So we've got a nice camera angle here as we're zooming into Senti and Formula Adden. They're going to come straight into Zet and Killsteel. Zet and Killsteel are not going to have angles from where they're trying to be protected from. Their protection is, as you can see, it's to the right-hand side. It's not directly ahead of them, and that's exactly where Formula Adden and Senti are coming from. These guys are going to get spotted. They're going to focus Zet down. Or they're going to see Killsteel spotted. They're going to shoot at him right now. There's a shot coming out from Killsteel and Zet. Killsteel gets dropped. Now they just need to focus Zet. They can actually be quite reckless here with their push. The Zet's trying to do as much damage as he can.
Zed can take only one of them out, that's it.
Zet will go take out Senti, but Formula Adden can take his time now against Zet.
I mean, Formula just literally just has
He's
to
waiting.
drive.
He's baiting him.
No.
He's almost baiting him.
Imagine
isn't
if Zed wins
he?
this.
Oh man, he's like run.
Formula, you
He's
have 4
baiting
shells
him.
you can fire.
He's
Thank you.
baiting him right now. This is, oh man, this is a bit cheeky from Formula Adden. I know.
I mean, actually, this is great from
Run.
Zed so far. I mean,
Is he
there's
round
only
the
one
corner?
tank. Yes, he is.
Yes, Formula Adden, you better be careful, laddie, because if Zet can turn around and get a track, oh no, he's wide open here. Boom! Oh! He actually, the corpse,
Hashtag no aim.
the corpse slides round the corner.
Hashtag auto aim.
The corpse slides ready. Probably auto aim, probably right click auto aim, but yeah.
And
that was,
he had to take the shot out, though, because if you might wonder why he takes the shot on the move, right? If he doesn't take the shot on the move, it's a 1v1. Formula has to either find him or cap the base, which is
at the start
hard.
though, Formula had him and didn't shoot. He let him run.
That is kind of a little bit lower, so he wanted to be, like his teammates probably told him, get the secure kill.
Okay.
The secure kill, so don't waste your shots, so just go kill and make sure you kill him.
I thought it was.
Which was like, okay, I'll go
I
do
thought
it.
perhaps he'd just be like, okay, there's 1, 2, 3, there's 5 into my teammate. He's on the reload. Gonna have a bit of fun now. Make him run.
No,
you
it was more secure kill. The closer you get, the more secure the kill is.
Okay. So out of range, able to win 5-3. Unfortunate for Legend, they did try. They tried really hard there. It was almost close, almost went into a tiebreaker. Let's have a look at the damage done in that battle to see just how much damage came from the top players. Raging Potato there in the AMX50B, then Desic in the AMX50B as well. So 3 players there from Legend in the top 7, but 4 from out of range, and the 50B's doing the job there, Daki.
Yeah, those 50Bs, we talked about it. If they can get clip after clip after clip, they're great. Right, we see a real issue there. Davidov doing less than Impurash.
It's not very great, T62A. You're taking it because you want the flexibility of that tank. You were saying earlier on when we had Milosh in that very same tank, he became top damage for his team.
It took Legend way too long to kill those 50Bs. You know,
not just doing top damage for his team. When Milosh was in the T62A, he had a dead gunner, wasn't it? So different fortunes, unlucky for Legend. Out of range.
There was a real
points.
issue there, though, for Legend. You know, those 50Bs, we saw how many shells they fired, those 3 50Bs. It took them way too long to go and kill them. As soon as you see those 50Bs, you send everybody to go kill them, and you make sure that one guy can reset, which they had covered. One guy resets, everybody else go kills 3 50Bs together. Well, you win, as long as you get one reset.
Okay, so we frequently sang the praises for Zet. Do you think he's going to be top damage for the post-match statistics?
Him or Decha? I think him and Decha are number 1 and 2.
Decha and not Desha?
Decha. I don't know. It's one of those two.
Decha.
Decha. See?
Okay.
I was right.
Let's-
Hey!
Okay, let's have a look at the post-match statistics and see who came top damage. Whoa! Second top, but an angry potato, a raging potato, is top damage there for out of range across. Oh, top damage for both teams there across the entire series of matches here.
Yeah, Raging played really well. He had a lot of standout performances, did a lot of damage. So did Zed, but again, wasn't enough to carry his team towards victory.
It's not enough. Killsteal didn't steal enough kills. Second, I mean, third damage. Out of the top 3, 2 top damage dealers coming from Legend. So you can't fault Legend for trying. It's not like they're rolling over in each match. If anything, as we said a lot of time, it was more overextensions. Legend were perhaps just a bit more time to gel, and perhaps a more.
Yeah.
I don't really want to say they played bad, but a more skillful shot caller. Legend could have been playing a lot better there.
Well, Legend just it's like harsh to say. It's harsh to say, but they kind of need some 1 or 2 really good players.
They need some, I'd say, experience, some discipline.
Not even experience, just somebody that does damage. That it's not just Zed. They need somebody that's consistently up there with Zed.
Well, you just had it there with
It's still not enough.
Killsteal, but
it's
yeah,
still not enough.
they need
All the great teams have those.
Yeah,
Okay,
we
like
said that
Kazna,
before, yeah,
Kazna has like
there's-
3 of them,
Uh-huh.
and then Ding has 3 of them as well.
Yeah.
You need more than just 1
Go
or 2.
hard. You've got Annihilator. You've
Yeah.
Caribari will step up. You've got Diplomat
Exactly.
doing a
So
great job.
it can't be 1 or 2. It needs to
Yeah.
be 3, 4, and then some guys that are great support players or can do a lot of damage as well.
Okay, so that's match number 2 down of today. We have 2 more matches still to come. So I just closed my bit of paper. Daki, do you know what they are? Actually, we have the schedule. No, we don't. Wild Bunch,
Wild Bunch,
and Rusty
Rusty
Roster
Roster.
is going to be our next
And
one.
then
And then we have
Swift versus Kazna
Swift
Crew.
versus Kazna Crew. So each of these 2 matches still to come. Those teams are desperate for points, so they're not going to be one-sided victories. They're going to be very hard-fought battles. I'm actually going to take a little break, and after
A wee little break.
a wee break, a wee break. I went full Scottish. Och no, laddie.
A wee
So,
little break.
After the break, you'll be joined by Daki on my seat, so I'm keeping it warm for him, and then we'll have Mojo beside Daki.
I'm keeping his seat warm.
He's not wearing pants. You don't want to know, guys. It's not nice. So, we're going to take a short break, guys. Daki, is there anything you want to say before we go?
See you after the break.
Okay, good choice, Daki. Not something like you like crayons or anything like that. No puns, no?
I mean, I was told to stop making puns, so I'm
Good.
stopping.
Good. That's very good.
I changed my mind rather swiftly.
Still got to go in. Still got to go in now. Okay, so we're going to have a short break, guys, and then we'll see you soon, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome back again, ladies and gentlemen. You might notice I'm not sitting over there anymore. I'm sitting over here. I'm now joined by Mojo. How did you experience those last two matches?
Oh, it was very super exciting for the last one. I was hoping Zed would actually survive and make another round and take us to the tiebreaker, but no fortune there.
No
Tough luck.
fortune there. He did play very well, though.
Yeah, he was really brilliant.
In case you missed that, it was 5-3. Legend not being able to win against Out of Range. Out of Range needed those points, but this is Mojo. This is going to be a matchup as well about the points. The Wild Bunch taking on Rusty Roster.
Oof, a lot of 2-5s last time. Wild Bunch losing, Rusty Roster winning over Swift with the same result.
Unexpected.
And unexpected, in a really unexpected fashion also. And, of course, as the story says lately here, desperate for points. Everyone
It's all
is
about the
desperate.
points.
It's all about desperation and points.
Everybody wants points. It's all that matters, really. The Wild Bunch really need 3 points to make themselves secure. Rusty Roster need just a few more than
So,
3.
it's time to raise the stakes and rock the Hasba. And we can see something very fun going on now, because Wild Bunch, if they manage through this match actually, they will be safe and they can plan the next phase, maybe some replacements. But if they don't, hard matches ahead.
Hard matches ahead for the Wild Bunch, like Mojo said.
Like Utopia, Ding, out.
It's really now or never almost for the Wild Bunch.
Yeah, the
you
last
would
match
say.
is legend, but even they're biting now, so
Yeah, but
nothing secure.
They don't want to make it count on the last match.
No,
The
you don't
amount of
wanna
stress.
you don't wanna go there.
No, we don't want to go there. Let's take a look at the lineup here from the Wild Bunch, that roster, Mojo. So far, like me, I've been impressed with phenomenal, really, as well in the latest matches. What about you?
I really like how Mr. Kerr actually plays, because he's not supposed to be carry for his team, but he's always somewhere in those top 3 guys.
Yeah,
Like,
very consistent. We talked
It's
about it
really
last
unreal.
time.
Like, he's supposed to coordinate them and be somewhere there, and you guys go do the shooting, but no.
Yeah, I remember that from last time, Mr. Kella. We were talking about how he's not supposed to be consistent damage. He said that we had to watch out for L-Train. You said Agorni, so it is phenomenal Agorni L-Train, I'd say. that
Yeah,
have to do
those 3
damage.
guys are
Plus
supposed to be
Valdir.
the main leaders there by damage. Like, if you have Trident in Kazna, you can have these Holy Trinity here or whatever.
Holy Trinity.
But
Well, the
they-
4 horsemen plus Valdir.
Oh, wow. It doesn't look like they're always there in a sync, so it's always like maybe one guy doing the damage. Never 2 or 3.
That's what I remember from the last matches as well. There was always, there was 2 of them there, and then Agorni was missing, for example.
Or Agorni was doing like 4K
Yeah,
plus,
and
and those
everybody-
2 were nowhere to be found. So, yeah.
Exactly.
Chaotic. What can you do?
Not much. I hope that they all do damage this time.
Maybe, because if they do, they're going to actually be safe. There you go. A recipe.
Good point, Mojo. But just like before, I had the chance to talk to Mr. Kala. So let's hear what he had to say. So, Mr. Kella, at this moment in time, you guys have 9 points, which puts you 3 points below being mathematically safe. How does this make you feel, knowing we call you the persistent bunch? A lot of people didn't expect this. You came to the last chance qualifier, and now you're pretty much almost guaranteed to survive the first phase.
I'm not that much sure this position is that good, because we still need 3 more points, and I think we need more than 3, and we will give our best to take to secure to stay in first stage of first season. So after that we will try, like we speak in interview before this. We can show much more in the second season, because we are new here. We still can't follow this tempo, like prepare 2 hard matches for same week. We just need all this experience, and we will use it best for next our matches. And yeah, we will fight for sure. We'll give our best.
Mr. Kella, so far, a lot of young, new, inexperienced teams have been coming in and beating the old dogs at their game. You think this is a matter of the older teams underestimating the new teams?
Yeah, we can say like that. They just a little bit underestimate us, but also first season is always a little bit on lower level than second season. I see like that before watching the previous seasons. Second season is always much better.
Now, Mr. Keller, you have a lot of young players in the team, and we talked about it before, how they're very eager. How do you control them? How do you keep them in check?
Oh, that is a really hard question. But you know, at the end I have to agree with them. that is even I'm older in the team, and yeah, but I always want to listen them all. I listen every suggestion, every opinion, and yeah. At the end, we are the team, and we have to do it together. Only together we can success.
Now, Mr. Keller, let's get into your matchup here. It is against Rusty Roster. Do you feel like this has to be the match where you pick up those 3 points and pretty much put you into phase 2?
This match will be also very hard for us, but we will try. We will give our best for that match, but also they know to play. They won't underestimate us, you know. And I think we have more chance versus some better teams, some big names.
All right, thank you, Mr. Keller, and best of luck.
Thank you. Hvala.
Great for hearing from Keller there saying that it's hard to control the young temper in this team.
The young ones are hard. But if there is ever a sequel of a famous StarCraft franchise, I'm gonna recommend it to do the Battle Cruiser Operational again voice. I think he would be like perfect for that.
I'm too old to know those kind of things.
You're too old to know those kind of things?
Yeah.
You're too young, mate.
Yeah, I mean, too young, you know.
Baby paints.
Pretty much. Now, let's have a look at their opponent in this one, though, Mojo. It's going to be Rusty Roster. Who so far have you been impressed with?
Oh, wow. Once they finally kind of managed to climb things. Let's see. Prosto and Figo are supposed to do that damage all the time. But in times they fail. You can even find Basista doing it like Mr. Kella.
Like Mr. Kella.
So Pashka is the guy that we always watch as Arty, and he's a lot of fun. If he hits, it's like a big hit for Rusty Roster.
Yeah, Pashka in that artillery piece, he's been really great this season at some points and then not so great at other points. But that was more about his team not giving him the angles.
Next time this year, he's going to be like Diplomat, maybe.
Maybe. Nobody can be like Diplomat. He channels his inner Kusok.
Oh, wow. I think he used that one before. Come on, mate.
Yeah, I know, but nobody is as good as Arty as Kusok.
From the grand finals onward, yeah.
I mean, have you seen the blind shot he did?
Yeah, on the mines one?
Yes. So
I think everyone should look up that one. Like, he actually guessed one guy unspotted on a mountain when he was and took him for 100% HP. That was unreal. Not our region, it was CIS, but never mind. It's on YouTube all over the place. Just check it out.
Yeah, it was great. So that's why I have to say I channeled Inner Kusok, because there's nobody else to channel.
Makes sense.
It makes sense. But just like with the Wild Bunch, we had a chance to talk to Basista from Rusty Roster. Let's hear from him. So, Basista, we have to ask, what chance do you give yourself and what needs to happen for you guys to be able to survive phase 1 here?
To be truth, I think we have to win everything till the end. We have to just play the sharpest game we can play and just take 3 points everywhere where we can, including the toughest game we've got left versus Kazna. So our plan is to win everything till the end of the season, end of this phase, and this will, I think, secure us the place in second stage.
Yeah, it probably would. Now, you said to me last time that you don't always have to attack, but so far it seems like it's been the season of whoever is the better attacker seems to close out the matches.
Yes, that's true. You know, some very defensive play was really good at the beginning of the season, but when everybody started to see how the teams are defending, and everybody is just getting better and better at attacking, at defeating these camps, you know. So if team does it better, it wins, because these defensive strategies, they're not so good anymore like they were on the beginning. So it also, I can see that often very aggressive defenses are much better than just camping. And this is somehow new, I guess, to this league and to this game. In this season, I mean. In the beginning, it was very defensive. Now it started to really pay off if you are aggressive.
We've seen it a lot. Aggression is winning now. Who is the player for you that you said that you want to win all these matches? Who really has to step it up, or who has to do even better for that to be possible?
I think we've got some good individual performances in this game, in this season so far, but it doesn't work without teamwork. You know, it doesn't matter if someone plays awesome game by himself. It doesn't help us to. If it doesn't help us to win, it's nothing. So, on the beginning of the season, I told you that we've got some very good players that we are counting on. But now I have to just say that we need more teamwork than individual performance, because that's what lacks, I think, the most in our game.
Now, Batista, before we get into your matchup, I have a special request from Mojo, actually. He really wants to know how you get that picture on the wall behind you.
That picture?
Yeah, last time you had the flower on the wall.
Yeah. I don't really know. I just moved in here. So I do these interviews from different cities sometimes, because I travel a lot. So I just moved in here a few weeks ago, and here it is, this flower.
We're just going to be disappointed, but let's get into your matchup here. It's going to be against the Wild Bunch, a team so far surprising a lot of people, but you said it, you need to take the points here.
Yes, they are very good tactically. I think they've got some awesome tacticians and some awesome minds in their team, because they can surprise the best teams, even very skilled teams like Auto French and Casino, you know. But somehow I think maybe we can use the fact that they are not so experienced, and they will make some mistakes that we will capitalize on, and we just hope that they will make more mistakes than us, and we will try to outgame them. I don't know. We have to be really careful about their tactics, because they're really innovative and great, and we don't underestimate them at all. So I think it will be pretty even matchup.
All right, thank you, Batista, and best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Much there. No luck.
No, luck
with the painting.
I really like that wall. Come on, it's super cool. I was hoping he knows something, you know?
I asked especially for you.
Yeah, thank
and
you.
He didn't know. But he is right. They all need to step it up as a team.
Well, Batista and both Kela are in deep problems, honestly, because if Rusty Roster manages to take some points here, they will be really happy, because they have a couple of matches they can sneak some points through more, and then they can be in 12. But as we said, the Wild Bunch are meeting Utopia and Ding next. I mean, unless they make a turmoil of a season,
unless they do it again,
of century, then something might happen there. But then they will just depend for the last day.
They want to secure themselves in this one.
Both of them. So this will be a
Wild
clash.
Bunch can completely secure themselves. Rusty Roster can get closer.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Mucho, we have our lineups ready for the first round. Let's take a look. What do you think?
Well, Ghost Town, last time really tough luck here for the Wild Bunch. They lost 2-0, and Rusty Roster actually won 2-0. So these maps were doom or kind of a victory for both of them. I see the Wild Bunch here is taking 4-16 in attack. That's interesting. That means they're trying to do some cap tactics together with I7. It gives a lot of possibility. Still too much FE heavies for my taste. I don't think they're playing them well, honestly. They're taking damage left and right. Last time they were playing with those.
A lot of FE215Bs here, Mojo, and only one Clipper. We've seen so far 250Bs, 350Bs. They're not so Clipper heavy. I mean, Rusty Roster with those 250Bs, one Batchat.
Yeah, they have a much more of rotation capability. Also, they have artillery, which is a new addition for them. They used to play with that MX-30. You asked me last time what it's used for, and I was not certain. So no more mountain climbing for them unless they pull off something like 50B up.
I mean, they have the RD, so...
Yeah, they don't have to. But you never want to depend solo on RT. It's been known to betray so hard.
It is known that RT can backfire on you. Does seem like our first round is ready, so let's get into it. Rusty Roster versus the Wild Bunch on Ghost Town.
April Fools!
Hey.
What can you do, boys? You will have to stick with us a bit.
Yeah, some small technical stuff we have to wait for,
And
but
some
no
whoop,
issue.
whoop, pet talk here. What can you do?
It's always creepy when it's the last 2 seconds. Going back to you. It's like,
Wow.
I'm ready.
Anyways, here, what we have interesting is last time when we watched Rusty Roster win 2-0 here on Ghost Town, it was very specific kind of game because Swift, known for their notorious slow and cautious play, suicided 2 times
twice.
in a row. And we were like, what are you boys doing?
Mojo, I do think our game now is ready, so let's get into it. The
We
first
just wanted
round.
more time for us.
Exactly, more face time, you know? Time on the screen. So the first round here, we said Rusty Roster on the defensive side, the Wild Bunch on the offense. What kind of start are we seeing here?
Like probably Wild Bunch would like to go on 1 cap, but considering that RT, that would not be a prudent choice. So I guess everything will evolve around pressuring the 2 cap. Now, Rusty Roster is already spreading the tanks around, so they will interrupt that. This is kind of a standard setup we've seen by a lot of teams who play artillery, because this way they make a crossfire if they're pushed. They sacrifice 1 guy, where Yamto is at the moment, and everyone else gets shots. And this is really all around the defense, because Shepsheshenian is controlling the field. Artillery is also able to shoot there. The only thing they don't have are immediate decaps, and you need a guy really up front, somewhere there on C6, I think, so he could get an angle.
You can see here, Mojo, they are going for the cap. They know Pashka is there, but putting 2 guys on the cap, explain why this might still work out for them.
Well, if artillery, as we said, miss, it's still a long reload of almost 40 seconds, and Pashka did miss. So this is a kind of a moment when you have to have your forces ready for counterattack, because if next shell by Pashka does not hit, they're doomed.
Exactly, if that next shell from Pashka does not come out, you can see the reload on that RT not available right now. It's going to have to be a reaction from Rusty Roster. They're going to Dudolino on that cap. They don't even know exactly where Dudolino is at this point. Still
Yes,
23 seconds.
But they need to focus first on like decapping 1 guy at least. That's why Prosto is doing this suicidal run. He's hoping to see Dudolino, and there you go. This is an RT shell, I believe.
But still, Mojo, what you talked about, there's now too much time left on the cap.
Yeah, and Dudolino, and now the cap will be pressured probably by Phenomenal too. Phenomenal is closing in.
Goni did decide to reposition because that I7 is taking a hell of a lot of damage in that one already. Phenomenal now realizing that it's not an option to go for that cap anymore. And there is the push out. Look at Valdir in that FE215B, Mr. Kella as well, trying to do some damage. Ramto is the first target here. Only small skirmish so far. They wanted to push, but decided not to in the end.
Well, last time it was kind of obvious when the Wild Bunch pushed here. They suicided in exactly this street against an enemy team. So bad memories all over the place, and they're playing smarter, but the cap is pressure.
The cap is still on here. 20 seconds left. Shepsheshenian, he cannot cross over. Those FE215Bs, they are controlling him. Look at Agorni, Kiki, Merkat. They are coming here to make sure that you can't cross over Shepsheshenian. He needs to get the reset here. 9 seconds left. Why is Kiki not killing Shepsheshenian?
Kiki was not even shooting him. Where are you watching, man? For Christ's sake.
Finally, Agorni. Finally, Agorni picks it up. 1 second left on the cap, and it doesn't seem like the reset is going to come out, and it will be the Wild Bunch picking up that first round. And that was Kiki, mate, please.
Here you go, bro. Take them. You need them.
I feel like
Kiki
should
I don't even see the screen now. Wow.
I mean, still, we talked about it. Rusty Roster needed more than just Artie to reset.
You cannot really rely only on artillery, especially not on long reloading one like M40. Also, RNGesus is not always with you. Sometimes it will hit, sometimes even it
Pashka
completely
never knew
missed.
exactly where the Duelinho was. The Duelinho was
I mean,
never
he could
spotted.
have guessed,
Yeah, but still.
it's really rough. Okay, I'm gonna shoot in this area, and if you miss, what then? Another 40
Exactly.
seconds? So
And
no
then
go there.
Kiki almost made it, close by not shooting Shevchenko.
I was like, where is, what's he doing? And then
I
you
was
see his
like-
gun shooting
I
someone straight there.
I thought it was great. Like Gorny, Kiki are there. They kill Shevchenko and Crossy. I see Kiki just clipping towards
Kind
the
of funny
side.
scene when you see a Gornik who is like this with him and he's shooting all the time. He's probably Kiki, and he's like, what?
What?
But never mind. Still a game for them.
Still a game. They did manage
Basita
to
said who makes less mistakes.
mistakes. Exactly.
There you go.
Let's take a look at the stats from that last round, or more saying the lack of it, Mr. Mr. Kella there.
The damage dealer.
The damage dealer. Now, there's not a lot of stats in here. The cap was the only important thing, with together with the positioning. Could see there those FE215Bs, they wanted to push, then they stopped.
It
was
actually
great. It was great.
It was a good choice to stop
Because
because they
Shevchenko.
took attention off the cap for one, and
could
for
shoot
two they
Shevchenko.
did not suicide.
Yeah, those FE215Bs, they had great shots onto the side of Shevchenko. So even if, let's say Shevchenko got the reset, they would lose a 1-1-3, and I think the Wild Bunch would still be in the
It
advantage.
was also a good decision to pull off the I-7. He was
Yeah.
getting wrecked. He was getting completely wrecked. They would lose him for nothing, and then the game would probably go down the toilet for nothing.
I mean, I felt like Dudelinho was more a backup plan than the main plan here. If Shevchenko gets the reset, that's nice, right? But they would lose a 1-1-3 for that, and then the Wild Bunch is in the lead.
Yeah, and then they could just put another guy there, and they would be in another problem again. But this way, I know. I mean, it would just look a bit better if Kiki was actually shooting Shevchenko.
We'll forget about that one though much as we now move into our next round. Let's see what we got for our tanks. And it looks like the tier 9 heavies are back, Mojo.
Oh, wow. Well, at least two of them on the Rusty roster side. It's kind of heavy setup they are choosing to play now in offense. But a lot of clippers they took. Maybe they are like, okay, we've seen a match that the Wild Bunch played against Oops last time, and the Oops was clipping them with those 57, so we might do the same, because this is very similar lineup to Oops, honestly. But on other side, on defense, the Wild Bunch dumped Artie, I think, for the first time, maybe even.
That Artie wasn't really, I mean, he didn't make great plays in most of those rounds.
Yeah, in both times they got pushed by teams. He actually did crucial plays, but on others, not so much.
But that lineup from Rusty Roster so far, we've seen them biasing themselves towards that one base, if you remember, but both Swift and the match they played before that against Legend. Now, wondering if they're going to be going for the same thing.
Well, against Artie, they could play one way, but here they can press any cap they want, because there is nothing that can remotely decap them. So the pressure they can apply with that, let's say, VZ and T10 and 113, they can easily put the 310 tanks if they want on one cap.
Does seem like our game is ready. So let's get into it. The second round between these two. Rusty Roster now on the offensive, the Wild Bunch on the defense, and as we talked about, Rusty Roster biasing themselves towards that eastern side.
Yeah, it looks like they were pressured there. They put mediums up so they could spot any kind of push by the Wild Bunch, but the remaining force is coming in there. The Wild Bunch is really coming in there hot, in big numbers.
The Wild Bunch doesn't seem like they're going to let Rusty Roster get on that capture circle for free. Mojo, explain why these bad shots get off such a nice spot without even getting punished.
No one has a reload.
Pretty much.
Pretty much sums up to that. And those 50Bs, it's important spot, because now they know if they push someone in a cap, 50Bs are already waiting. So the next alternative for them is they're pushing a bad shot, they're on B0, so he has some cooldown action against them.
Again, this reminds me of the last time Rusty Roster played against Swift. It was pretty much the same setup here, at least positioning. They were reading very passive in the 8 line as well.
It's not like Rusty Roster changes their habits from the game to game, but Agorni is still taking damage here.
Nice shooting there from Prosto. Has to be careful, as you can see Kiki might want to take the fight against that bad shot.
I think Agorni actually took 3 out of 5 shells. That's quite a lot. And quite careless for the start of the game. Again, we were talking, Agorni was often losing HP for no need in the start.
Agorni, a very eager young player. Sometimes really great, sometimes a little bit hit or miss. Prosto does get spotted out, and Kiki can get close. He can challenge that batch, but Prosto almost has his reload available.
It's gonna be a slow game because the Wild Bunch should know better than to just go and suicide on them because there is nothing here to do.
Doesn't seem like there is much to do so far. Just the Wild Bunch playing control. Mojo, what do you think is the move here going to be for the Wild Bunch?
It's not what it's gonna be about the Wild Bunch. It's what's gonna be for the Rusty roster. At the moment, they're stuck here. They need to get control of this cap here and pressure it. We've seen how Ding actually did it. They put one guy here while the other guys are positioned in these positions so they can go either here or here when they're pressured. Because this kind of setup by the Wild Bunch, it doesn't really allow them to just go freely for the one cap here. Like, this is not an option. But Wild Bunch is now actually rotating, and I think it gives a lot of room to them to move around. But it's only question, they're so static sometimes that will they even see? Will they even see? Are they even realizing they can actually put someone in a cap now?
Don't think they know for now. Rusty roster, very passive start. You can see the rotation here, the 50 Bs, Feldir, L-Train, Dudelinho, Kiki, pretty much everybody. Look at Yamto, poor guy, took one shot,
My
damage
God,
loader.
Pashka is going straight for them.
Oh,
He's
no.
gonna get wrecked.
This is
And
bad.
Prost also. Like, what? They just split both budgets away from entire team?
Both these bad shots here, Pashka, Prosto, have to be careful. There's a hell of a lot of fire waiting around that next corner here. Pashka already takes one. If they overcommit here,
Seriously, the only thing keeping them alive is because the Wild Bunch is not spotting anything and they have no clue. These guys are actually alone.
Prosto actually
They
managed
think there is
to
a big
spot-
dog behind, but there's no one.
Prosto actually spot Dudelinho there, and they kind of have a lot of information now. Now Rusty roster should make a rotation base of it, or at least go on the capture circle.
Come on, Rusty. That 8th line is very well protected by you, but you actually need to win a game.
Looks like finally there's the rotation coming out from Rusty roster. Now Shepshasheni and Yamto in those tier 9 heavies pushing up to the cap. Now the Wild Bunch, this rotation is actually costing them a lot of positions as well.
Yes, but it actually works. There will be a lot of cat pressure, but Wild Bunch is already on time there, and there will be a huge fight there where Catch Me and the guys are. I think that will be the main fight. And more or less, the entire Wild Bunch force is going there, and Agorni will be able to decap from the upper position.
Nice shot there from Valdir as Figo in the T57 tries to trade. Now Kiki is pushing up as well. As you said, Mojo, I do think the fight will be here. The peak starting to come out. Figo in the T57 doesn't have that many shells available. Here's the push from the Wild Bunch. Figo is the first target, has to back off, but Phenomenal is the one to pick it up. And it doesn't look like the Wild Bunch is about to stop here as they found the overmatch. Pashka, Prosto not in there so far. Yamto, Shepshashenian trying to do what they can. But look at the HP. It's still a little bit in favor here from Rusty roster. And if Catchme can get another reload as Yamto goes down, it could still be okay. But Basista, there's too much tanks not in the fight right now for Rusty roster.
Rusty roster is split all over the map, and that's their prime mistake. If they wanted to pressure cap like that, they needed to keep those budgets close, tight with them so they can clip on whoever is pushing down. Now like this, they had a lot of like Wild Bunch guns just shooting them down while they were out of the clips. It's even lucky this is this close.
Shepshashenian here fighting with L-Train. It's Phenomenal to be picking it up, but it's still a 4v3 here, and Catch Me doesn't have reload available just yet in that T57 heavy, and Kiki Merka in the tier 9 Batshot wants to pick him up. He's going to need more shells, but Catch Me actually picks it up. Now, Catch Me has 3 more shells. He can do this.
The low alpha! But Agorni saves the day for Train, otherwise Train would be split in half here.
Pashka, nice shot there between the T5041 turret and the hole, picking up that 50B. Nice shots onto L-Train as well, though.
This is a really tight game at the moment. Pashka is now on reload, but we don't know Prosto. What is Prosto doing? He's going on another map? Prosto actually has entire clips, so we have 2 single shooter heavies against 2 Batchats. And heavies actually are defending, so that's the only good thing going for them.
Prosto and Agorni spot each other out. F215B has the houses to cover him pretty much, though. They need to reposition here. Prosto gets out.
L-Chain needs to be protected by Agorni really a lot because he will be the first target.
Will Pashka boost? Would he boost, you think? No, he just spots L-Train. Pashka spots L-Train.
He's
Don't think
keeping
he has a shell.
L-Chain busy, so L-Chain cannot go anywhere. He's stuck there at the moment. Like, he cannot even afford to cross that 8-9 line because of Prosto.
Pashka lets off a shell here, doesn't connect it just yet. Kind of feel like he could boost in this situation, Mojo.
Yeah, but he would not achieve that much and he would get stuck. But here you go. He chose to do that.
If he makes it... Oh,
He tried to do that.
He tried to do that. Doesn't make it. No. Yeah,
Another go? Maybe?
Another go? You think so?
3 minutes to the end?
I don't think he'll do it again.
Yeah.
It's too much pressure. Kind of feel Mojo Prosto could probably just push L-Train and get out again, but Pashka is going for round number 2.
Okay.
I mean, this time he could have
There we
reloaded
go.
already.
There we go. He's up. Well, let's see what's sitting behind their agenda now. I mean, L-Train is here in decent cooldown position. He can really be a big pain for them if they don't pen him. But still, it's an FE heavy. Like, his turret is not known for his best bouncing values.
So L-Train gets spotted out here. It has to be Pashka to land the shots. He's still climbing right now, though, so...
2 minutes, 20 seconds. Well, it's still Butchats. Butchats can play it out really fast.
I mean, they know where Agorni is. So Agorni is spotted, so they know where he is. He's at FE215B. He really can't run. Pashka now trying to land some shells.
A bounce.
A miss.
That's the third shell, by the way.
And a
That's
pen.
4. He has 2 more.
No, Pashka is out. He only had 4.
He didn't reload before
No,
that?
he didn't reload.
Oh my!
That's what I was saying.
dear
I think
God.
he could have. I think he could have reloaded in the time he was trying to
Easy,
climb.
like he could have done it easy by now. What a bad judgment of time. And now there is 2
Nice
minutes left.
rotation from Prosto, though.
But Prosto, if he sneaks in behind Agorni,
I think he will try and take out L-Train first.
definitely since Agorni abandoned this position, that's his goal.
He didn't spot Prosto, though.
Oh, what a timing! L-Train actually managed to pull back behind the corner now here.
But still, he didn't manage to spot Prosto, so I guess it was be Pashka and spotting him. Look at what the Wild Bunch is doing here. They're trying to use the Rex.
This is tight. This is
The
tight.
only thing Rusty Roster has to do, though, is come from 2 angles.
Yeah, but if the Wild Bunch managed to kill off Pashka fast... Ooh, Prosto, the worst mistake ever!
Prosto tried and overextends a little bit here, but he's okay as he picked up L-Train. Now he needs to make sure every single shell onto Agorni goes through so Pashka can come in and clean up here. He only has 1 more shell. Does he make it?
Oh God, Agorni, did you count?
Oh,
Ooh.
Prosto!
54 seconds.
Prosto needs to stick the shell here for Pashka, because Pashka needs 3 shells. Agorni could reload in that time. Great play from Agorni here, repositioning
Nice
behind the
cover
wreck.
also.
He needs
Couple
to
of
pick up Pashka. Agorni needs to pick up Pashka here. As he does, he picks up Pashka. Can he pick up Prosto as well? Agorni in the FE215B needs 1 more shell. Prosto gets around the corner.
Heartbreaking moments here.
Oh, close stuff here now. Both of these tanks on a 1-shot. Agorni, he can do it.
We were talking about the boy. It's time to shine. Come on.
Oh my god, this is cheeky. Agorni, he thinks Prosto will just come full speed around the corner. They spot each other out. Agorni misses! Prosto picks it up! It's going to be Rusty Roster. Picking it up.
Bad karma, mate.
Oh,
Like
no.
after such a good day, he really deserved to win this. He really deserved it. Come on. Totally not just. Calimero time.
I kind of feel like he fired just a little bit too quick, though. He could have played with the wreck a little bit more.
He could have even stayed there, and there was a bunch of options, but we are observers, and he was just carrying the game hardcore.
That was a nice finish to a round, though.
Yeah, it was fun for us. It woke us up. Woo, woo. Like you go.
Rusty Roster there. Not the greatest of setups, but still recovering somehow.
Somehow their camping works from time to time. Like, really. I really expected Agorni to carry this one out. It would look really good.
Let's take a look at stats though from the last round, Mojo. Yeah, I was thinking as well, you know, like with Prosto missing that last shot, if Pashka pushes him, you know, Agorni reloads in time.
Yeah, but there was
Look
so
at
many.
Pashka, mate. Look at Pashka. Look at Agorni. I think that's the highest damage so far we've seen this season.
Holy Pashka, over 5K.
5.3k damage? I think that's the highest we've seen so far this season. I'm not sure, but I think so.
We've seen 5 point
Yeah,
something,
we've
but we
seen
need
one
to see
game.
how much.
We've seen one game that was more than 5k, and that
I
was
think
Z,
it was-
Z against Utopia.
I
with
think he
even
did
100.
5.4 there.
Did 5.4?
Yeah, we need to check. We need to check.
This is the highest.
This is official. This is the highest, guys, so far. The
And
highest
even
one.
then, Agorni 4.2, I think we've never seen somebody do 5.2 and then the next guy 4k as well.
From enemy team.
From
Yeah, it
enemy
was a
team.
big fight. Nice.
Nice.
If only some guys like Shebrzesheny and Yamto participated in that fight.
Pashka, you know, we talked about him in the beginning. There he is. He shows up.
Wow, he did like more than most of these guys together.
That was impressive.
That was a cool game. At the end, at least.
That was Prosto went in a little bit too eager. Because he missed the first shot, then penned the second, and bounced his last one.
But the timing between them, that
Was
was
off,
really
was
Prosto's. I mean, I understand his intention. He will lure the shots. He has enough HP. But then he didn't hit everything. And why didn't he just wait? For Christ's sake, it would be so much easier.
He waits 3 more seconds.
I know why.
Pashka comes
More
in.
drama. More fun for us. There you go. That's why.
Just wanted to make it closer.
Definitely. Like,
Imagine
they were
if
just giving them, you know,
imagine
some
if
advantage.
Agorni won that one. The highlights. The highlights.
And the game would be over right there, mate. Like, you don't come back.
You
from those.
don't recover from that.
No.
But that is Ghost Town done and dusted. Gonna get better on mines. Let's find out. Look what we got for our tanks here. Mojo, the RT, they're back on both sides.
Artillery in defense by the Wild Bunch. I wonder Dudulinho. Like always. But we have Rusty Roster here with artillery now. Probably the bane for them because they got decamped by one last time. So I guess, well, RT party here. Let's see who will utilize the mediums better, honestly, because in defense, how you choose to play with those mediums will make a critical difference.
Yeah, Pashka just wants to do what they did to him, you know, in that Lorraine RD.
But let's see. He can rotate the map. The Wild Bunch RT just has
we know the RT
option
likes
at
to
the
get
start.
into E1 at one point.
We just need to see where will the Wild Bunch RT be. Like, he usually likes to get stuck in that corner.
Mojo, seems like our game is ready. Let's find out who's going to win the duel of the RTs here as we move into mines.
Mines, a small summertime map with lots of hills, rocks and other cover. The teams start the battle in the usual locations, but the base locations are different. One is located in the bottom part of the village and the other one is in the water. One of the key objectives is the center hill. That's why the teams will often select fast vehicles and tanks with strong turrets for cover.
So the Wild Bunch is going to be on the defensive side, Rusty Roster on the offense. And Mojo so far, Kiki looks to be wanting to climb here.
Yeah, it's
It's going to be boost.
boom, 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 boom.
Here comes Mr. Kala.
It was the worst synchronized streaming I've seen in my life ever. But look at Pashka's position in RT. It's really aggressive while Dudulinho is camping in a corner as usual. So I was like, maybe I will see an artillery tracing
I think
now.
Phenomenal just failed as well.
Oh, that's gonna
no.
that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt.
There's two Pashkas stuck
I
there.
don't see a diplomat on grill here to carry this kind of failures.
Pashka makes off a shot. Whoa, that doesn't land. They tried to hit Phenomenal
Hey
there.
guys, we are making a run for it, and no one from Rusty Roster is shooting.
Gorny here. This is risky. Could catch Basista off guard. No, Basista in the bush will spot him out. Gorny needs to back off.
Yeah, but he already bought enough time for his team. For that failure, they're clear. Unreal. Like, that kind of failure
Phenomenal
should
is
be
going
punished
again.
instant.
Phenomenal is going again. He's actually going to make it. He gets spotted though. Phenomenal takes one. Could take a lot more here too. Already gets tracked. Oh no, that's terrible for Phenomenal. He gets tracked and he has to. Is he stuck? No, he's fine.
No, he's not stuck.
But still, that was horrible for him getting tracked there. Poor guy.
Wow, this will be a highlight.
It was horrible because he got tracked, so he slid down.
So we have not that much map control by the Wild Bunch at the moment. And for some reason, even less by the Rusty Roster. Last time we had a lot of opportunity to see Rusty Roster try to climb all over the
You
place.
see how careful Prosto is there? Because last time when they played Go Hard,
when they played Go Hard, that trap, the trap.
if you wonder what we're talking about, last time they played Bites, Rusty Roster. There was 3 guys waiting in C0, and Prosto, you know, he's making sure to be careful. So far, though, some control coming out here, but Phenomenal taking more damage as
Like,
well.
if you wonder, last time Go Hard actually made a trap, they left 2 budgets, like here, and they already had 1 guy. So when the guys did the rotation, and they came like from upper side here, 2 of them died here before they even saw who was shooting them, and third was running like in panic, completely out of the place. But Prosto now from this position here, I don't know, like this guy here
the
is a
RD
big
angle
problem
as well
at the
on
moment.
E1.
Because this E5 will shoot here while he's driving, if he even manages the boost. And, well, honestly, The Wild Bunch even doesn't have anyone here, so this RT, if he moves to E1, has no meaning.
He can shoot the bat shot in the back of the third.
From here, if he moves, there is a little hole here for RT. He can connect directly this guy in the back, and he can chase away even E5 from here. So he needs to move. So if they make a crossfire from the village and there, then it will be perfect. Otherwise, they're just wasting our time and doing nothing. But there is RT.
There's RT. Pashka is now pushing up. It's going to be a question if the Wild Bunch will know how to deal with this. Figo tried to get up there. Did he make it?
If they watch Diplomat games, they should know where the RT is, and then Dudulinho should make every effort to trace him.
Basista, though, trading.
You know what
with
would be a
Kiki.
bummer? Like Figo is spotted and Dudulinho fires there and kills Pashka. That would be fun.
I mean, could be that Dudolino is trying to trace here, but there's a lot of damage being traded here. Kiki as well in that batch, dropping low. Prosto will be the one to pick it up, though.
It's not even a trade.
Basista traded in return. Look at his HP, 264. There's the shell from Artie missing, though.
Patagoni still lost the position and had to fall down. Like this thing, this is not really good, looking good for the Wild Bunch after that start.
Looking good for the Wild Bunch so far. Guessing Prosto will line up the boost now onto the 0 line. Well, Climb should start calling it Climbs.
Let's go Prosto, let's go Prosto. You can do it, we have faith. Light fingers, light feet. No.
Yes.
Yes? No.
He could have made it, I think.
Nope. Nope. It's like that 1 millimeter.
It depends. It depends on how where exactly you land on the rock.
It's that 1 millimeter that was missing there. Okay, Prosto number 2, maybe. Who raised the stakes?
Rusty Roster. We know Agorni is going to try and do this climb here at the same time. That's risky, but it could actually pay off. As
And no.
Nope.
Nope, nope.
Well, world of failed climbs so far in full action.
Gravity versus tanks. I mean, gravity normally wins, you know? So this is like tank simulation, so it's all good.
Even Prosto was like, nah, I'm not doing it anymore.
Let's go for more conventional means. Okay, so plan B, water. Here we go. Water never resists.
True. But I have to be careful with this rotation, though, as well. They're going to need at least 3 bad shots to push that. Basista, I think he's lining up for A8. That could be pretty crucial as well if he does that. Let's see if Basista can do it.
I don't think anyone is even trying to spot him there, so he is all clear to do it. It's just a matter of failure or success. But most of the Rusty Roster guys, most of the Rusty Roster guys are positioned there, and it looks like those heavy tanks will probably push the water, especially since they know the RT is not in position to decap them, so actually some tank will have to do it. And all the bad shots from the Wild Bunch are pretty much crippled. I mean, they don't know that Phenomenal has dead Amorek, but it doesn't really matter.
This is great to Mojo for Rusty Roster. Mr. Kala there in that position. We've seen him before. If the 113s push up, they get side shots onto him.
This is good for Rusty Roster in every meaning because Mr. Kela has nowhere to run even when that happens. And Agorni, well, Agorni should have some shots, but then Artillery can have clear shots on him if he pulls out to do that. So at the moment, all cards are looking well for Rusty Roster.
But he spotted the 113 though, Agorni. He spotted one of the 113s, so that kind of reveals the game, you could say.
What can go good for Wild Bunch here? That's the question.
113s now should start pushing up in essence. The bad shots as well.
Kela is extracting on time. Like that's
timing.
one good thing for them.
Timing for Rusty Roster here
3
is
minutes
off.
and 20 seconds. Come on, guys, you're playing so slow.
If
like
they just pushed instantly, they would have completely wrecked the defense here from the Wild Bunch.
They're so scared to make decisions sometimes.
They're now rotating again back towards the hill. Eltra and Valdir already have pushed up. And Phenomenal, I think he's going to try again to get up the boost. And if they do it now, there'll be so much time wasted, it could be very crucial.
Oh my god, I think Rusty Roster brought the worst of all the possible choices how to play the ending of this. Even with all this advantage, they can just lose it all for nothing.
Phenomenal does make it now up on that Ishan side.
He's spotted.
Yeah, but they won't be able to punish him though, so he does make it on that Ishan side. This makes it again harder for Rusty Roster to make their play. Now they're going back to the 1-2 line.
2 minutes and 30 and you're going back to 1-2 line? Seriously? Like they can't even enter the cap in next 20 seconds. Minimum.
They do get a free 1-2 line, you could say.
Oh, if Mr. Kela is not more careful. But He should be.
Kind of got beaten by the timing there, Figo.
2 minutes and 10 seconds.
But Dudolino is already in position to reset this as well, though. I mean, look at him. He is not in K8 anymore. He's in K.
He doesn't even have to
K6.
survive. Like, he needs to rest it once or twice, and they can even kill him then.
Mr. Kella did get spotted out, and there needs to be a play here somehow from Rusty Roster. They need to take down Mr. Kella.
They need to push there. They need to push there. And they can. Why are they not doing it?
I think they're waiting for Prosto to cross over as well.
And Catch Me is... he's just supporting with TVP. Well, let's see how this goes, because Figo and Prosto, this kind of fight will decide the game.
Ogorny, though, getting caught off very heavily in that bat shot. Not the greatest of possible cap resets there coming from him. Not sure. I think he just decided to shoot from behind the bush, for example, perhaps.
1 minute and 20 seconds.
Figo gets tracked here by Mr. Kella. They need to take down Mr. Kella without losing too much.
Eltrain is helping him the best he can.
Mr. Kella bouncing another shot here. Now this bad shot needs to die here. They still didn't manage to pick him up. Figo actually goes down on return. But look at the cap. 8 seconds on the cap now. 7 seconds. They need a reset, Mojo.
Eltrain.
It is Eltrain, but still...
the wrong tank.
It only resets it back down to 10 seconds pretty much. They still need the reset here.
We need Artie to hit. 7.
There's the Artie shell. Now it goes back down to 29 seconds.
Still not enough.
Still not enough. I don't think it's possible here for the Wild Bunch. I mean, Phenomenal, very low
needs
HP.
to suicide and do that, but Phenomenal needs to survive in order for that to happen. And Batista is actually crucial for that now.
He needs to reset all 3 of them while there.
No, just one that has the most points. And they should know which one is that. And Valdir is dying without resetting.
Even if he resetted one Mojo, I don't think it would have been enough. Even if he got the most resetted cap points. They all entered at 40 seconds before 40 seconds.
No. They entered one by one and they got resetting in different
but
time.
they were all in at time as the cap runs down. They're going to be Rusty Roster picking up the second round here. No, I mean, they all entered way before 40 seconds. Even if he resets the most guy, the other guys still have enough cap points to make up for the 10 seconds they lose, for example.
You must admit this was wildly Rusty round by any means here.
I think even if all there, but it doesn't matter. They managed to pick up the round.
Yes. At the end of the day, it's all about the victory. It will be forgotten how it happened and what happened.
There one through-line play when there was like 5 minutes left. That was fine. That was great.
And
but then they rotated.
Then just let's make it more dramatic, like in last round. Yay! I can see
they got so scared after Ogorny spotted them for no real reason there.
They had every advantage and they should know it.
If they just went, Mr. Kella was dead.
They even knew Phenomenal is up on a hill. Like what would kill them? Like 1-1-3s that are below the hill?
How many fill climbs were there in this round?
I don't know, mate.
Prosto, Kiki
on
Phenomenal.
A start, Phenomenal,
Ogorny.
Agorny. Wow.
Let's take a look at the damage instead of successful climbs.
It doesn't cover our finger counting, mate.
Batista here, 2.6k damage. I mean, it's fairly evenly spread. Even Pashka did 1.7k. Not sure where he landed those shots.
Oh, Pashka was actually connecting them while they were below the hill, those heavies. So he got some of them. And probably while those guys were failing the rotations, he connected some of them to Figo doing zero damage and Phenomenal, one of the best players there. Only 1 shot of damage, and I think it was the last one. When the game was already over, he killed someone.
That was not great for the Wild Bunch here. Now they're 2-1 down.
Pretty much, and they're going on offense, on mines.
Could it be under too much stress again because they know they only need 3 points to survive? Could it, for a team like that, it's very new to the season. You know, knowing they need 3 points, knowing they're against an opponent they might be able to do it against, added too much pressure.
Honestly, I really don't understand what's going on, because on Ghost Town, on that second game, the right call was made when to push in that group. And then I guess their focused fire was off, because that is not the fight they were supposed to lose. They were supposed to win it by far, because Rusty Roster was split over the place. Here, again, such fails. Like we've seen Go Hard in the last match, had the same situation. They managed to pull through, but they had Diplomat who just took the bag on the back and he was like, carry.
Pretty much.
And we had no one doing that here.
But it's working out for Rusty Roster somehow. So let's take a look at the lineups for our next round, Mojo. What do you think? Could it be 3-1?
Oh, wow. The Wild Bunch playing with more conventional
Rusty Roster's on defense.
And Rusty Roster is in defense, so we don't really expect kind of any kind of progressive play there. So yeah, it's possibility.
They could surprise us.
They could surprise us, but in all honesty, unless the Wild Bunch chooses to stick that RT again in a corner like they always do, they might do something. Like if it goes there again, it's going to be a loss for them.
If the Wild Bunch play 1-2 line again, I don't know. They
Oh
played
man,
it so
they
many
played it
times.
every time and they got wrecked last
But
several X times.
They have played it every single time. It's the issue, and they've played it with RT.
Well, maybe it will work against the Rusty roster because they're slow enough.
Can't. I mean, even Rusty roster, we saw their defense. They even managed to pick it up here against Ding. So
We will see. We will see. But Ding was like playing really light and Rusty roster
And
was playing
Pashka.
super heavy and Pashka one-shot one
Yeah.
guy, so it kind of helped.
that kind of helped, but it does seem like our game is ready. So let's get into the fourth round between these two. Rusty roster on the defense, the Wild Bunch on the on the offense, and Dudolino playing that RT again, Mojo, as we expected now.
Well, we do see sometimes both teams play defense, you know? They're just waiting for each other.
Yes, in a sense. It's not a 1-2 line tactic from the Wild Bunch. This is a good start.
It's a hell of a start for us. We have only one guy going there. He's going to do cross shots. And Bastista playing aggressive spot on Village.
Gorny here, making the climb. Half moons. Nope, never mind.
Yes?
No.
It's
It
more
is-
no than yes.
He needs a lot more speed. Phenomenal's doing the A8 climb at the same time. Gorny try number 2. Yeah, no.
Yeah, no.
All right, okay. So the thing is, if he wants to do this one, he needs more speed. He needs to go more towards the right, take a deeper circle angle, and then come over. The circle angle he was taking before now,
There we
correct, was not good enough.
Good, lady.
Please, Mojo. You don't have the accent for that.
I need to grow a beard also. Maybe next 10 years. That's how much it would take me.
But now Phenomenal does have that A-line mountain over there. Bastista is in a very weird bush in reality. And there's also a trap. Prosto Figo.
Well, Bastista is pretty safe there and he will see any kind of rotation. But is there anyone who can really cover him? I mean, Catch Me is below the hill. That's fine. Shebzheshenian is probably sitting in that bush in the middle of the nowhere.
This bush we never see used ever.
We've seen like a medium sometimes sit there for a while and then he leaves because there's nothing to do.
Look at
There we
Prosto
go.
and Figo, Mojo.
Mhm.
There's 2 bad shots waiting behind that house.
This is such a counterplay. Are they really expecting for
This
the
is
Wild
a
Bunch
full
to
counter.
actually push?
It's a full counter. They want the Wild Bunch to push the 8 line and then they're going to pounce. Has to be that.
It's not only that, they're actually positioned, they can push the hill if they choose. They can push left and right, wherever they
Would
choose.
be
with
great.
this. Well, it can be bloody marvelous or it can be a disaster coming. So we will see. One of those must prevail.
One way or another, we'll have a big engagement on that eastern side. Just look at these positions. Shebzheshenian behind the bush, Pashka in the bush as well. Prosto, Figo behind the house.
Well, we have 2 1-1-3s aligning there. And why are they aligning? Because usually you have someone protecting the hill, so they can shoot him from there fairly safe. Dudolino is moving with Arti. It's going to be interesting to see. Kiki is really alone there on island. And there is a push on the hill.
There comes Rusty roster now. They've relocated everybody. They want to take this hill. This could be great for them, Mojo. They're going to pretty much get this hill for free. Even Dudo is not in position, gets spotted out in that artillery. I think he'll be
It's not looking
fine.
good for the Wild Bunch.
Not looking good for the Wild Bunch now. Getting a lot of tanks on this hill part. But Phenomenal gets some nice shells into Figo from that elevated position. Lands another onto Figo. Now that is looking a little bit better for the Wild Bunch.
Yeah, I don't think actually Bastista in any moment spotted Phenomenal going up. So that was kind of a hiccup in their plan. But Phenomenal finally paying some respect for our praising him before the match is doing something well.
Kiki is crossing through the 1-2 line. We've seen this before. It doesn't always work as effectively. I mean, Halu, as soon as he realizes Kiki is -1 shot, he could just push him.
Also, we need to see about Kiki's position because does he even have anyone to shoot from there? That's the real question. But Kiki's position would be good if he just stays there. And the Wild Bunch, if they were smart now would be time to play water. Now, guys, you need to go and do that. Because if you pull your tanks now and pressure the cap, you have decent positions.
They have great positions even. I mean, Phenomenal on the hill.
Yes, he's
They
spotting
just need
anything.
to relocate Dudo.
But it's really hard to relocate him, so I would rather with that RT aim one dead angle and just wait for a first tank to appear there with him. Like that would be the best call, and just leave him there because, man, you really should not focus your tactics only one survival of the one guy. We've seen it doesn't really work.
Does look, Mojo, like they're listening to your words of wisdom that came with age, pushing the...
So sweet.
That was not meant as a compliment, mate.
I took it as one. It's fine.
Now, Valdir, Mr. Kala, they will be starting this cap. It's all on to Rusty Roster to make a rotation here and decide how they want to deal with this.
At the moment, the only guy who can kind of decap is Halu, but that gun is not that accurate, and especially he doesn't have that big of a pen for 1-1-3s from this distance. So that's not the best solution. Also, he's kind of big as a house for a medium, so they can blind shoot him whenever. Prosto taking quite the beating there, driving around. I guess Phenomenal is paying off.
Phenomenal is paying off now. Rusty Roster. Look at the HP already. There's 2k advantage here from the Wild Bunch. So far, not having lost any at all, almost.
Oh, Figo on one shot now. Basista trying to sneak through and looking for Arti or a way to deal with it. But who cares? Will Dudulino live or die? The cap, that's the only thing.
There's 12 seconds left on this capture circle, though. There needs to be a reset. 8 seconds. 7 seconds. Halu's trying the best. He gets the reset there. Drops it back to 29. But the HP.
He lost 1200 HP for that. That's a good trade for the Wild Bunch, I would say.
I mean, yeah, you could say that is a good trade for the Wild Bunch. Now up 4,000 over
I would
Rusty
really
Roster.
suggest like simultaneous attempt of resetting the cap. It would help more because you would not lose 1 to 2k HP every
Dudo
side
picked
you
up
watch.
Prosto. Dudo managed to pick up Prosto on an RT piece. Now 4 seconds left, 3 seconds left. There needs to be a reset right here. Catch Me is going to be the one, but look at the amount of damage he took for that one.
We are back in a cap game, but Rusty Roster's HP is below 4k compared to the Wild Bunch. 9.2. I mean, at this moment, if they want, they can just push if they get bored with capping.
Dudo will go down in that RT piece, but Phenomenal lands a nice one to Pashka. Can he do it again? No. Pashka gets behind the rock, but L-Train from the island manages to pick it up. And now, as we're saying, cap is all the way back
nice
down to 15
connection.
seconds.
Nice connection there by Phenomenal now.
They're going to have to send somebody else to go reset as Gordy is pushing Halu. He should be able to pick him up. Halu can do 4 shells. Won't be enough to kill him. Shepshashenian comes over for the reset. Gets it, but with 3 tanks left.
The pain whenever you reset is really high. Basista, poor Basista, they're sitting back with the dead Amorek. Probably no shells also, and 2 1-1-3s all spotted. That, well, next time one of them picks, they're just gonna die. They should just push together and finish.
Phenomenal has shells onto their side as well as L-Train picks up Shepshashenian. Phenomenal lands a nice one. L-Train picks up Catch Me as well. Basista, the lonely 3090. Did he DC? Because he's not moving.
He has a dead Amorek.
But he's not moving either.
I don't know. He's been there for a while.
Never mind.
He was waiting for Phenomenal.
Basista was pretending to be DC there. He was not moving, and all of a sudden, like...
Well, he did kill their arch enemies and nemesis. I mean, Phenomenal was there. He practically won a game for the Wild Bunch.
I mean, it's a moral victory for Basista.
Yes, finally got him.
That was not good from Rusty Roster. Taking the hill was fine.
Yeah, it was
But
a
after
good
that-
decision, but positioning on the hill, like ignoring that Phenomenal position, then how they placed tanks after that, that was
what
just...
we see a lot of teams do is they take the hill, then they drop off and they push that position that Kiki is in, which is very effective if you do it well. You abandon the hill after and you just reset.
Yes.
But Rusty Roster, we talked about it, a little bit static, a little bit slow.
Yeah, it would require a big rotation through their own base and then going through the red line to Kiki. They would take some damage, but they would kill him for sure. Gain positions and they would still be in play. Like this, they just handed it over. Like, puff, there you go, do whatever you want
They really
with the
couldn't
map.
do anything once 1-2 line was captured by the Wild Bunch completely with a Gorny there. Phenomenal in A8. He can get shots on the side of the heavies and Ibacha's trying to rotate. And then every time they needed to reset the cap, they lost 1.2k HP.
At least we are amused and our slugger race is back to 2-2.
It is back to 2-2. Let's take a look at the damage coming out from the last round, as it is going to be Phenomenal there. Woo! Another big performance here. 4.4k damage, Mojo.
Thank you. Finally, someone in my team is shooting the enemy and
Oh, yeah,
he's not on
I just
vacation.
want to point out, Vala was on vacation.
Unreal. Even Algo told me, hey mate, sorry, but I was on vacation. Yeah.
So phenomenal there. 4.4k damage. It's been a highlight match so far for a lot of players here. High damages coming out.
Yeah, pretty much a lot of them are giving opportunity to enemy team to shoot from some really stupendous position. But Prosto, wow, only one shot managed, like 422, that's quite low. For a budget player, that's really low. Zulinho, 1 kill,
On
500
Prosto.
damage. It's on Prosto. Not really the best game for them, but it worked.
It did work. And so far, I think it's been an issue of Rusty Roster being really slow.
Yeah, ultra slow even.
I mean, slow and steady wins the race, but not if you're just, giving away every
That's only
opportunity.
fairy tales, you know? And
I
Marathon.
I believe in fairy tales.
You're watching Marathon all the time, right?
Yeah.
Because that's the only place where it means like
Actually, I'm a musician fan. Drumming is my favorite.
that. I've even seen that, mate. You're a good one at it.
Let's take a look at the lineups for the next round, Mojo. And we can see that it's going to be Himmelsdorf. And, I mean, yeah, that's a very heavy lineup, one would say. 3 IS4s, 1 E3, double E3, 5100.
Wow. 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 Okay, that's a new one. That's a game breaker.
That is very heavy. That is not going to move much either.
And 5100. I mean, is that the rotation force?
The E3 will go hold down behind it.
Oh, I'm really interested to see how will this work.
From the other side of the Wild Bunch, the FE4005.
And IS7 there.
Usually I'd say like FE4005, oh, there's like 5 times he can penetrate. Well, there's like 1. Realistically, on distance he's going to hit, and it's the 5100.
Well, the last time Wild Bunch played against Oops this map, they kind of did really YOLO. So I don't know. Let's see now.
Let's see, as it does seem like our game is ready. It's all even between these two now, moving into Himmelsdorf.
Himmelsdorf, a small city map. The teams start the battle in opposite corners. Both bases are located close to each other, but in a way that you can't stay on the defensive all the time. The main attack routes pass through the hill, the alley and the railroad, but in general, the attack can be successfully executed through any part of the map. Heavy tanks and tank destroyers with powerful guns run the show here. However, a lot depends on the mobile light tanks.
There we have it, like Rusty Roster on the defense, and they're taking the defense quite serious with some very, very defensive tanks.
Okay, the big plan now is when the Wild Bunch saw this lineup of Rusty Roster. Okay, we know in which corner they're gonna be, but how and why? Like, what's their DK plan for this kind of game? This is really interesting.
I really think they're gonna defend the 5 line somehow, and then put somebody on A6.
I mean, the Wild Bunch would do the smart instinct to really just spot around for like a minute and a half, 2 even, just to see what's going on, and then move around. HP difference is already pretty big.
Rusty Roster has 15,000.
They're already winning.
15,000 starting HP. The Wild Bunch a mere 13,396.
Wait. We've seen a better HP there. Legend when they played 17,400. I remember the number.
Now,
6,100.
Agorni better do some damage in that FE4005 this match.
Oh man, he can have a game of his life here. And Shemsheshenian again here.
I'd explain.
But not alone anymore.
Mojo, explain to anybody that's unaware why this barrel's position is so strong, especially when the cap starts.
LS4, when he angles there, he's really protected by them, so he cannot get shot easily. But he can decap the 1 cap, guys. That's the key. Like, he is pretty safe. You need to come really up close and personal if you want to kill him. But he can decap behind that little house that's in the middle of the 1 cap. So that's why people use him. And since Rusty Roster is playing so static, he is actually really needed there.
He is really needed. Now the rotation from the Wild Bunch. How do they approach this? Because
oh man, like 5 line.
5 line.
5 line for sure. That's the only way.
Now we can see Mojo. Explain a little bit more.
Well, we already said this guy is pretty much covering this with more straight line than I drew it, and he has backup. So these guys can shoot if someone is pushing there. But the only weakness here is him. He is completely alone. He's relying that these guys will come around the corner, and we know they don't have the turret, and these guys will have to like drive like this. So in all honesty, if a team comes from this side, presses on him, and they leave some snipers here, the game would be already won. But let's see how will the Wild Bunch actually choose to do it, because to do that, they would have to do enough spotting first, without blind play.
They are pushing up here on the eastern side. They're trying to do the standard against this, and I'm not sure if the standard is going to work.
Well, it can work. The plan B here would be to dig out Prosto with that FVTD. So if they leave enough people to again snipe the flanks, and they should again control that 5 line. I think it's really crucial against a heavy team like this to control that 5 line, because anyone crossing like those E3s can eat hell of a lot of shells. And then you can just run away from the cap. You don't care. And I really think FETD should be here dealing with Prosto.
Yep, fully agree with you on that one. Accordion and FETD is going to be crucial in this round. Now you can see slowly but surely those E3s will push up, I guess. Pashka relocating, the cap did get started, but it's not hard at all for Prosto to reset that one.
It's a really strange choice of tactics here by the Wild Bunch. They are trying to play focused play against such a heavy team, while they should actually, in reality, make a good crossfire. So while they're trying to go from A to B, they should do maximum damage and run away and then come back for more. I mean, that's really how they should do it. But, okay, their choice. It can work or not, really depending how Rusty Roster actually acts now. But for me, this is too heavy setup, too slow, and I really don't like it.
Elstrain can just flip Dudu on his side, you know. Easy.
Easy, but not even 100, mate. He needs to be fat for that, I think.
Perhaps. But so far, we're already down like 4 minutes, and so far, no damage being taken on the Rusty Roster lineup, which is fairly important.
Oh, Ducky is implying Navi had a tactic when they would just stick the 30-90 to the wall, even 100 will come close to him and he would hit him and flip him on his side. So he has a smaller silhouette and it's much harder to decap him. And he can even be covered by a tank then.
And he can still shoot.
Yeah, he can still shoot, yes, yes.
Gorny is now relocating actually in that FE.
Okay, they're
actually trying.
Yeah, they're trying, but he's just not fat enough, mate. That's what I say.
Now, Gorny is rotating at FETD. Where is he going to position himself? Kind of feel like he needs to have an angle on the 5 line.
It's either 5 line or Prosto. There is nothing else he can do with that from down. But if he wants to go on 5 line, he needs someone spotting the 3 line. So it's not going to be a 5 line. It's going to be attack on Prosto. And slowly, cap pressure is again on. Decision making of both teams is kind of slow. But we are hoping for the best. Let me entertain you when they're not.
Look at the rotation. Baldir, phenomenal. Mr. Kella. Mojo, like you said, I think Yamto will be under a lot of pressure here very soon.
Well, it would be about time to put like at least 4 tanks on him. At least 4, and then make a good crossfire, because like Prosto alone is not even a factor in this game. There you go, E3s are moving.
E3s are now pushing forwards as well. They need to take down Yamto before those E3s get into effect. Now, there is the push as well, kicking Mercat from the side. Yamto gets completely blown up there, but there is the power of the E3s. 1.5 onto L-Chain, but these E3s very slow shooting. Pashka actually picks up Kiki Mercat in the one-shot from the FVTD. Goodbye, Kiki. Now, Agorni and Dudo trying to deal with Prosto on the side, and Valdir taking even more. Can Agorni land this shot?
Oh, that's not a good one.
That's a bad angle there. Now, Prosto can do a lot of damage here, and looking good so far still for Rusty Roster. But Prosto with the damage, ammo rack, and Commander.
I think that Kiki Merca dying like that, it was really bad play he did. I know what he wanted. He wanted to use commotion and clip on that Ice 4. But it's just a foolish way, and Bastista is doing damage at that 50, like, come on.
Bastista getting 3 nice shots, like, catch me. They pick up phenomenal.
They're all stuck now, and they have nowhere to go.
It was full HP 20 seconds ago.
Oh, dear God. What will Agorni do now? Like, kill Bastista? Like, Rusty Roster will just laugh.
Well, Bastista only has 3 more shells left, so, I mean, wouldn't be
he
lost.
can kill him, No, I'm just saying, like, he's just
Poor
tier 8.
Tudorino is about to Pashka. Pashka picks up another one. Dudo coming around that corner. FE183 having a good time here.
Ooh,
Nice.
that's a good
ban.
connection on Shevchenian, but
1.7.
Basista will pick him up. He's back.
Basista. As Basista picks up a Gorny. And this is not looking good for the Wild Bunch here. Shevchenian firing HE. Basista is like, let me share my HP, boys. I'm on reload anyways. As Basista goes down to Valdir. But slowly but surely, Pashka is edging around that corner as well.
He's lurking from the
Oh,
deep
Pashka.
waters.
Who is Pashka going to pick up? I think it was going to be Mr. Kella. Pashka lines the shell, picks it up. There goes Mr. Kella. And it's all but over. As Valdir, the last one standing here, he has to deal with an E3 on half HP and then an FPTD on full HP.
Man, I just can say poor Wild Bunch on this game. Why did Kiki push the upper line? That was so suicidal. You can always guess that someone will wait for any kind of rotation coming from there.
Me picks up Valdir, now making it 3-2 in favor of the Wild Bunch. That was a fun round.
That was a fun round, mate. for last 3 or 4 minutes, it was definitely Pashka again. He doesn't need an
I don't
arty.
think he did as much damage, but it was great. He just removed Kiki from the map. Just
And
completely
then he removed
him.
light tank. Well,
Yeah, Dudo was trying
after
to
that.
flank and Pashka was like, hello?
Yeah, Dudo was doing what Kiki was supposed to do from the start. Come from their back.
And those E3s, we see just the power of them, you know?
Yeah, but also there was so much
Phenomenal.
possibilities they could do. There was so much better plays that they could do.
You know what's the greatest part about that round? The part where Phenomenal is trying to hide behind some rubble. Basista pushes across and starts clipping him. And Phenomenal's like, really? 5100? Really? Decides
all
to
times
cross
are back.
over, and then the E3s just be like,
All
what's up?
times are back, mate. All times are back. Like 5100, the biggest rotation force they had, and they actually won this. Like, come on.
It worked. Phenomenal was full HP, and then the E3s just killed him as he was trying to go safe. Let's take a look at stats, though, and see how much Pashka did in this one. And did they actually do exactly the same damage? That's
Wow.
impressive.
Wow. But Pashka has 3 kills.
Pashka, 3 kills there. Exactly the same damage. Now that is like also one in a million, 1 in 100 million.
I haven't seen it so far. I really haven't seen it so far. But Mr. Kella, as usual, doing a carry for his team when he's not supposed
Kiki,
to. Kiki doing a brilliant game here. Brilliant. Absolutely the best.
poor Kiki.
Dude, I think those wheels were flying like...
I love seeing Pashka play that FPTD. It's great.
Well, TDs plus arties, that's his specialty. Told you, mate. This time next year, he's going to be like Diplomat. Just a lot of, gym work.
But Diplo it's not that, muscular.
He's not a muscular guy?
No. He just shows the guns in game,
Oh. There's a connection between you, I see.
Between me and Diplo?
Yeah.
We go back.
Yeah.
Long back.
A mainland should be definitely worried here.
No,
Wow.
Milan, there's enough to go around.
Okay. So a victory finally for Rusty Roster. They're in lead 3-2 Himmelsdorf, and now they're switching on attack. And attack is not their specialty. We know that.
No, it's not their specialty. Let's take a look what we got for our tanks here. Moving into our 6th round between these two. Mojo, double 113 Gorilla, and a Gorilla on the enemy team as well. Fairly common.
Well, Wild Bunch playing a more decent game here. Mobile with Grill in defense. We've seen it work a lot of times if enemy team aligns. Rusty Roster also. It's pretty much meta kind of attack game by Rusty Roster. I'm really surprised because this kind of build is more or less rotational. It really needs to go around the map a lot and pick the weak spots from enemy. And Rusty Roster is kind of playing slow most of the time. So let's see how this works.
I mean, their lineup is not supposed to be slow.
I know, but let's see, will they make it slow?
I think Rusty Roster can make anything slow.
Probably even this budget. But
Press R one time.
faulty engine.
But those Gorillas, I'm glad they're back. I think it's going to be Valdir playing one. I'd say, no? Perhaps?
Phenomenal.
Oh, phenomenal. And then Pashka?
Pashka, of course.
I thought Valdir was playing it the last time. Or Gorny.
Agorni, I think, was.
Yeah,
but
Agorni.
Agorni is on budget, and I think he's better off there.
I agree. But it does seem like our game is ready. It's going to be all even again, or is going to Rusty Roster going to run away with it? Let's find out. can see here, Rusty Roster is going to be on the offense now, the Wild Bunch on the defense. And what do we make of the start?
Well, Wild Bunch doing the standard opening for this. They're pressing the rail here. They're just leaving Valdir. He's probably going to go on A5 position. This is really standard for an E5 tank to defend. The rest of the guys are just splitting, and there is a really slow play coming in from the Rusty Roster.
Slow play from Rusty Roster. Something I didn't expect yet so far. Dolino gets spotted out here.
So we have a lot of guys just being spotted here, but it's a slow game. And what happened here, more or less, so far? We see a light tank that came here. His job from that is spotting this line here, guys. So he is going to see any heavy crossing to the rail, and he will give info to these guys to expect someone and so on. While that is going on, we already have an E5 in this position up here. Now his main job from there is to like peek and shoot here if needed, but he will stay hidden.
He also has a small angle to reset.
He has a really small angle. He can reset here. So he gives a lot of opportunities for defender that is playing such a light setup that they can now just try to go through these trees. They can go through these angles. They can just flank, do whatever. And eventually, if enemy is positioned in this area here, they can close in from these angles, and they can even peek from this sandbag and just decap them in the back and get them in a big crossfire. So that's advantages of that kind of play, and that's why people play so many light tanks. But also on the Rusty Roster side, this kind of light setup gives them a lot of opportunities to trap enemy because of the 50Bs, butt shots, and so on. So there is a lot of variations, but so far we are seeing the slowest one.
You know what's great as well about their lineup? They can drive really quickly up the hill.
Yeah, I can see that. They can also go quickly up, down from the hill, and then up again.
Exactly.
There we
Efficiency,
go.
mate.
There we go.
Now it does seem like the entire rotation here from Rusty Roster, it's centered around this hill. They tried to go down, get some early damage. They got someone phenomenal. Got hit by Pashka, I think.
Was he even spotted? I don't think so.
Yeah, he was. He was spotted. When we were drawing, he got spotted in D2. Took a hit there from Pashka. So some early damage going in favor.
Sorry, Phenomenal. Our drawing didn't cover you.
But now they will come all over the hill, and then it's exactly like you said, all up to the Wild Bunch to make the correct rotations.
Yeah, they're still not doing any, and they're not spotting much. They just kept Dudolinho to see if someone's moving there, more or less. So they're waiting on their reaction. I guess they're scared of Rusty Roster's trapping and slow plays because they're kind of known for it. So they don't really want to fall for some late rotation on 1-2 line.
Bastista leading the charge there, no real surprise. Dudo here in position.
Does Dudolinho have spotting
gear?
Yeah, like there is a bunch of them
he
that
spots
pass.
them when he crosses through when they cross through the 8 line, I think.
I mean, he didn't see Yamto.
But spotting Shepshashanian gives him a lot of info.
Seriously, he didn't spot anyone except Shepshashanian, mate. Like half of the team is there, he didn't see them. What was he watching?
Cartoons.
Wow. Sleeping on job. Seriously?
Now, that Gorilla is in B0, common position there. They will put Bastista on the cap. And after that, it's really all up to the Wild Bunch to see how they react.
We've seen Dudo play from these positions before. Cheeky. Can he proxy from there? Yeah, he can. Nice, nice. Nice move, guys. Nice move, guys.
Oh, but it's a very aggressive push here from Rusty Roster, Shepshashanian, Yamto.
This is something we've seen in Doom before.
Yep. It seems like they want to take down Valdir in that E5 so far. They don't seem to be aware of his position, but soon they will be. Now Dudolinho is trying to do what he can as well in the AMX 1390 from the side. He's actually doing a lot of damage.
Dudolinho is really pain in their butts now. At the moment, they're expecting to kill Valdir here alone, but they're in a big crossfire.
But finally, Valdir is taking a lot of damage here. He shall be going down as Prosto lines up the shot, but actually Phenomenal picks up Prosto before, so the straight not really in favor of Rusty Roster.
I think Valdir kind of paid off here because the HP trade
and Dudolinho
is really good, and Dudolinho is still alive, mate, and still alive and kicking.
Dudolinho doing a lot of that.
Phenomenal, nice connection.
Nice shot there on to catch me from that Grilla. That's the second kill already from him in this round, and it's starting to look good here for the Wild Bunch.
It looks really good at the moment. Rusty Roster is stuck, but there is still timer ticking down there.
Time. Cap is an issue, but Dudo is coming from behind though.
Let us see Will he manage to... Maybe he's together with Budget, like the
He
reset
reset
is
it.
imminent.
He reset it. Dudolino already reset it, so that's not an issue anymore. Slowly but surely, the HP going more and more in favor here for the Wild Bunch. They really need to take out some guns if they want to have any chance here. Phenomenal, picking up another one, finally goes down. But there's only 2 guys left here from Rusty Roster, Mojo.
And Figo is here with full HP on the hill. He will try to cook the things up, but I don't think he can really do it. So we will have our favorite score here.
3-3?
3-3. And we will go on the next. Oh, this is going to be a long one. A long one.
I love tiebreakers.
It's okay. It will give a chance to these teams to show the maximum they have.
Figo here. I mean, he and his team are just talking about for the next round. If anything.
If anything else, he just doesn't want to suicide. He wants to farm some more damage.
I don't know if I have him on my fantasy team.
I don't think I do either.
I mean, half your fantasy team is not even here, so there's no point asking.
True. Phenomenal is there, and he's dead.
Oh, he did some nice shells. I saw him pick up some kills.
Yeah. And in one game, he did a lot of damage, so some comfort for me.
There was one in which he did nothing as well.
So what went wrong here for Rusty Roster? We should recapitulate that one. They did a blind push, as they know to do here. They just bait the cap, then they do a blind push. And if they catch someone off, perfect! The pressure is on, they can still keep capping and they are killing the guys. But the Wild Bunch here played much more cautious. Valdiv was really well trenched in. They didn't kill him on time.
Dudolino did a hell of a lot of damage.
Dudolino was really making their life miserable there because none of them was actually aiming him. Everyone was aiming on Valdir, so he was just clipping them in the back all the time.
Figo is gonna cross again.
A lot of police breaks here, but not much time or damage done.
I want Duro to pick up this kill.
That would be a crown achievement for him.
There
in this
comes
game.
Dudolino.
There we go.
Picks it up. Now making the score all even.
A little one wins.
I think he did like 2.5k damage. Really.
Dudo?
Yep.
He did one full clip.
He did one full clip and then
he
came
did
from
another
behind.
one more, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's probably over 2k. We're just gonna see that when it comes. So now we have 3-3. The next map will be Prokhorovka. Unless one of these guys plays really brilliant and aggressive.
Who has these stats in favor for them for Prokhorovka?
Oh, let's check this out. The Wild Bunch, 43% overall, 0% in defense. Rusty Roster, 17% overall, 0% in defense.
Both these teams have a flawless record on the defensive
Okay,
side.
we've seen that broken like yesterday, I think, in some matches.
It's been a week of firsts.
Yeah, it's been a week of a lot of firsts, so maybe we will see successful defenses, hopefully not in both cases.
Hopefully not, but let's take a look at the stats from the last round. And we can see that it is going to be a Gorny and then Dudo. I said 2.5, well, it's 2.7.
Oh, it's even better, and it's a rare one. I don't think we've seen Dudo in this kind of position ever.
His position was really perfect because the 50Bs weren't sure who to focus.
And Agorni there on top, it's something that the Wild Bunch needs much more than Kela doing that kind of damage.
Even Phenomenal there with 2.3k damage. Let's round it up, and 3 kills was very vital. Nice shells into those 50Bs.
There you go. All it takes for the Wild Bunch to win a round is Kela not to do damage. Stop stealing their damage, Kela.
If Kela dies, they're going to win the round.
That's the game. That's the name of the game.
All right, so that is Himmelsdorf done and dusted. Scores all even. No real surprise there, we would say, between these two teams.
Pretty even so far.
Now moving into Prokhorovka, it is going to be Rusty Roster defending first. If that tells us anything, that means it's 4-3 for the Wild Bunch.
Well, I know one thing we will not see. We will not see a rush through the forest here in defense.
You mean you're referring to Kazna?
Yes.
Yes. No, we won't be seeing a rush through the forest. Not again.
No.
We've seen enough of those.
Maybe bind play, you know, Rusty Roster, kind of like, we never rushed, so now we're going to do it.
Rusty Roster and rushing, Mojo, really?
I never seen it, so never mind. Maybe. Once. Perhaps once.
But we've seen the Wild Bunch play offense with RT. Do you think we're going to see RT here from either team?
Oh, I hope. Like, RT is pretty good if you want to dig up those pesky heavies, so let's see.
Let's see. Let's take a look at the lineups moving forward. No Artie.
So the Wild Bunch gave up on Arti in attack, which they were using, and I would say even successfully.
Yep.
And Rusty Roster, well, they never even took it, I think, in Prokhorovka.
Trying to recall, I don't think so. Nope. But now with these tier 9 batch shots, we're going to have to see. But it does seem like our game is ready. So let's get into it. Who's going to bring themselves onto match point first? It's going to be Rusty Rosters. It's going to be the Wild Bunch. Let's find out on Prokhorovka.
Prokhorovka, one of the first maps in the game. Teams start at the regular spawn points as they do in standard battles. Bases are separated from each other by the railway, so the defending team has to choose whether to send their vehicles to the left side, playing them in the centre, or to the right of the railway, occupying the hill and a part of the village. The attacking team usually attacks the first base. However, the teams often go for face-to-face confrontations, 7-on-7, in the hilly terrain at the centre. That's why both teams frequently use vehicles with good gun depression angles and sturdy turrets.
So Rusty Roster here on the defensive side, the Wild Bunch on the offense, and already very Eastern start here for the Wild Bunch.
I was trying to recall why did they remove the Arti from their play, because it was successful before, but I remember the last game against Oops was actually won only because Oops made it not so smart call to do a push, and then they suicided a lot of tanks, if you remember, to the Wild Bunch crossfire. Otherwise, it was tactically completely lost and they were stuck. But Rusty Roster, advantageous through the forest and middle.
Wow, Basista here. Well, that is very aggressive.
Did I call it? Really? First time in history, Rusty Roster plays aggressive on Prokhorovka.
Basista here, there's a lot of tanks around him. Dudolinho now coming over, bounced there on the side armor of Dudolinho, trying to hit Basista on the move. That RU-251 is very quick, very nimble. Dudolinho is taking so much for that. They need to really pick him up here, these STBs. Basista actually survives. Catch Me be the one to pick up Dudolinho. But
Yamto getting a bit punished, but Agorni is now cut off from the enemy.
But Agorni picks
from
up
his
Basista.
team.
But it takes so much damage in return, and Figo is the one to pick it up. Well, Mojo, it did seem like you called it.
Rusty Roster, aggressive play on Prokhorovka.
It worked out for them, though. The Wild Bunch didn't expect it at all.
Man, no one would expect this. Like from Rusty Roster playing with 2 STBs, you would probably expect them to sit somewhere in a corner behind the hill with those, but no. They actually did the old school play. They pushed the light and they were playing a cooldown through the middle. Nice. But still, they're still close by the HP.
It's still an even, almost even trade. I mean, they lost to Dudolinho, who's a tier 9 batchat. They still have Kiki on that. But Yamto is almost dead as well.
Yeah, that's kind of a problem for them. But still, it's cheaper to lose a tier 8. It's cheaper to lose a tier 8 than to lose like the tier 10 Agorni. Agorni is a real loss for the Wild Bunch here. Hey, it's a big cap pressure now. 2 guys are already in, but they know they cannot cap.
Doesn't work.
No, they know they're just preparing themselves to push over. You see, both of them are actually aiming down where Catch Me is coming. And I think they will abandon the cap any second.
They should abandon the cap.
Catch Me is already there, and he is alone. There should be at least one Clipper there pressuring him.
Pashka here.
But Pashka sneaked already there. If he comes to their back,
If he comes to the hill,
they're gone.
Nice shot there from Figo. That nice Figo. Doesn't overstay, doesn't stay for the second shot. Doesn't. Oh, Mr. Calado.
He's getting pounded like at the moment.
Yamto taking a Shikish now there as well, and actually Kiki picks up Yamto in that STB.
But
all the way from A6.
Yamto was already more or less dead. He's not an issue here. The real issue here is Pashka. Pashka who is climbing the hill. But there is already one guy from the Wild Bunch up there. Let's see, Kiki Merkat is here trying not to overextend. He is trying to make use of his shells, but the Wild Bunch is not doing good at the moment.
No, the Wild Bunch is trading not so great right now. Valdir taking even more damage than ISM, but Shepshenian taking a lot there from Phenomenal from that hill part, taking even more, and Valdir will be the one to pick it up. Nice crossfire there from Kiki and Valdir, taking down that 1-1-3.
And they're now gun up, and HP is closer, much closer now.
But Kiki in return taking a lot as well there now. It's been a trade so far. In Prosto, he wants to chase down Phenomenal. He knows he doesn't have the required shells. The good thing so far for Rusty Roster is that all their tanks pretty much are full HP.
Oh, Phenomenal is left alone there, and so is Valdir, more or less. Like, they're in a big problem. Phenomenal is now safe in that ditch, but Valdir is pretty much alone. If he gets spotted, he's gonna get annihilated. I mean, Rusty Roster, they don't really have to do much. Like, they are defending. Catch Me is really safe here. That's smart decision to move away, because if he stood there on A6 like he did, he would get pushed sooner or later and just die for nothing.
Look at the amount of time left with that aggressive play in the beginning. There's still 5 minutes 40 on the clock.
It's pretty much a lot, because both teams extracted in one moment, especially Wild Bunch. They had nothing to do anymore at the field, so there was full rotation in place. And this railway is kind of a natural barrier. You really have to play around it.
You can jump over it though.
Yeah, we still haven't seen anyone do it. Like, we've been calling it from the start of the season. Come on, guys. Like, if you break the trains, you can actually in full speed just cross over.
They don't even have to be broken. You can just jump.
Yeah, but it would be more fun. Like, full speed cross, entire team. No? No takers? No. I guess not.
Rotation here from Rusty Roster though. Pachka pulling back, Prosto, Figo, Catch Me in the north. I mean, kind of realizing, I guess, that they're going to get pushed on the hill. It's a good rotation.
Oh, Kiala taking again some sporadic damage. Like, whenever this kind of rail play, guys, it's never fast.
There goes Catch Me taking up Mr. Kella. Now Prosto from the side has to be careful. Overextending here could be bad. But Catch Me again in that STB. Cool down. Taking up Kiki. Now down to 3 tanks on the Wild Bunch side. And Valdir with his ass exposed towards Catch Me. Catch Me picking up another one.
There is no victory here for the Wild Bunch. Rusty Roster patiently grinding their health away and took all the positions they need, so they will finish off the game in due time. L-Train has HP, but we've said several times that's TVP. Like, he's really nice burst support, but he's also very big target, an easy target for anyone.
As he takes a lot of damage trying to cross that rail now. The fire support from Pachka. Prosto only has 1 more left. He's out now. He goes down to L-Train. Pachka is out as well, but they took so much damage for this one. L-Train now down to 175. Phenomenal on 566. I think Figo is coming with the cleanup crew.
Rusty Roster has almost 10 times more HP. Okay, not that much, but like, I'd say 6.
Figo misses the first shot. Maybe lands the second. Has 3 more. He can easily take both of these out, really.
He's kind of hesitating a bit too much, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, he's afraid that they're going to kill him or
no,
something.
Figo, you cannot lose the game. Just go and kill them.
Slow and steady, Mojo. Slow and steady. Basista is like, relax, guys. Catch Me now. He wants another kill moving forward. Shooting on the move. That is on the STB. Not always the greatest ID. As Figo cleans up that kill. Now Catch Me on reload. Figo with 2 more. Phenomenal. Hiding there behind the back of Basista. Figo pushing forwards. This should be it, as Figo is going to be the one now bringing Rusty Roster to match point.
And we've seen something unheard of so far.
Rusty Roster won a defensive round.
And they rushed. And they rushed. On Prokhorovka, no less.
It's a day of first, Mojos.
Yeah. So let's see now. Like, I would really like to see what was the damage done here. I mean, I would like if he had a stat for spotted damage, what did Bastista do? Because he was survived around there in one moment. If Agorni didn't kill him, he would stay alive.
Those STBs actually did a lot of damage with their inaccurate guns on range.
And they took a lot of damage only from Agorni, but I don't think it was the smartest decision for Agorni to help there. I think
if he's smart, he doesn't shoot and he's like, Dudo, you're dead. Then runs away after or stays there.
Yeah, I think that would be the best call for them, because like this, he just killed themselves.
Yeah, if he stays there, he could maybe clip somebody for free.
Yep, together with the remainder of his team, that would be an option, because they would not know that there is someone spotting there. But let's see what was done.
Let's take a look at the statistics. I'm pretty sure Catch Me is going to be pretty high, as Catch Me is the first one.
Catch Me, Figo, Pashka, first 3.
Phenomenal.
Then we have Phenomenal, but yeah, he kind of...
L-Train, Agorni. I mean, there are players there that we expect to be there, but they just didn't do enough.
It was really a surprising play here by Rusty Roster. As you saw already, we were all shocked, and now Rusty Roster on a match point. Is it possible?
Is it?
Can it be?
Can it be, is the question.
It's on can it be, can it be. But they have, how much, 7 points now, right? After that
Who,
defeat
Rusty
over
Roster?
Swift.
Rusty Roster?
Yes, they have 7 points, they defeated
They
Swift.
had 2 points from...
2 tiebreakers wins,
and then 1
4 points.
tiebreaker win against Legend, 1 full win against Swift 7.
And now they have
It is,
a match
if
point.
they win this, it puts them over the Wild Bunch.
It puts them over the Wild Bunch,
Yep.
and I think they have a chance. Let's see who are they even playing. Rage Quit, Kazna, Knekebro. If they win this, they have a chance to stay.
If they win Rage Quit,
Let's see. They
If
need
they
to win
win-
this.
if they
bro.
win
They need
this-
to win this first.
if they even win it in tiebreaker, they still come equal to the Wild Bunch. No, they don't. That's
Too much
not true.
math.
That is
Too
not
much
true because
math.
Wild Bunch would have 10.
Too much math, still.
Everything is still possible. We said it.
So, in theory, both of the teams can survive.
Yep.
To the second phase. Oh, wow. So, let's see. What will they play in this last game, Prohorovka?
Let's see. Now, no RDs again. I7 STB. We talked about the STB on defense. Not a fan, right?
No, me neither. It's kind of...
E5 does everything better.
yeah,
113
more
as well.
armor. STB has better cooldown, but you can pen his
E5,
turret
we've
back
seen E5 do a lot better than STBs.
in various positions. Or also, if you want really to camp in a forest, you can do it
Yeah.
also with E5. It's even better. TVP for cover, that's fine. But Rusty Roster, 2-1-1-3s. It's really kind of, for them, this is aggressive setup.
Very aggressive setup. I'm missing like 3 IS4s.
Maybe 4 IS7s, but that would be oops.
Oof, Mojo.
It was a brilliant game. Come on, it was fun.
Yeah. But it didn't work the second time they tried it.
Yeah, first time it was brilliant. The second time it was kind of,
It does seem like our game is ready. Can Rusty Roster close it? Can the Wild Bunch claw themselves back to tiebreaker? Let's find out. As now Rusty Roster is going to be attacking. The Wild Bunch is on the defensive. What kind of start are we seeing here?
well, we know the most of the attacks of Rusty Roster start with sitting somewhere and waiting for enemy to suicide. Let's see what will the Wild Bunch do, because they might be on a tilt now. This was not the best performance they had so far. A lot of mistakes were done, and that's why Rusty Roster is now in the lead at the moment.
Yep, repeating, if Rusty Roster picked this up this round here, it would put them over the Wild Bunch in the rankings.
Now, the Wild Bunch at the moment, I do not like this play. They didn't spot anyone, and Rusty Roster has open field.
Gives them a
for
lot of cap
themselves.
control.
They can just put at least one guy. They're in a cap. One of the 1-1-3s. They don't need two. One of the 1-1-3s.
They should need to land their shells on Valdir when he tries to push over.
Yeah, Valdir is a crucial guy for decapping there, and they need to prevent him from going, because if he manages to do that, they will be the ones in a problem. They don't really have much potential to deal with him.
So far to see the rotation here from the Wild Bunch. Dudor spot on the hill, Valdir here just trying to see any of the 1-1-3s. Now, standard for the Wild Bunch, they will now clear the 0 line. Same thing for Rusty Roster, they will clear the 1-2 line.
Batista doing really aggressive spot there. Will he try to go below the rail? But that would be kind of suicidal if they're big. Aha, he's trying to clear. Is there someone in the bushes?
What Mojo meant is that he fired, which made it so if he gets spotted, he knows. Phenomenal Kiki here getting spotted.
So let's see, why did we say that? Usually some teams know to leave a heavy somewhere here in the bushes so he's not spotted. When Batista did a pass like this and fired in like top position, he would get spotted by doing so if there was anyone there. But he saw there is no one, so they know they have entire base clear. Now when they put anyone capping here, close to the hill, as much as they can, the logical way for I7, he will need to go and do something like this, and from here he would have a perfect cooldown to decap, but he needs to get there. That's why we said I7 needs to be stopped. If Rusty Roster managed to do that and prevent any kind of rotation by the Wild Bunch that could go like this way, they will pretty much win the match. And so far, the Wild Bunch is giving them all the ground.
Explain to the people why so many bad shots are currently on the hill for the Wild Bunch, because it just seems like there's 3 bad shots there.
A lot of guys know to leave traps, and the Wild Bunch is, as we can see, pretty much afraid of that, because a lot of guys leave traps on J0, and most of the team, like 4 or 5 guys from the team, are pressuring the one cap, and then when teams like Wild Bunch would turn their backs and try to deal with that. Those Clippers come back behind them and they shoot them. So that's why they're trying to check it out, but they're even trying to check it out really slow at the moment.
Very slow stuff here so far from the Wild Bunch. Giving a lot of control here from Rusty Roster. Mojo, look, Yanto, Shepshasheni moving towards the cap. Prosto, Catch Me, triple cap. But look at Figo and Pashka. They want to catch Valdir when he decides to push over.
Oh, this doesn't really look well for the Wild Bunch. Prosto is in position to spot the A6 if someone peeks. And these guys are perfectly safe.
Basista knows exactly where they are because he's roaming the rails. Roaming the rails, he knows there's no bad shots coming from the south.
They know every rotation that comes here from the Wild Bunch will be from the upper side. They know it.
Already, Figo, Pashka doing some damage. Now the counter push will come. Pashka and Figo here, they need to be careful because there comes the push.
Getting pounded.
Mr. Kella in that
STB,
there's the push over. Valdir now as well in that IS-7, getting fired from two sides. Figo, Pashka in return getting cross-shot from the rails. They trade Valdir, but they lose Pashka in return. Figo should be falling here as well. -3 times for Rusty Roster, but minus Mr. Kella and Valdir as well.
This is a major misplay here by Rusty Roster. They should have just pushed down immediately and gathered up with their tanks while they were killing I7 and STB. Now they actually gave a lot of ground to Wild Bunch to play around.
Eltrain getting a nice clip there from behind. Catch Me. He has almost reload available. He wants to take down that TVP. He should be able to win the fight. Nobody really there for the Wild Bunch to support. If he manages to pick this one up, Catch Me.
Well, what's Agorni doing? Agorni should be in position to help him.
Catch Me decide to go back over.
Yeah, but his reload is done now, but and TVP will actually have a shell soon, and Agorni was there.
Shepshashen and Yamto also pushing forward, but now Catch Me goes for it. Now it's too late.
If I ever seen a suicide, I mean, you might have as well jumped through the window like this.
Mojo, it doesn't look good here for Rusty Roster. Phenomenal now with Agorni pushing down that 1-2 line onto Prosto. A single bad shot. Phenomenal actually. That bad shot from Prosto will go down here any second. Shepshasheni and Yamto. Those 1-1-3 is the last two standing. And it does look like the Wild Bunch is going to be able to pick up the last round here, which will be sending us to our lovely tiebreaker, Mojo.
The most favorite word for all of us.
Tiebreaker.
The code by Believe.
As Eltrain picks it up, and it's going to be a tiebreaker.
Fight to the last, and our tiebreaker map is
Himmelsdorf.
Himmelsdorf. So we're gonna see another one. What do they have prepared for us, I wonder?
What do they have left?
I really don't know. But they're doing the picks now, and who even played the fastest round? Like,
so we went
seriously?
on Ghost Town.
The Wild Bunch won attack on Ghost Town.
That was fairly quick.
Maybe that one.
That was fairly quick.
Because all other
they
games
capped.
were really, really slow.
Dudo capped in pretty much 140 seconds.
Yeah. It might be that the Wild Bunch will choose the side because other games were quite slow.
I think the Wild Bunch will choose the side.
Oh, we will see. So what went wrong in this game? And the Wild Bunch is picking side. Nice one. So, what went wrong this game?
Figo Pachka staying too long.
Yeah, like we said, it's good. You have
Catch
a crossfire, you can shoot on this I7, you can shoot on an STB crossing, that's fine.
Yeah, but after the first initial shots, they needed to run.
They need to run immediately, actually, and go close combat and join the rest of the forces. Hide somewhere from the counter push from the Wild Bunch, which was imminent. You don't need a crystal ball to guess that one. Like they're not gonna set.
I mean, Catch Me could have just beaten Eltrain one-on-one. Catch Me was 1,400 HP. Eltrain, unless he rolls really high, is not going to kill him in 4 shells.
He was scared that someone else will shoot him, and then he completely misplayed. Like, he just literally...
He got shot by Dudo, I think, then. When coming back over, Dudo hit him, which made it so he died.
It doesn't even matter. What was that? He was driving in circles while the other guy got to reload and then just killed him. Like, what was that? Come on. I mean, wow.
Well, puts us where we are now.
Exactly. The brilliant plays we've seen so far. We are in a tiebreaker, the best of all. But those both have a lot to play for, and they need every point. So,
Wild Bunch defense, no surprise there.
Yeah, I would say if you are choosing a side
on
against
the
Rusty Roster,
yeah.
I would choose defense.
Especially against Rusty Roster.
Oh boy.
Let's look at the stats from the last round though. Mojo, it is going to be Eltrain there, no surprise.
Well, a lot of sniping and background support by him, also a Gorni from the middle, so that kind of forced from the Wild Bunch. They pushed over to counter-attack. It's all damage done by them. So it's really reasonable that they did all this.
Yeah, great damage here from the first 4 players from the Wild Bunch. Eltrain, Agorni, phenomenal. Kind of players we need to step up. You know, the players we talked about in the beginning, they're the ones to do it for their team. And Mojo, remember what you said, if Mr. Kella dies and doesn't do any damage, they win.
Uh-oh. Exactly like that. Man, he's gonna suicide every game now. Maybe he's better doing micro when he dies like that.
I don't think it's Mr. Kella leading, though.
In-game?
Yeah, doubt it.
I think he does, actually. He and a couple of guys help, but I think he's...
Agorni.
I don't think he does all the main. Well, we can actually ask them. That is a topic for the next interview.
I think I have that in the questionnaire.
There you go. We can check that also. But you know that they gave like 3 different answers?
Yeah, something.
And Dudulinho said for himself that he's leading. I remember that one.
Dudulinho is leading himself. He
Oh.
doesn't need a field commander.
No guidance needed there.
Dudulinho, he does it all by himself.
Did he trip last time over the rail?
No, it was a Prokhorovka. He came
Or
over the rail
Prokhorovka,
and
yeah, over
flipped
the rail.
himself. And then, who was this against? That was against...
It was the last match.
that was the Wild Bunch versus...
Oops, I think.
Oops, yeah.
Yeah.
And then I
El-
talked to...
L-Train tried to go
Then
back
I talked
and
to the
flipped
guys
it.
from Oops, and you know
Yeah.
what they told me?
Yeah.
I was like, did you guys realize that the Dudulinho was flipped? And they're like, no! Because, you know, we thought he was at the rails. Because if you're at the rails, you always aim
Okay.
above it.
Okay.
So they were aiming above. And they were like, oh, we don't have a contour. We can't see him. It's later they realized that the Dudulinho was on his side.
Tactical, tactical. But we're going to see another Himmelsdorf here, and both teams will change something their play, I hope.
Or not.
I mean, honestly, last defense by the Wild Bunch was pretty decent. They did a good crossfire, they did decent spotting, and Rusty Roster showed nothing in that attack. They're just playing blindly. It was not really good.
And it was a blind play they already did once.
Twice, or even 3 times. Couple of times.
A couple of times.
Yeah, so nothing new there, and I think Wild Bunch, well, they don't even have to change much.
No.
Like that kind of build is designed to play against a lot of things.
Himmelsdorf is just a map. You don't really need to change tactics so often. It's more about reactions and hitting your shots than really overall. It's almost impossible to you know, invent something new for Himmelsdorf.
At the moment for them will be mainly just that someone doesn't misplay. Like we've seen when Ogorny sometimes gets overzealous and gets shot 2-3 times if he
So
plays
we
a
talked
budget.
about. He's
Yeah.
they have very young players in the Wild Bunch, players that sometimes a little bit over eager. They want to, you know.
Yeah, they want to show themselves.
Adrenaline is
They
pumping.
want to contribute. They want to do a lot, but it's not always the best.
Doesn't always work out.
Oh, let's see.
Wow, we have our lineups ready. Let's take a look.
Fast teams.
Fast teams here. Let's take a look what we got for our tanks. Doesn't seem like much has changed, Mojo.
Well, it looks like the Wild Bunch they're playing the same as we said. It's identical. Did they have a grill? Yeah, they had a grill.
They had a
right?
grill.
They had a grill.
Phenomenal was playing the grill. They got one more 113, I think.
Yeah, it's one more 1-1-3.
And Rusty Roster is the same. Double 113, double 50B, bad shot, gorilla. That's the same. That's exactly
That's
the same.
exactly the same lineup.
So Mojo, what do you think? The same start from both teams?
Well, I certainly hope that not, because Rusty Roster didn't really had any play there at the moment. So at the moment we are waiting for players, guys, to get ready. This is a big match for them.
This is an important match.
Every point here counts. If Rusty Roster wins this, they will be on 9 points.
9. But no matter what happens, if Rusty Roster wins, no matter what happens, the Wild Bunch stay ahead of them, right?
No matter what.
Because if Rusty Roster wins this, they go up to 9.
And the Wild Bunch will
goes
have 10.
10. If the Wild Bunch win this, they go up to 11, which could be safe. Could be. You know, you're not sure, because mathematically you need 12 to be safe.
Yeah, but it's better if you need 1 point
Yeah.
to get in
I
next
mean, I
3
think
matches.
11 might be enough. I'm not sure. Everything is so close.
We don't know. 12 should be safe for everyone.
12 is safe.
Yeah, But
'Cause it needs to
11,
beat
11
4
can
teams.
be a lot of drama, and then deciding like, do you have more lost or won games and things like that.
Moncho knows everything about missing 1 point.
Okay, I remember that one.
You know what I'm referencing to.
Yeah, mate. Last time I didn't qualify with ECM because of 1 point. We lost in last game against Kulbas on 1 shot of 1 guy. Like, I'm gonna remember Breakneck as long as I live because of that one. Because he shot while he was driving.
Bad nightmares there for
Dude, like he
Moncho.
did 1K while he was like,
Yeah, that one was good. I was like,
it was good for everyone except him. I mean us. But never mind. It's history now.
it
Painful
is
one.
history.
I hate you.
Oh, don't be afraid, Mojo. I'll get Ryan to give you a hug.
Wow. Beard, bro.
It does seem like our game is ready. Our final game here between these two on Himmelsdorf. So the Wild Bunch will be the defender for this tiebreaker and Rusty Roster the attacker.
Unusual
and this
start.
is something unusual.
Do we see a trap here? Trap written all over this kind of defense, because this is not something you usually do with this kind of tanks. And Agorni is actually spotting the middle. Not like, look at this push. The Wild Bunch knew to do this a couple of times. They would send a medium there and press the 8 line.
Going back to their old style. The last time they did it with the tier 9 Kiki.
Tier 9 one, and they had the T10 on 8 line. And it was fairly successful.
But look at Rusty Roster, Mojo. Look at that. They already got 3 tanks passed on the K line.
That's why they left Dudolino in that little bush on C1. This is actually even the position which Oops uses. If you remember, Algo was there a couple of times, if I remember correct. But nothing spotted by the Wild Bunch. They already saw that Rusty Roster did not overcommit. Oh, what a surprise. And now they're going for a plan B.
Assista, as per usual, will be leading the charge here for his team. Gorny now, they will clear out the hill with 2-3 guys to make sure Figo and Pashka cannot sit there.
Well, Agorni just rotating back since he was spotted from someone by the hill. He knows that. And a lot of slow play coming in here, but Rusty Roster slowly but surely progressing on the rail since they didn't see anyone spot them so far. Basista will check the rail, and he will check is there anyone more up there. He cannot go past this point because he doesn't know is there anyone on B4, so he really doesn't want to get shot cheaply like that.
Rusty Roster have a fair amount of control, you could say here. They control that 1-2 line and leaving Figo in a G0 position to control the hill as well. This could be good for them.
There's even some kind of risky play by Rusty here. Fairly unusual, but we've seen on Prokhorovka it's doable. Pashka is alone on K-line, and he is waiting there. Only covered by Figo. A lot of things could go wrong with this, or right, depending how TW plays it.
Depends on the rotation from the Wild Bunch. You know, if Dudu at 1 point tries to sneak through the K-line, but Pashka is going back towards the hill.
Basista ran away. Ooh, took a 1 shot, but that's okay. For 3 minutes of play, that's not too much.
Basista in that 39 is taking 1 shot of damage here. Not the biggest loss.
This game actually looks cool.
Nice rotation so far. Even the Wild Bunch, Kiki, Agorni, they'll be ready to receive that 0-line push.
It's good coverage by the Wild Bunch at the moment. They didn't take a bait. They didn't rotate with all the forces. It's a bit slow, but I think this is the right way for them. Now they should focus on like spotting that 5 line. It would be really important to see, especially is someone trying to cross there and join the attack from the Rusty Roster.
Everybody from Rusty Roster here now retreating from that 1-2 line. Substation and Yamto going to be joining Catch Me and Prosto. It's going to be another 8-line push here, but the Wild Bunch again, a good rotation. I think even Agorni is going to be repositioning back into that cubby.
Look at those 113s, guys. Fire extinguisher and 2 repair kits. Why? Well, they burn a lot. Their ammo rack dies a lot. They get tracked a lot. And engine dies a lot. Well, why would you pick them? Well, they're mobile. They have decent armor and good DPM for that. So, it's a trade.
Yamto there taking a free shot pretty much from L-Train, who's waiting for that now. Rusty Roster deciding to adjust here. Could work out great, but Valdir, Dudolino, gonna be important here.
Dudolino will actually be crucial here. He might bring the victory or loss, depends how he plays, spots, shoots. It's really important that he actually does not die. That's a priority
The rotation.
for him.
There's the rotation from the Wild Bunch. L-Train, Kiki, Valdir from the side. Catch Me is going to be the first one that gets catched here. They're pushing around. They want to take this victory. Catch Me drops low, but Yamto and Prosto trying to help. Phenomenal picks up Catch Me. Gorni now coming from behind. Prosto is the next one. The Wild Bunch, they didn't want to wait for Rusty Roster here. Yes, the HP is still a little bit even so far, but Shepsheshenian taking some as well, and Prosto went low.
Dudolino should start rotating immediately and chase on Figo. Like right now, this very second, because the other guys are enough to deal with everyone else, he should pressure on him.
Rotation is actually not working out for the Wild Bunch. It looked good in the beginning, but started losing too much HP after. Yamto and Prosto actually managed to get saved at 50B on 136 HP, doing a lot of damage here to Phenomenal.
Oh my god, I really thought Wild Bunch actually has it here. They did the right call. It's just the focused fire. Like it looked like Rusty Roster has 3 guys out of the fight, but they just didn't close in the fight fast enough.
Shepsheshenian takes down Phenomenal, now down to 2 guys here for the Wild Bunch in this tiebreaker. As Dudolino does manage to pick up Prosto, but a nice shot there from Pashka in that Gorilla 717, taken off of Valdir's HPs. Dudolino is now on the run with Figo on the chase. Figo managed to pick him up. Valdir, the last one standing here for the Wild Bunch, and Mojo, it does seem like Rusty Roster is going to be able to do it again in a tiebreaker, taking very crucial points here as Valdir, the last one standing. Basista coming from behind. Figo penetrates the first, needs to land the second, as it is going to be Basista picking it up now, making it 5-4 in favor of Rusty Roster.
Well, there is a lesson to be taken here. Don't go in tiebreakers with Rusty Roster. Never. Doesn't pay off.
How many have they won so far?
3. They're absolute leaders in this league by tiebreakers and victories in
One
them.
tiebreaker against Out of Range, one tiebreaker against
Can't remember. I need to watch.
Legend. Who else?
Legend,
Yes,
Legend.
and this.
Unreal.
Not bad.
Unbloody real.
Taking some crucial points again. So this puts Rusty Roster on 9, and this puts the Wild Bunch on 10.
So what do we
Both
have?
teams need a
Rusty
victory.
Roster playing Rage Quit next, then Kazna, then Knekkebrud, and they need 3 points.
I only see one of those 3 games, which is really doable. Depending, of course, for if KB does really bad, and they play them lost, and KB can't qualify anymore, then perhaps.
Let's see. Also, there is a possibility to snatch somewhere 2, somewhere 1 point, so a lot of mathematical options for them. Wild Bunch 10 points, playing Utopia, Ding, and Legend.
They have one match there, really. They can take points.
Yeah,
and that's
they
it.
need
Legend.
They need to do Legend well, because I don't see them winning Utopia and Kazna
No.
really, not with this play, like not even remotely. But let's
I
see what was
agree.
done here.
And Utopia Ding, you mean? Because the Wild Bunch already beat Kazna.
Oh snap.
Let's take a look at the last round statistics, though. And it is going to be Pashka and that Gorilla. Look how many players here from Rusty Roster on the top.
Pashka, Prosto, Figo, Yamto, Shepsheshenian, a lot of them coming here, and Basista had a last shot. But we have Valdir and Kiki, the only guys here in top damage, and I would say this is the prime problem for them. Look at this Phenomenal, nothing done there. Phenomenal,
It looked
L-Train.
okay. I mean, it looked okay when they came 8 line, but I think they missed a lot of shots.
The choice was correct, but they let them run away.
They
a
let those
bit.
2 guys come
They
around
were
the corner.
scared of that grill, so they just pushed around all. And also, I think big mistake was that they didn't push that 1-1-3 in the front. They just left him to pound them from the side.
Well, Mojo, that will be it. Let's take a look at the post-match stats as we start wrapping up this match. Agorni,
Agorni carrying his
L-Train,
team, but
Phenomenal.
just not enough.
just not enough.
Almost 21,000 damage made. That's quite a lot.
But L-Train and Phenomenal there as well. And Pashka, Catch Me, Prosto, Figo.
Pashka is not supposed to carry,
No.
but he's in 1 year diplomat. A lot of done there. Basista above Yamto, and Basista plays tier 8 always. Come on, bro. You need to like step it up a bit.
Well, Mojo, now, if anything, the bottom rankings, they became even closer.
It's really unreal situation now. Now we have, let's say, Rusty with 9 points. That would put them above Kazna.
Wow. Are you okay?
Okay. The Wild Bunch with 10 points. They will be above
Kazna.
Above Kazna. They're already above Kazna, mate. So that's no go there. They're above Swift, but Swift is playing next match.
Swift is playing the next match, but again, what does Wild Bunch take away from this one?
Don't go to tiebreaker with Rusty roster.
Don't go to tiebreaker with Rusty roster.
And when you see Basista charging, expect the rest.
Yeah, but Sista is always first.
Yeah, dude, but he's never...
Wherever he goes, the rest of his team follows.
Yeah, but he's never that suicidal. Like, come on. Like, if you see Basista driving like this, you know there is like 6 more guys right there. And this was the single time you could see it. Ever. So, it was a fun game.
It was a fun game, but we have one more game left. We'll be going to a break, but when we come back, it's going to be Swift taking on Kazna Crew, so don't go anywhere.
he needs to get it up.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Now moving into our last match of the evening. Mojo, that was a marathon match, the last one.
It was a long one, but it was worthwhile. We had a lot of fun and laughs there, so it was kind of okay for us.
It was okay for us. Rusty Roster taking vital points there.
Again?
Again, in a tiebreaker. But now, let's move into our last matchup here. It's going to be Swift taking on Kazna Crew. Both teams coming off a loss.
Yeah, we need this. This is a match of a day for us, more or less. Kazna lost the last match to Ding. It started decent for them, 1-1, 1-1, and then it just went sour. 3 in a row, losses in a row. But then we had Swift also playing Rusty Roster, who just won the Wild Bunch. So they lost there again, and I would say by their own fault.
I still don't even know what happened in that match. Swift, they
suicided.
They finally seemed so good, and then
they suicided. I know. That's what I saw. Lemming train.
Yeah, we can take a look at the roster of Swift. All the players that were so good in that match, like before, like Crespix, etc., Skylex, they were not good against Rusty Roster. Underperforming. This wasn't the Swift we expected. It was back to the Swift that was in the beginning of the season. And we expect a lot more from this team, don't we, Mojo?
Yeah, I think Swift can do much more here. Even Rode, when he was giving interviews, he was saying that they are really kind of perspective. They have a lot to do. They had a lot of wins at that moment. They have a good time. But at the end of the day, they have, at the moment, I think, 9 points. They still need 3.
Yeah, because they won 3 games in a row.
Yeah, so they are fighting now Kazna. Then they have out of range, Oops, and Go Hard after that. So not easy matches, even with the out of range that is so weakened, same as Kazna at the moment. Also, Kazna needs desperately victories
Kazna needs
here.
points.
Yeah, so and it's not only points; they want to win. So
they need to win. Yeah.
This will not be easy game for anyone here. We'll see how it goes. Swift we had great expectations from them from the start. It didn't work out. Then
we've been wrong before.
It looked really well. Then they just played it really ridiculous game.
We've been wrong before. I mean, looking at out of range.
Let's see. Let's say we looked at a legend and we expected a lot. But then those changes and honorable problems came, and so everything went down the drain.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Oh, wow.
Talking about Rodo Mojo, I think it's fair to say I had an interview with him. Should hear from him. Rode, now, the teams you're playing, or the Rusty Roster you played, and now the next team as well, they have very different play styles, very different approaches to maps as well. How do you prepare for that?
As always, we don't prepare for exact playstyle. Well, okay, I'm lying at the moment because we did for the Rage Quit kind of. We wanted to dictate the pace there, and somehow we played a bit differently. We slowed the pace down, but usually we don't do that. And yeah, we just try to play our game. Sometimes it really doesn't work out with some small details, some small mistakes, but yeah, usually we just try to play our game, and it's good for us.
Now, your opponent is Kazna Crew, a team I think even you said at one point were favorite in this season. Now, they struggled so far. What is your thoughts about that, seeing as they're your next opponent?
Yeah, they are really struggling at the moment, and I think it's very good for us. They will have a lot of pressure because they need points now even more than we do. They had some tough matches, some tough opponents, and well, versus them, it will be a tough game as they are a very experienced team.
Now, Road, you guys had a very rough start to the season, as you said. It came with experience. Now you guys are starting to perform better. Where do you wanna end phase 1? In what position do you wanna be?
Well, we have to be realistic at the moment. I think we should keep ourselves some safe position in the top 6. Like, we will try to get the 3rd, 4th position because the 1st and the 2nd looks pretty unrealistic. I think it will be Dings and Utopia. They are basically not losing any points. They will have a match between themselves. That someone will lose points, of course, there, but yeah, they look like the strongest teams. We will try to get somewhere between the 3rd and 6th, I think. That's our target now.
So, Rod, if you could name one player in your team, which is pretty irreplaceable, pretty key player for your team, who would it be right now?
At the moment, probably Crespix, even though I think everybody is performing pretty much good enough for them. But Crespix is probably our leader, as you are mentioning him as well a lot in our games, and you know why.
Yeah, Crespix is a vital part of your team. Now, do you think Team Swift is finally launched for the rest of the season?
I really hope so. I really hope so. Like 3 victories now in a row, and I hope we can carry that on.
We hope so too. Now, Road, about your matchup, how do you feel against Kazna crew? You are on the rise. They are struggling really, really hard. You want to take points here?
Of course, we want to take 3 points versus them, but even though they are struggling, they might be under a lot of pressure. They are really experienced, so I think they know how to deal with that, and it won't be easy for us. It will be tough.
All right, thank you, Rod. Looking forward to that one, and best of luck with your match.
Thanks, man.
Obviously, we pre-record those interviews, and at the time, they had 3 victories in a row. In the meantime, they lost.
Then they played the one bunch. And they suicided on Ghost Town. 2 games
Rusty
in a row. Rusty roster, never mind. And they suicided 2 games in a row. And Kazna also lost 2 games on Ghost Town against Ding. It will be interesting when they meet there, but it's quite after.
It's quite after, Mojo. We should look at Kazna crew. We talk about it every single time. The Holy Trident here. Stefan, Ilian, and Nexus.
I know actually what's the problem. We are jinxing them.
We should stop saying Holy Trident.
We should say like Holy Haiba or something, and then maybe they will actually
the new Holy Trident is Haiba Isne Cobra Leon.
Holy Haiba, Amen Isne. Maybe then it will work, because last time Haiba was actually playing really well and he was doing a lot of damage. But it didn't work.
Still though, we keep saying it, it's gonna have to be Stefan, Ilian, Nexus. I mean, those are the guys. Those are the damage dealers.
They are supposed to be there. They are supposed to carry the team, but the coordination between Kazna players is not lately always in place, same as Tactics. Tactics is sometimes really lacky. And
everything feels lacking for them right now.
Unfortunately to say, even those parts when we say about boosting, that is really important segment of the game since Apple WoW and Grand Finals onward here.
That wasn't really a climb, Mojo. That's more of a fall.
Yes, but still. Physics and gravity works now, and you need to deal with it. And those that are not doing it that well, they have problems. We've seen Kazna getting failed boosts, getting stuck. So those are not the best moments for them, and they need to overcome it and just move on and start gathering points. They have.
Well, they need to. I mean, Kazna, you said it before to me as well. We said it to each other. They're a late starter. But now it's getting late.
This is the later part of the later.
Now, if they want to start, the engine has to go right now.
This is the game they must win. This is a...
Must win?
Must win. Not just for the points. I mean, they still have enough matches to pull through to the second phase, but they need to win it for their own sakes first, and everything else for those points in the second phase then. I don't see the second phase without them. It would just not be normal.
I don't think it... You know, I think they will qualify for the second phase, only needing 1 match. But Mojo, you know the dead zone?
I've seen him around on interviews.
Yeah, I think we got another one ready. Let's hear from the dead zone. So dead zone, we touched on it in the last interview we had. You prognosed in the past victories against teams, and then you managed to lose against them. Does it feel like for Kazna this season, underestimating actually opponents has been an issue?
Well, every match we treat the same. We prepare for the enemy. We don't overestimate them. We don't underestimate them either. We just think like they're equal to us. We play equal to them. But sometimes we're just too afraid in matches to show our true selves in them and showing that we can beat the opponent.
Dead zone. So far this season, we've seen a lot of failed climbing here. It's been costing a lot of people here, even costing you guys with Isne getting stuck on the climb. Do you guys feel like you started preparing for the season on time?
Yeah, we did. We actually trained the climbs quite a lot. Sometimes, you know, you just have bad luck, like Isne getting stuck on a rock. And overall, I think every player on our team can do every boost, and we're really confident in them. So we will be using them most likely in the matches also.
Now, Deadzone, what kind of preparations are you doing towards this end of stage 1? You guys should realistically make it into stage 2. Now, what is the preparation going to do for it? Because we've seen a lot of teams so far in the EU region step it up massively. A lot of them training very hard as well. What are you going to do as Kazna to keep up with them?
We're training on a daily base. You know, social life, who needs it anyway? Training a lot, training boost daily, making new tactics, training with opponents and everything, preparing as best as we can for every match that we got coming still.
So Deadzone, last season, Kazna barely managed to qualify for the online playoffs, which is 1 point difference between you and Utopia. Does it feel like you guys just don't get to show how good you are in the online season, but are better offline?
Yeah, I guess offline we got the mental advantage and the experience advantage because Kazna has been to so much events. Every player in the team has been to multiple events. They know how it is, they know how it works, and they're just not stressed out for the matches. And I guess that's kind of biting us in the ass online in our performance.
So Deadzone, if you should say the current top 4, who do you think are the teams in Europe, the 4 teams that have looked the best so far?
I think we're going to see a top 4, of course, including Ding and Utopia. They're like straight at the top right now. Good points. I think we should be able to take 3rd place still coming back. We got still a second half of the season. And then the 4th place, it's gonna be a fight. Maybe like Kneckabout coming back or just oops, taking the slot.
Now, Deadzone, do you follow European teams tactic-wise? Because it seems like sometimes you get caught off guard by their map movements.
Well, of course, there's a different meta between like Russians, Asians, and Europeans. We try to play the European meta, but just with a bit of shuffle around it. And sometimes it doesn't pay off that good when you play a kind of a different meta against the European meta.
Now, Deadzone, you play Team Swift, a team on the rise. How do you feel about this one? A lot of people would say, realistically, you need to pick up 3 points here.
Yeah, we need the 3 points. Recently, they've been winning matches. They had a rough start like us, but now they're winning matches. So, you know, we're hoping to halt their winning streak and take these points from them because we really need them.
Thank you, Deadzone, and best of luck in your match.
Thank you.
Well, at that point, Swift was still on the rise. Now, at that point, Kazna didn't lose against Ding yet.
And I still see Deadzone being high as ever. Like Kazna this in future, Kazna that in future. I will focus on Kazna now. I will really focus on Kazna now.
Mojo, now let's move into our matchup here. Prokhorovka being the first map between these two.
Well, not the fastest of the maps, but...
you could say that.
I mean, statistically, it should be Swift's map. They have better stats, but in reality, I really think Kazna can do a better job here.
Well, I mean, a lot of Kazna's round is where they pushed 1-2 line on Prokhorovka.
Well,
which wasn't...
Once we scratched suicidal ideas, they have really a lot of experience here. They played it for a long time. We've seen some of the matches in older seasons. Honestly, some of those tactics are better looking than some of the stuff they're doing now at the moment. So I guess if that part of interview is true, that they're training on daily basis now, doing all the boosts and everything.
I know Stefan, for one, knows all of them. I don't know.
Well, he's not the one doing them most of the time, so it doesn't really matter then, is it?
Nope, it doesn't. Does seem like our first round is ready, so let's take a look at what we got for our tanks. You can see a Kazna crew, Grille, STB, 3 bad shots. Fairly common, but Swift, double IS-7 on attack.
Yeah, by those nice fancy little icons next to the numbers, you can see a shield by Kazna defending and swords by Swift attacking. So double I7s, that's a huge cap pressure. Also, they can decide to push a village and maybe hope for some cooldown better than on 1-1-3s. On other hand, this is a fairly standard lineup here now by Kazna. Grille in defense. It gives a lot of opportunities, different ones even.
Yeah, I imagine Stefan is going to be playing that one.
Yeah, I imagine they will more focus on village side with this. But I guess if they really want to, they can go for it.
They could do either, to be honest with that.
Yes. Yes, they can, but I don't know. Grille in forest can be a tricky one.
It is very hard to make those consistent shots.
It's very hard to survive also when someone approaches.
Especially if those I7s push up to you.
Yeah, the I7s in forest close combat, not a good scenario for this kind of build. I believe they will stay on other side.
But it does seem like our game is ready. Kazna Crew versus Swift on Prokhorovka. As we said, Kazna Crew on the defense here, Swift on the offense. And Mojo, already you have to point something out. There's a Nectar stepping into the lineup. Nexus not there.
Whoop, whoop. We were wondering, will he get a chance finally? He was on Gamescom and he had a birthday, but finally he's here to play. So Isne doing really aggressive spot, and actually Kazna chose neither of what we spoke. They're going really for it at the middle.
Going really for it in the middle. Stefan has to be careful in that gorilla, also pushing up. Seems like another 1-2 line tactic here from Kazna Crew.
What a connection by Atmospheric there, like by I7 of no other tanks. Isne playing ultra aggressive, and he knows by now that Swift is in the forest with the entire team.
Stefan here trying to land the shell on possibly free kill. Can he land it? Perhaps.
Oh,
no.
he took so much damage while he was aiming.
Loses his gun as well there, Stefan and the gorilla. Not good, down to 892 HP already.
It's a big damage he took, and now Isne is in a problem because Road can finish him up easy.
Stefan coming over, can he hit on Road though? If he can, nice hit there from Stefan onto Road. A tier 9 Batchat knocked out engine as well, so he can't move, but he will still take out down Isne though.
Is that Fishy down sniping from the lower part of the rail, I think, on Road?
Yep.
It was him doing the major part of the damage. Kazan slight advantage in HP now, but in reality they are tank down. Well, it's a bit more of the damage now. 1k, because they're pushing the woods with I7s, as we said.
It was I7, so Durs and Vetso will have to reposition. Now, Road, I mean, sure, he's down to 35 HP, but he can still spot that entire flank.
I think that's all he can do with this kind of tank now. Dead engine, dead gun, and
Dead driver.
They leave him in a bush, it's tier 1.
It makes him like a mouse, mate.
Dude, like, this is like all time, 742, tier 1, leave him in a bush, and if he sees something good, that's about his role. Maybe he can shoot someone, like if he really hits him. But Swift is pressing the woods. Kazna already withdrew from there. The only damage done is they lost Isne. I don't know, it was a decent trade HP-wise, but still, Stefan is on half HP, and they only have, well, they have 3 Batchats that are on practically 100% HP, so it's still good for them.
I mean, the good thing is that Stefan and the gorilla...
Mursky, look at this. That was connection by Stefan plus someone else. Like, Mursky really paid the price there.
Why did Mursky even peek that? Tier 9 Batchat really shouldn't be peeking that. So nice shots there from Kazna Crew now.
Instant reload there by Zenithter and Vetso.
Already making the advantage here, 3,000 for Kazna.
Zenithter, even when he played in TCM, he was always really good sniper. Like, he was actually so good sniper that you would actually have to push him to push somewhere. That was his problem at those days. But in Kazna, he fixed his play pretty much, and he's much more aggressive.
Yeah, so far doing really great there, Nictor. Glad to finally see him step into this lineup.
Yeah, I think they kind of missed him a bit. We will see how will they finally settle now this season as a team, because it's been really long time since we've seen them play to their best. It really looked good in the start of the match against Ding, but it just went really sour after a while. At the moment, Kazna has every advantage they need. HP, even positions, they're cool. Maybe they have 1 gun less, but HP-wise, Swift is in deep problem because Mursky is on 2 shot or 1 shot for Stefan. Road is more or less useless. And other guys that are supposed to push are on lower HP also.
Poor Crestwix there, TVP taking a blind shot. Now Atmospheric taking some more. Taking even some more in that I7. Free kill as well.
Oh, what a beating here. This is a beating like Kazna took on Prokhorovka against Ding when they were trying to approach with that IS-7.
There goes free kill, gets picked up by Haiba. Now Elian and Haiba should be able to pick up Atmospheric as well, and it's not looking good for Swift in this first round.
It's a good opening for Kazna. Really aggressive start there, and control of the map after. Swift looks completely clueless here at the moment. They have no idea what to do to deal with this.
Doesn't seem like they know how to deal with it. They picked up Easton in the beginning, but after that, even the Road still sitting in his bush.
Oh man, can he even drive? I mean, Dead driver, dead engine on Bacha tier 9.
Like 3 km/h per hour.
How much? How fast can he go? Like 10, 15?
I don't know. He has a dead engine, which limits it by half. And then he has
driver.
a dead driver.
He has jack of all trades.
Yes, but
He
also
doesn't really go to the fullest.
No. But then again, he also has a damaged gun.
Yeah, I would just like to see how fast can he go. Like we're
wait,
gonna
Road
have
is
to
on the
ask him.
move. Road is on the move, Mojo.
Let's see, please. We need to see Road
Oh,
drive.
Road is slow and steady, mate.
Incoming, incoming.
Oh, that's it.
Okay, it took a while to get over that hill.
Yeah, he has some speed now, you know.
Oh my God, he's shooting at someone.
Oh, as
Never
Vetso
mind.
picks up Road, but trades 1.2k HP in return. Mandax taking a big shot there, though, from Stefan in their grille.
Well, Majax and Skylax are coming in there to try to do some damage finally, but it's just not gonna happen. Fish is already there. But Stefan paid the price for all this fun.
Stefan finally paying for his sins in the grille. Eurofish should be able to pick up Skylax here, as he does manage to do it. Even bouncing a shell there.
Seriously,
From Crespix.
what's with Vetso and Amorex? Like, I saw him at least in 3 games against Ding with that Amorek.
Maybe he doesn't have wet Amarak.
Was there some hidden joke there I missed?
But it's an equipment.
No one has that.
That was the joke.
It's not a joke if it's not funny.
There's a Nathan
Not
now.
everything you say is funny, mate.
Yes, it is.
Especially not your puns.
My puns are great, okay. Crespix is now on reload. Dirt should be able to pick it up, as Elian will be the one to do it now, bringing Kazna crew 1-0 up.
Well, a good start, finally, after a while. And we saw finally open, or like aggressive opening from Kazna, and it worked out.
Did it? Really? I mean, they lost Isna in return for
2k HP. I mean, like half of that was on Stefan because he was sitting there
Yeah,
for
but
5 seconds
was
and
it
trying
worth
to wait.
it? I mean, I feel more like Swift suiciding those I7s.
No, but I7s were not the issue. The issue was when Road got wrecked.
True.
Because he lost a lot of HP there, then they pushed the I7s, which was kind of a logical
But then,
choice. They had
who
no
was the
map
second,
control.
Who was the second in Abacha? Mirsky?
Mirsky.
That overextension was
Yeah.
worse, I think.
That was even worse. So there was a lot of HP given back by Swift, but still, it was a good provocation by Kazna and a good play on the middle. I only didn't like the part where Stefan took so much damage because he was really overstaying his welcome
He wants
there.
to hit free kill in the I7.
I know, but he was spotted and he knew it.
Yeah, and the
He
short
knew
free
it.
kill is not an easy one.
Yes, and he knew it, so he should have just gave up on that. We've said many
Mojo,
times.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
Yeah, shoulda, woulda, coulda. We've said many times someone overstays the welcome, especially in those clippers and TVPs or
Yeah.
whatever, aims a
I
bit
always
too
that
much,
one extra
and
shot.
it's always punishment coming your way. Like, there is no exemption there. But a win for Kazna.
A win for Kazna.
Happy me.
Yes.
I'm
look how
totally
happy
not
he is.
biased.
You are neutral. The
No,
most neutral
the
person
most
I've ever
neutralist
met.
ever, like Switzerland on keeping gold.
Yeah, let's take a look at the stats though from that last round, Mojo. If you're neutral, then I'm the best player in this game. As Durs performing in his first game here, 3.6 in Haiba.
It's a good comeback for Durs, and Haiba is doing well again. It's a good start for Kazna because they really need him to perform and not do 0 damage like in some games he had.
Stefan is not here.
No, after that first shot, I guess not. Well, not much expected there from Isne, but free kill, not a big role there.
Well, free kill, you could say that was a pretty free kill for Kazna.
Yeah, Vetso had a dead Amorek, so not a very good
Nope.
time after that first
Stefan,
hit.
I thought he did more in this one. He hit Road and he hit Mandax, I think, but that was
And
also it.
That was about that.
It seemed like he did more.
Hey, it looked a bit better for him, but still. Now Kazna needs to attack.
If one thing that's good, Kazna said they're kind of scared to make plays.
No, Deadzone said that Kazna
Yeah,
is
okay.
scared.
But it's what other people said as well from Kazna.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a terrible thing to say.
But this didn't look scared to make a play. Sending Isna like that, that's very aggressive.
This is something that, honestly, I would be used to from Kazna. Like, you just go and you do stuff. You don't let anyone scare you.
Well, maybe they're back to their old style. Let's take a look what we got for our tanks coming into the second round, though. Kazna crew, double 113 STP Swift, T54.
Why TT54? I'm really thinking about it. I mean, constant shooter, some
On the
armor.
defense?
Really?
I'm actually not sure. I mean,
E5
it doesn't have a great turret.
Can you keep him at that A0 stupid position that we completely hate with that?
His ammo heat on the long distance, not so great.
I mean, because of the low profile, can he hide well enough so he's not shot by the other people? I mean, he cannot.
He'd still die to a Bacha that rushes
he cannot
him.
fight one-on-one, but if they get some good angles, they might actually cover him. But it's just some stupendous idea. Maybe it's something completely different, because I really don't see a big reason for using that one over other Bacha AP.
Me neither, but it does seem like our game is ready. Kazna crew currently 1-0 up. Now moving into our second round on Prokhorovka. Swift on the defense, Kazna on the offense. And already an Eastern start here for Kazna.
Well, Roden boys taking over the forest. Mandex in E5, left over, together with 113. That's kind of expected.
Okay, so free kill, I guess, is going to go play in the bowl area.
So they're going to use him as that, as bait.
I'm guessing, or he just plays middle, I'm not sure even.
Kazna is really playing aggressive on this side again. Izne is really doing deep spotting, but the rest of the Kazna guys are a bit split at the moment. There is no real info coming in until now, so they cannot really make their plays aggressively. Now, I think it's even too late to cross the rail.
Haiba cross though. Eurofish wants to cross here as well, does manage to get a cross without taking any damage.
Needs to fade a bit before he goes for that. Atmospheric will be waiting. Might be a costly one for
Well,
Ilian.
Ilian is going to take some damage coming over here. Nope,
timing worked for him. Timing work, Atmospheric did not spot on time. Vetsu will go along the rail.
Nice shot here from Haiba.
Vetsu will go along the rail, and he will try to spot at E5 finally.
Haiba taking some in return though now. That second shot onto Atmospheric.
Not
really worth it, you could say. But they're coming to push on Atmospheric here. Ilian misses the shell.
They're pushing on two sides from the same side.
Going for the push here for Kazna crew. Mandax and Atmospheric getting punched on from the same side. Haiba, they're still standing though. Both Atmospheric and Mandax. Haiba should be the one to pick it up. And Mandax is still alive in the D5 actually.
Yeah, but he's in a problem because most of the Swift guys now are in reload. Kazna knows it, and Stefan will come to pick him up now. One more shot and he's out.
Stefan does pick up Mandax now. So that's 2 times down for Swift, but the HP heavily in favor here for Swift.
Yeah, it's a really heavy advantage here, but Kazna has all 7 tanks, and they are doing exactly what they should. They're starting a cap with some of them, while the rest will try to maintain the focus fire. Now, the main thing is how will they protect Haiba and Fishy here?
Crespix here almost has reload available. Fetzo is also repositioning. Isna very close by. Now, what does Swift do? Because those 113s, they kind of can ignore them.
Ilian taking a lot of damage for a peak here. He did manage to do 1 shot on the road, but he took far too much for his trouble here.
But look
That's
at the rotation from Kazna. Stefan, Fetzo, they're all repositioning here.
Yeah, they're doing the active play. This is what I like. This is what they should do. And Road is going down without a reload. Oh dear. Like Vetso can really clip him out completely. He just doesn't know it.
Fetzo here getting a nice shot on the
road. Road lost an engine again.
Road lost an engine again, but here comes Stefan. He's making the push. Crespix picks up Isen in the RU though. Stefan should be able to return him. Ilian lands another. Stefan picks it up. Road on reload, on the run, on the move. Takes the shot from Stefan. Can Stefan pick it up? No! Road stays alive on 14 HP, and still Skylex trades Ilian in return though.
So now we have 3 guys from the Swift that are on full HP. But one of them is that T54, not the best tank to play on this map, honestly. Now, not in this situation.
Mirsky gets ammo rack there, repairs it quickly. And they still have to deal with this 113, and Vetso misses a shot onto Road. Road picks up Stefan, Vetso misses again. The tier 9 batch shot paying dividend at this point. Vetso only has 1 shell left, and the T54 can still kind of play who down in that bowl area.
It's all about the plays now. The Kazna is kind of crippled because the only rotational tank that's really useful for them is Zerniter, and he's picking up Road, finally.
Now Eurofish is pushing towards free kill here in the T54. Kind of needs to be a play. Skylex only has 2 shells available here. Eurofish goes in. The first bounce from Skylex. Second doesn't go through either, but free kill. It's
Oh,
going to be
he got
Mirsky from the
tracked.
side.
He got tracked right in there.
Durs now comes in, picks up free kill. It's a 2v3 here. Skylex does not have reload available at this time, so Durs should be able to do a nice amount of damage to him. Doesn't land the first, but it seems like Mirsky is the target though. Durs has one more shot left. Still doable for Swift here.
It's doable for both of them. Like HP is there, it's advantageous for Swift at the moment, and Skylex, the guy with the most HP, is the most important tank in this game at the moment. For Kazna, it's Zernichter. But they're all together now, boxed up, and I don't think Swift actually knows where Vetso is.
Vetso wasn't spotted going there now. Haiba also repositioning.
He's spotting the Mirsky rotation, so he knows it. But Haiba, dangerous play here.
Mirsky does get spotted. They really need to take him out. Haiba needs to land the shot as he does, and it's very hard to hit the shot on long range with the 113. So Mirsky will get out pretty much for free. Takes the shot there on the way out. Doesn't have a gun anymore.
Oh, that's gonna be a bummer for him, especially since he's on one shot, so sniping is not gonna be very helpful. 4.5 minutes. The thing is, they are not certain where Skylex is. But they get spotted now, and they know he's in the forest and alone.
Skylex needs to pick up kills
shells.
here. Comes the first from Durs, the second track shot onto Skylex. Durs tracks him and helps him. Skylex needs to do damage here. He needs to pick up tanks. He picks up Haiba, but he needs to do one more release on Durs or Nictras. He doesn't, as Durs is the one to pick it up. Weird plays here from Swift.
There's Zenithor with the magic number of 666 here, and he's in reload. There is a lot of time for Kazna, and a lot of plays they could do. The obvious one is put Zernichter in the cap, because he has more HP, and just keep Vetso somewhere off where he can support him. Or vice versa. In this scenario, everything would work for them, I think.
I mean, only one of them has to cap and the other one spot rotation. Mirsky does not have a gun, so he really needs to get close.
They don't know that.
Yeah, they don't know it.
They just know he's on one shot.
They know they just need to spot the rotation.
Also, Kazna has a lot of bad karma on caps, so I think that will be a paranoid moment. They're coming in, but so far so good for them.
So far so good as now Mirsky rotating onto the hill. Durs moving back down 1-2 with Vetso as well. One of them has to go on the cap, I mean.
There is no other choice. Like looking for Mirsky, it's like really looking for a grain of sand on a sand dune. You really don't want to do that.
I think there's plenty of grains of sand on a sand dune, mate.
Exactly. That's why you don't want to do it.
Now a common setup here. Vetso will be spotting the A6 and the rail side. So they spot Mirsky. Durs covers everything else, pretty much.
Yeah, Durs is covering from the top. From the bottom side, it's not really important because Vetso can deal with that himself. Mirsky not in a good position here. A map decider. He's on one shot with a damage gun. On one shot against two guys. Everything is against him. Like he has a cosmic little chance to win this one. Well, let's see. Go, brave little one.
This could be good though from Mirsky. If he gets the rotation around Durs.
But if Durs gets spotted, he will know someone is doing it.
Yeah, it depends on the way Mirsky decides to drive. He kind of, you know, he can't just drive through the bushes.
Durs is also two-shot, not a one-shot.
Mirsky got spotted because he's driving on the upper side, misses the shot. And Durs pick it up. Ah, yes, he can!
Steady hand.
As Durs picks it up.
Is he a top damage dealer again?
Could be. I don't like what Mirsky did there. You know what he did? He drove on top of the road through the bushes instead of, you know, being in the death
That was
lane.
not really cautious by him.
Why does Skylex shoot Haiba and not Durs?
I don't know. Like choosing to shoot a heavy tank instead of a medium.
If he kills Haiba, he can run. No, I mean, sorry. If he kills Vetso, I mean, if he kills Durs, he can just run.
Yes.
And why is Mirsky running in the first place?
Also, even if he dies and it's a heavy tank and Vetso on one shot,
yeah,
against
then Mirsky can win
who's
it.
alive, then he has a chance. Like against two mediums, it's always bad karma, bad loss. It's just a bad choice.
I don't even think Mirsky should have run there.
Me neither. I don't understand why
they just
split.
defend in the forest together. They have a very good chance of winning that.
If they were there together when Kazna pushed, they would annihilate them. Like we've seen teams that were trenching up, they even didn't have to spot. They just should have stood in the corner
just have to
and
cover
wait.
the corner.
And wait. And who comes first, he dies.
Yeah, pretty much. Even Haiba, that 113 didn't have that much HP, but let's take a look at stats and see if Durs is again the highest damage dealer. No, it's Vetso,
it's Vetso.
but Durs is close.
It's pretty close here. Well, another good game for Kazna. I could not say it's brilliant. It's definitely not. This was a messy one by all standards.
I feel like Swift should have won that one.
Well, they did not play it to the end. It was just not enough what they shown. Kazna here, I would not say this was one of their best performances, but what I liked is when they were pushing, and they were pushing aggressive on some points, they were doing it in the same time. It was not some kind of action they used in some last games, like one guy goes here and gets shot, then another peeks here. That was really messy. This one was okay if we were going to take a damage. When we saw push on those heavy tanks on the rail, they peeked. They all took damage, but they took them down.
They all pushed together.
Yeah, they took them down eventually. So
they got a little bit lucky with the roads timing.
I mean, pretty distant.
They don't know, obviously, that Road decides to press reload, but it worked in their favor.
Yeah, but Vetso just did one shot there. He actually ran away because he thought the road is full.
If Road has ammo, then the push onto... Who was it? Crestbeak? No, not Crestbeak. I don't know who it was. Wouldn't work out so well when Stefan came over.
No, and Road ended up on one shot
because
of that. But so far, 2-0 for Kazna.
2-0 for Kazna. That's all that matters in reality. Now moving into our next map, which is going to be Mines. Let's take a look what we got for our tanks. Kazna crew with the M40.
Kazna not having a really great history here on Mines lately. They have even less games than Swift, and their overall win percentage is like 40%.
40% for Kazna.
While Swift has 88.
But Swift has that weird 1-2 line defensive control setup, if you remember.
Yes, they really like to control that part of the area, but now they have T49. They can afford to play a bit different.
And they had it last time with Mikhailov playing it.
Yeah, because he kind of plays it a bit aggressive. But Kazna has an arty now, and it's going to be interesting to see how will they play it.
I mean, it is going to be interesting to see how they do decide to play it. So let's get into it. Kazna crew up 2-0 against Swift on Mines. Isn't on that artillery piece a trend we've noticed so far?
It's not Haiba anymore, it's not Fishy.
It's not Fishy, it's Isne
now.
Now, I wonder if Swift is going to go for that same defensive 1-2 line control as they are defending and Kazna is attacking.
It looks like Mirsky is playing a 49 now.
Mikhailov is not even in the lineup, by the way.
Yeah, so Mirsky is playing a 49 and...
Crespix failed.
Oh.
Crespix
not
failed.
A good start for them. Not a good start. But Kazna is not there to punish it.
Nope, Stefan is climbing from the other side, I guess. Or trying to control it at the very least. But Crespix, I think he has another shot at it.
Yeah, when you play with Arty, you usually play kind of slower. Zenithter is covering the field and Kazna is already rotating on the other side.
Look at that very aggressive start here from Kazna. Haiba and...
They're countering if there is a spotter on F8. They're waiting for something like that.
Guess it will be a double climb for Kazna, Eurofish and Stefan.
Or maybe they're just also trying to see if there is some silly trap there. Like, they don't need, realistically, more than one guy there.
Will Eurofish go for it? Oh, Stefan failed.
Seriously?
And he blocked Eurofish. Instead of, Stefan staying there and Eurofish
And you know
why
that happened? Because you said Stefan never misses the fails.
I mean,
you jinxed him. It's not me today.
Now Mirsky actually...
You're the blitz.
Look at it. Mirsky now sneaked into F8. Oh, the timing. Skylex here.
Well, we have a lot of domination at the moment by Swift.
Nice shot onto Skylex there.
Cheeky one. Like, Skylex is spotted by other guys, and Stefan really well used this tree to fire on him without getting spotted.
Mirsky will be the second one going up on the boost.
Haiba is occupying their attention, but they know Crespix is up here now. Whoa, at the bounce.
Fancy. Now Eurofish also up there. What does Swift do against this? Because it's not a lot of people covering Crespix in that position.
No one is actually covering him. If Kazna realizes this, Swift will push their Zenithter. That's the logical choice for them.
Crespix taking 402 there, either from Artie or from Stefan.
I don't think Artie is in position to shoot him yet.
Theirs is in trouble. Theirs has to be in trouble here on
Isna
the
is
1-2
also in
line.
trouble. If Theirs is in trouble, Isna is in trouble also. Isna is trying to run away. He got an info. So Ilian is doing everything he can now to cover them. Theirs has to go behind this rock, because this is the only safe spot he can have. Isna is hiding actually behind the rock, so he does not get spotted. Because he knows Kazna is controlling everything in the other line. This is a really weird setup we're seeing now. Like the map is divided in 50% by diagonally.
I feel like Crespix is very left out. Could just easily get pushed. Even the road is now pushing down, kind of abandoning Crespix.
But Kazna still doesn't know all the positions. I guess that's why they're hesitating. Also, once you push down on Crespix, it's kind of a one-way street. You have to go down.
Pretty much.
And you're not covering hill then anymore.
Skylex here, taking another one from Haiba. Trading one in return, but it's not really how you want your TVP to be used. Atmospheric here, landing some nice shells onto Theirs though.
That's even cheeky, I would say, playing like that. And not taking any punishment back.
Theirs taking even more though. The straight's not working out in his favor. But Crespix here is getting pushed on, like we said. Crespix needs to do as much damage as he can to survive, and the ammo rack a little bit unnecessary, you could say.
Okay, two Kazna guys are now there in a ditch. Swift knows it. Let's see what will their response be. It's not like they have an arty, but Kazna guys are taking over the hill.
Kazna is now taking the hill, and the HP is back in their favor as well. I don't know how they're going to deal with Stefan and Eurofish over here. Stefan landing a nice shot onto Mirsky. Eurofish still has two left. Look at them, they're trying to wiggle as much
like
as they
Swift
can.
has any kind of idea what to do at the moment. I don't see any kind of counter rotation or desire
Nice
to do
shot
it.
from Fish onto the back of Skylex. Skylex now getting clipped. They get taken down by Vetso, and again, Kazna crew full control here as Vetso Highbar still standing here. Very easy to control for them. Mirsky now goes down towards Fish as well from the hill. Atmospheric has 5 shells, but look at Elian, he's already halfway down his reload.
Kazna is playing really dedicated now, covering their angles, and all people are covering each other. Ilian is still in reload, so Vetso is in a big problem now.
Yeah, but Ilian is going to come off reload any second now, as he now has shells available. Atmospheric is the first. He gets picked up by Ilian. Mannax free kill, pushing forward, taking Theirs down behind that rock. Isna actually is the one to pick up free kill, and now already Road, the last one standing in this one.
Not good for a little Road here, but what can you do? Alone in a crossfire by Kazna.
And Eurofish of reload will be the one to finish it, making it 3-0 already, Mojo, for Kazna. Not what we expected.
We expected a bit more resistance from Swift, but honestly, I expected Kazna to...
I mean, we expected Kazna to win, not jinxing them, but we expect Swift to take 2-3 rounds.
Yeah, but this is not looking well. Like what you said several times in the game, where was the cover on the guy on the hill?
There is none.
They just left him.
I mean, it did feel like they just left him. Even Road at one point just drove down, and Crespix against 2.
Like the only good part of this game for Swift at the moment was exchange between Atmospheric and Richter. Like nothing else, and that was kind of a single play. And it wasn't
even that didn't give him a real advantage.
Yeah, because Theirs was still safe behind the rock and covered by Ilian and the rest of the guys.
Can take a look
really
at stats in the meantime. It was strange because even when they pushed towards the hill, Haiba is there, Vetso is there, and Ilian from the side, and there is Stefan, 3.4.
It's been a long time again, I would say. We haven't seen him there in a while, but it looks like Dead Zone was not lying. They are practicing tactics and positions finally. It's been a while, but they're looking a bit better now.
Is it them looking good, or is it Swift looking not so good?
Well, I like the moments where
because I feel like it's a combination of two.
Yeah, I think that Kazna is moving on from the tactics they were recycling and using that were, for my personal taste, a bit stale and outdated. And especially Swift is not covering the bases here. I don't know, at the moment they look clueless. When something goes wrong as they didn't expect it, they're just like out of solutions. Maybe
even their initial setup seems flawed looking at it. I mean, Crespix there, no support, and trying to push the hill. Seems off. Seems off. If Kazna is looking good, but Swift, I mean, I'm again thinking if Kazna played against a better team, it would be closer, I think.
Yeah, but Swift is not a big comeback team, and now they actually have to attack on mines.
Yep, and let's see what they got for their tanks. Coming on to Mines attack here for Swift. And M40 for Kazna on the defensive side.
And the Grille.
And a Stefan on the Grille.
And Stefan. So we will have 4 Batchats and 113 and Grille for Kazna. That's pretty standard setup. You can do a proxy, you can do all kind of sniping and so on and so on. I just hope someone doesn't fail the boost.
You jinx it. If somebody fails, it's your fault, not mine. I didn't say anything.
You're sitting there just and sitting silently. That's not fair. But Swift, I don't know, 2 TVPs, I never like those that much. I mean, one is fine. You keep him on island and he has some crossfires. But 2 TVPs is kind of too much, not giving enough. 4 Batchats is much better for me.
Can Kazna crew bring themselves to match point already, or is Swift going to mount a comeback? Let's find out in our 4th round between these two. Kazna crew on the defense with Stefan in the Gorilla, Isne in the M40 and Swift. So on 2-line tactic, Mojo.
I like this movement of Artie instantly going to K4. Isne is just moving so he can deal with exactly that, and rest of the Kazna is going aggressive for the middle. This is a good play.
Free kill in the RU251 will be the one to spot now. It's important. Can they land some shells onto Vetso in that bad shot? Nope, they don't. They do knock out his gun, but no damage on that bad shot.
So Vetso is a bit stuck there in a pickle, but they stopped their progress. So there is no damage done. They don't have an RT to dig him out, and there is a lot of coverage by Kazna guys. If someone gets spotted, Isne might really punish him.
Vetso is hugging that rock. He knows the rock is life at this point.
But honestly, Swift is in a big problem now.
Yeah, because Kazna has complete hill control and 1-2 line control.
Well, Fish can at least spot it. He can't really control it alone, but any kind of movement will be monitored. And Haiba is already protecting the water.
Fish here, letting off a shot against free kill. Doesn't connect it, doesn't connect the second either.
Don't be greedy.
Has to be careful, Mursky is waiting there.
Don't be greedy. He is greedy. That's Fish.
But here's the push from Swift. Crespix, Mandax moving down.
And look
nice
at Stefan
shot.
and Haiba.
Nice shots coming out. Crespix taking 1.2k already, 1.4.
Oh,
he's going to go
back.
down here
He's
to
taking
Derzenictor as he gets picked up by that bad shot from the hill. Nice focus fire there from Kazna. Great hitting of their shots.
Kylex spotted trying to move around on island. Look at the damage he took, and he has even a dead commander now. Atmospheric getting
getting hit by
pounded.
Stefan again.
Ooh, this is like shooting pigeons at the moment.
Not looking good here for Swift, already losing. Crespix Atmospheric down to a one-shot. Skylex doesn't have a commander. Stefan taking some damage in return, might be able to land the shell into Mandax. Perhaps? Nope.
Like, man, what's with Swift? Where is the plan B? I didn't see a plan B on any maps they played. They just go for it from the first.
Did feel like that in road, taking a big one there from Stefan again. 757, that Grilla. We're seeing Diplomat perform from there. Stefan's like, I can do it as well, guys.
Stefan got spotted, so he needs to be a bit careful now not to overdo it. I mean, he did 3 shots in a row that were perfect. He should just stay like that.
Oh, and another one from Stefan to road.
Poor road. Every tank in that cap, when there is someone playing grill who knows his job, he's just a victim. There is nothing you can do against it.
Same time, Dur's landing some nice shells from back on that hill part. Talked about him being a good sniper, Mojo, while he's proving it.
Yeah, he always had a steady hand for that, but wow, Swift is just getting better. Wherever we look on the map, they're getting shot somewhere.
Free kill now goes down to Elian. Vetso could pretty much push the 1-2 line, take both those kills for free at this point.
Was a free kill. You might say that.
Yeah, exactly. Isne now picks up Skylex as well in the TVP. And look at Kazna, they've hardly lost any HP at this point. Stefan pushing across as well. They want to bring themselves to match point. They have something to make up for because they're so far, they haven't looked good at all. Kazna crew, they are back with a vengeance. So now Vetso, Stefan also pushing Atmospheric. Vetso picks up 2 kills over there. And that's going to be it. 7-0 for Kazna. Now bringing it to match point.
This is a bit brutal game.
That was
kind of one-sided.
That was pretty savage.
Did they even bring ammo? Maybe they didn't bring ammo, so they wouldn't get blown up.
Only Gohard does that with Skyrim.
Oh, they did lie him that he doesn't get ammo wrecked if he doesn't take ammo, right?
They lied?
Yes.
Is that a lie?
Yes.
I thought it wasn't.
Yeah, that was like, you don't need ammo.
If there's no ammo, you can't get Amorak.
Dude, Amorek has a health. He doesn't have any shells.
And we're going to test that. I don't believe that.
Okay.
I believe in Kaizu.
You believe in that.
I mean, I don't believe in his
No,
climbing skills
no one
anymore.
would send a trooper without an ammo, except Go Hard.
Yeah. Tactics as well. Now, that's match point for Kazna crew. This one, last two weren't so convincing, could say. But this one,
Mines was easy. It looked really easy.
I mean, the first two weren't as convincing. Well,
Yeah.
actually, no, the second one wasn't convincing, but these last two have been. Let's take a look at the stats from that last round. Stefan, I think will be high. There's Stefan, Isna, Eurolfish, Ilian, Vetso.
Okay.
High, but
That-
the only one missing.
If you say about one-sided, where there we go. But there's again 3.4. One of the top damage
He
dealers.
tracked the batch coming down one
Yeah,
too.
he also. I'm not sure. Him or Alien. Both
Yeah,
of them
one
were
of the two.
clipping. Both
But
of them were
he
clipping.
landed like 2 or 3 shells on him. Great sniping from him. How about the only one? 4-2-0. Vape Nation.
Well, never mind. I think he's pretty happy. Like, his team is winning. All good.
Yeah, it's like with Mr. Kella, you know? If Haiba doesn't do any damage, then it means his team is winning.
It was not actually the case in the past. When Haiba was not doing damage, they were dying all over the place.
We're making it a positive.
Not today.
We're
Not
making,
today, though.
We're
Not
making
today.
it a positive energy, Mojo. Only positivity is allowed here.
Good day for Kaz.
Exactly. Now
day for
moving
Swift.
into our last round. Oh well,
Maybe.
I see an advantage here for Swift. They're defending.
Himmelsdorf, defense. Advantage with 14% defense range on Himmelsdorf out of 14 game plays.
You never know.
Yeah, stats. Who needs them? You can.
What are
like,
stats, man?
What are stats for? Exactly. Papers don't fight. People do. Maybe Kazna
That's a
will
good point. Let's take a look what we got for our tanks, Mojo. Papers don't fight, tanks do. That's 3113, Grilla, double 50B, no bad shots for Kazna.
Yeah, it's really unusual. This is a bit harder setup. Maybe they will try something with that 5-line push. That's where you usually use those 1-1-3s if you want to push that much. On other hand, Swift playing pretty standard setup, only E3 instead of Grilla here. So they don't really like to play it anymore. Why?
Crespix was doing really well on it as well.
Exactly. That's kind of odd thing.
Gonna have to find out, Mojo. Just seeing, all I'm seeing is 4-0 for Kazna right now. Can they do it? It does seem like our game is ready, Mojo, so let's get into it. Can Kazna crew close it 5-0? Is Swift going to come back? Let's find out on Himmelsdorf. So Swift here on the defense, Kazna on the offense, Skylex in the E3. Seen it before.
Yeah, but I was really expecting something more mobile, but okay, if they want to play with E3, it's their thing. The thing with E3, the problem is if he needs to go around the corner, it can get a bit problematic, and most of the guys in Pro League really know how to pen it. It's not like you're going to bounce it like in randoms all the time.
I mean, sometimes.
Well, Rodu is the classic spot. He will try to see the 8th line, but he gets spotted in return.
Can Stefan hit the shot? Can Stefan land the shot?
That was a close one.
That was close. But takes a big one in return from Skylex. So Stefan in that Grilla. Oh, and he goes down to Crespix already. Oh, that did not work out for Stefan. Goes down less than 50 seconds into the round.
Holy, that was fast.
Skylex landing another shell onto theirs as well in the meantime. Now, this is not looking good for Kazna.
Stefan kind of overstayed his welcome again, like on Prokhorovka.
Don't know if it was a team thing that they told him to peek there or an individual thing, because it was not.
I think it's just
correct
part of the
decision.
tactics. He just goes like that.
Oh, Skylex. Nice shot there onto Europe. That's the third shot already he landed this round, I think.
I think second.
No. He hit theirs as well.
He hit theirs?
Yep,
That's
yep,
three.
yep.
That's 3 then.
There's already like.
Well, that's a turning point for Swift here.
That's 2.1k damage already from him, pretty much.
3k advantage for them for nothing. They're all on 100% HP. Like Kaza is in a big problem now. They really don't have much options.
Well, they have to triple cap pretty much. Vetso here, free kill. They get a shot, but he doesn't.
Maybe they can do that silly round where people are capping and everyone else is suiciding in them to stop them from decapping.
Alien pushing forwards now as well. They know they need to make an advantage, but Eurofish, he's being left alone here. That 1-1-3 getting pounced on from two sides. Graspix and Mirsky should make short work of him as Graspix tracks Eurofish. The next one should be the one, as he does manage to take down Eurofish. Free kill and the return will go down, but it's still not worth the trade for Kazna crew.
No, it's really not good. Like, Kazna is more or less situated on that side, but I think Isna should have already run away. To at least have some crossfire with them, because capping is not kind of a game he can do. Now he will get singled out by Road.
Isna trying to do as much damage as he can before he goes down in that 1390. At the same time, Kazna, they want to make another push here, but there's Skylex waiting together with Mandax and Atmospheric. It's not going to work out well as Alien gets picked up by that Batshot now on reload. But there's still Skylex in at E3 with a lot of HP and a Vengeance. I think Haiba is going to feel the pain. 691. Atmospheric picks up Haiba. There's Vetso, the last two standing.
Well, Skylex is finally doing some damage. I think I have him in my team. It's been a while since I've seen him like shoot someone.
It's been a while since you've seen any of your players play, mate. There's
never gets old.
That was good actually. Crespix pushes around the corner. Vetso knows it is over. Turns his turret around. Crespix picks that one up. It's gonna be Skylex, I guess, picking up the last one. Yep, Skylex picks up the last one, making it 4-1 in favor of Swift. And not going down just yet.
Well, Kazna kind of managed to a bit bring that HP back, but it's still just not enough. The damage they
throwing
suffered
Stefan away?
Yeah, the damage they suffered so hard in the start.
By the way,
not only Stefan.
I'm already going to predict. I have a special mind gift. The damage, like the post-battle stats. Number 1, Skylex. I'm getting more information. Number 14 is going to be Stefan.
Okay, let's see, mate. Like, you seem very talented, like young boy here.
I mean, it's just what the voices tell me, you know?
You should do cards, mate. The reading of the future.
I don't work well with cards, you know.
Really?
No. It's, you know, the mind, power of the mind.
Then crystal ball. It goes well.
But Kazna, I mean, as soon as Stefan went down, it's pretty much round over.
As soon as, like, I mean, when the game starts like that on Himmelsdorf and he's supposed to be probably the biggest damage dealer, this cannot end well.
Mojo, let's check if the voices were right. Let's take a look at stats.
How many people today did above 5K?
2.
Wow, this is the day.
This is we had Pashka. I think it was Pashka.
Yeah, Pashka did.
And now Skylex. But it's also the second time where one guy does 5K.
Was above 4K.
Second K was above 4K.
Zernichter, again, really good performance.
4.4. He did a lot of damage somewhere.
That's 10 out of 10, mate.
Where did he do this damage?
No, that's 10 out of 10. That's his damage.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, where did he find the time to fire 10 times?
I don't know, mate. But every shot he fired...
Oh, I mean, Stefan, 13, 14, it's a shared plays.
He shot once. I think the production just switched his place, so you would not be right.
They would do that.
They would do that.
So that makes it 4-1. Now, coming a little bit back, can Swift take another 3?
Well, Himmelsdorf, Kazna, not a friendly place for them usually. It's possible.
Well, they're going to be defending though, so...
It's not like defense is easier. I mean, even sometimes I have a feeling it's just better to attack on Himmelsdorf.
Himmelsdorf? I don't know. Himmelsdorf, not sure.
If you watch papers 55 to 45.
I'd like to attack on Ghost Town.
Yeah, but here also, most of the teams actually win in attack.
That can change though, Mojo. Kazna could change this. Let's take a look what we got for our tanks. Moving into our possibly last round again. This is a very offensive lineup from Kazna as well.
Kazna defending offensively. This is a kind of a lineup that Wild Bunch was using when they were pressing over the middle, you know? So this is something that they might actually do. Swift, on the other hand, 1390, E3, slow setup, some of them will go on hell.
We've seen Swift play this before, that E3 really wants to get to B0.
Let's see this. I'm really interested in will Kazna actually push aggressive or they will just
play cautious. You think it's courtyard control?
Yeah, this build can do that.
Explain what do you mean with courtyard control?
Well, the guys can just simply go aggressive over the courtyard. The Bacha tier 9 and T10 can just go over the middle also and cover the 8 line behind him. And if they catch someone, they can just press him while other guys are flanking from all sides. But let's see the Kazna opening. That's going to be the important part here. If they turn toward the city, it's courtyard control. If not, they're just playing the standard.
So it is courtyard control, Mojo. Looks
Okay.
like it.
Let's see. Is Isne turning to the open field?
Yep,
Yep,
he is. So this is what we're talking about, Mojo. This looks like a
High bound T10. He will cross probably on that D6 sandbags, and he will just join him on the 8 line. Isne doing really aggressive spot here.
free kill might get a shell here. Nope.
Nope, nothing there. Okay, Isne is effectively cutting off their 8 line by spotting now. People in old formats were using the tier 6 tank for that duty, the very same one. And now it's all about Swift. What will they do? But Kazna is doing a cheeky move. They're pushing with these unspotted tanks. Now Stefan and Zenithter are spotting. But free kill, does he even have somewhere to go?
Free kill kind of has to back off behind that rope, but Elian is there. Takes a first from Elian. Elian should have 3 shells into his back. The second, Elian should have 1 more. He can do the third already onto free kill. He's going to take a lot. Isne coming from behind Eurofish. Yes, he takes some. Eurofish kind of driving in the open there.
Oh, Fishy, come on, you need to save yourself at the moment.
Eurofish does manage to get himself saved. Road is still there on the side. Now, Swift already lost free kill. The HP is still in their
Rogue
favor
is in
though.
a problem now also.
Road is in the favor as Vetso lands a nice shot on the side of Crespix. Road though in that 1390 could make life difficult for Elian.
Yes, but Ilian has every advantage because I think he will have his shells back and Road is 2-shot for him, not a really hard thing. Also, Ilian can just ignore him and just go join the other guys. Road will be a bigger problem for guys like Fish who have the skill
Kazna
back.
realized this. Skylax, Mandax, they're not in the fight. They're going to go for it. Isne is going to be the first target. He only has 2 shells anyways. Isne is now on reload, not a factor in this one anymore. Stefan lands a nice one on Mandax. Mandax should be going down here as well. The HP is still completely even here, but there's 2 guys not in the fight for Swift. And look at the crossfire from Kazna. They're coming from all sides, Mojo, as Crespix is going to be the last one standing on that side. Haiba, Eurofish, Durs, they should be able to take him down. And only now Mirsky is almost in the fight. And look at Skylex, that E3, not quite yet there.
Seriously, massive mistake here by Swift. Like, if we could read the Kazna tactics from the initial start before it even started, what were they thinking putting that E3 up?
Skylex slowly but surely coming off as Mirsky goes down to the entirety of Kazna crew. Now Skylex will be the last one standing. He has a lot of HP, a lot of armor, but not enough. Not enough. He lands a nice shot onto Durs. But Vetso is coming, Elian is coming, Haiba will be coming. They should close out this round.
Kazna finally getting a win after 4 games. 3 losses in a row, I think that was.
Vetso gets behind Skylex. Skylex starts taking a lot of damage here. It's pretty much over for him. Can he do one more shot? Nope. As Elian says goodbye, Skylex. That will be Kazna crew picking up the win here. 5-1. Congratulations on their 3 points.
Yeah, it's well deserved also. We've seen a couple of really fast plays by them. They didn't let any kind of Swift...
That was a major Swift misplay.
Yeah, I really don't understand. Like, come on, like, we were talking about it. That build is made for that.
I mean,
how you didn't read it?
We could read it.
How did you miss
Having
that?
an E3 so far out of the game?
Unreal.
I mean, we could read it, so they should be able to read it.
And we're not even
Because
playing.
we're just casters, you know?
Yeah, we're not even playing anymore. Come on, guys. Like, what? Your problem. Our gain.
What Kazna did so well, though, is they realized Mandax, I mean, it was kind of slow they realized it, but they realized it at one point that the E3 Batchat are out of the fight. And then you saw the crossfire. They came from every single angle onto those 3 tanks from Swift.
The interesting part about this tactic is because once you start the fight, you really don't know where it will go. It's just a hunch. So when you play like that, it's something that suits Kazna. They can just communicate fast and just collide on one side. It's really good for them, and it's kind of games they should perform more than what some of the stuff they done so far.
Oh, well, let's take a look at who performed in that last round. Looking at the statistics here. Elian, then Skylex, I mean.
And Skylex, and there's Zenithter again. Like, really good performance by him. I think he will have quite a lot of damage, though there was not many games here.
I think Durs might be the top damage dealer in this one.
In the match overall, for sure. I
Yep.
think he did above 15k.
Him or Skylex?
No, I think it was theirs because I...
No, I mean, Durs will be first and then Skylex second.
Yeah, they could be somewhere there. Really good games. Really good games for them. Poor little Road.
Poor Road.
A
But
free kill, like he really was a free kill on several maps, mate. Like, I think he got
Road
like
got
annihilated.
demoted back to tier 8. That's the issue.
Yeah, I actually liked him more when he played the higher tiers.
Barely, he's back to tier 8 now. It didn't work out for Swift. It was a quick match.
It was a really quick match, and that's the way we like it. We like the aggression.
What? No, I love tiebreakers.
You like tiebreakers?
Yep.
We're gonna switch every time it comes to that. You're gonna get to cast them all.
Sure thing.
Sure thing, bro.
Bruh.
But never mind. Kazna played really well, aggressive. Swift showed nothing to actually counter that.
Nope, Swift not looking good in this one. Kazna giving signs of hope here for a swift return from them, coming back into shape.
Kazna
I didn't
needs-
even mean to make a pun there.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
Kazna needs only 1 point now to be safe. And 3 matches to go.
Well, Mojo, let's see if you were right about theirs being the #1 in the post-match stats. You can see. Yep. I mean, I was right
that's
as well.
Quite above 15k.
3k average damage.
For
Not bad.
6th game? Like, dude, this is beyond random games average.
Not bad. There's
Not too shabby, not too shabby.
anything above 3k is insane average damage wise.
Dude, it looks like a lot of no play for him kind of accumulated and bursted down on poor Swift.
Next game is gonna do like 100 average damage.
Probably. You called
Free
it.
kill, Mojo.
Really? Wow. A bad day to be a free kill
He was a pretty free kill.
on every map.
It's not gonna be such a good atmosphere.
No, it's gonna... Oh. It's gonna be a Swift atmosphere there. But never mind now. The match is done. Kazna won. Happy me. What can you do more?
What can you do more? Now, Kazna crew have to touch on it again though. Do you think they launched now, or was it more like Swift really didn't play up to standards?
I don't think Swift played well, but I also think that Kazna played better than in some of the matches. Like when they faced Ding on a last match, on a start, it really looked better. It looked like some of the compact game they knew how to perform before, not all the shaky stuff we've seen, but it just went away after half of the match, unfortunately. So we didn't see the best of them, but if they keep up, and they need to keep up training and everything, I think we will see finally, you know, that late start.
Late starters.
Yes, and we will see finally better matches from them, which everyone wants, I think.
Yep, everybody wants Kazna crew to perform. Let's take a look at how today left us in the standings. Ding, Utopia still our #1s.
There is no question about it. Like Utopia and Ding are really not showing much weaknesses, honestly. Like a bit shake sometimes, but that's about that. I really like Go Hard, how they play for a newcomer team. They're playing close to perfect. And Kazna on 5th place now.
Yeah, and the Wild Bunch, they're still sitting on position 6 there.
And Rusty Roster is number 8. A dream is not over yet.
Anything, I don't think I imagined Out of Range being so far down, KB being so far down.
It's unreal, actually. It's I would never guess it. I watched Out of Range play ESL Majors. They looked like much better team than now. Aggressive and whatever you want. But this is like just weak.
Weak Out of Range. But let's take a look at the matches we got tomorrow, because we got 4 more Mojo tomorrow. And first up is going to be Legend taking on Knackerbird. After that, the Wild Bunch versus Utopia. Go Hard versus Rage Quit, and then Ding versus Out of Range. What's your highlight?
Ooh, I would like to see most here Go Hard and Rage Quit, honestly.
Go Hard and Rage Quit?
Yes.
I'm going for Ding versus Out of Range.
Really?
I'm always hoping that Out of Range one day they just come out of the bushes, be like, "Yo guys, we can perform," and just perform.
I really want to see, because Rage Quit has a lot at stake here, and Go Hard, they're just playing so well. So Rage Quit is gonna have to pull out of their like wits to win that one.
So Mojo, before we head off, what's your closing thought on today?
Super happy.
Super happy. Is that your closing thought?
Yes, for sure.
So that was Mojo's closing thought. Mine was, that was close. It comes even closer. The league is even closer. That is going to be it from us today. But we have even more matches tomorrow, so don't forget to be there. See you then.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the grand finals.
Hanging by a wire, adrenaline to the brain.
this comes down to is who's got nerves of steel and who's got the better strategy on this.
This is going to be a defining point here. Again, the team who doesn't pick this up is done. That's them. That's out.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there for Hellraisers, but Na'Vi got it done and dusted.
Reigning champions have again gone all the way.
One of the greatest matches we've ever seen in World of Tanks esports.